Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Be bad for him if WBG Spider does not go in. Oh my goodness, you see how close that was? Meanwhile, WBG Spider is going to be able to connect here with the staff pole. Pole staff comes through and it looks like WBG Spider.
Is going to be called out. Goes for the uppercut into the great sword. Doesn't get the confirmation damage there. Now the backstab's going to come into play for the Matari, but he's going to get caught off the LMB. He's trying to respond. A 1.5 release there for the katana, and Fang's in big trouble.
Spot ends up getting shot on each flip's face. The totem comes through trying to call it out, and obviously does the same thing. The backside on each section trying to hold on, but Shenyuan is not going to be able to do it as Rexy trying to hold on for as long as possible. The shots ring in, trying to be able to capture, but oh no, ends up getting the parry, and Shenyuan's going to be able to claim the elimination onto Rexy. How is he doing this? How is he still alive throughout all of this? If he gets this elimination on... Three-step on each side as Ezreal is going to be able to pop the Yorihime ulti. Misses the first shot. Everybody else is trying to dodge, but it looks like ALA's Fang is going to get caught in the worst situation possible. T-in as well, as he ends up getting some massive hits as GG Shaw ends up getting thrusted into this. Meanwhile, Jin gets snapped on the outside here, trying to hold it together as Shaw is going to actually protect him on the outside. Meanwhile, that ulti is going to be able to come through. GG Shaw gets his second elimination. Here comes all of the poisons going to be able to come through. Wang Liang catches the next one.
Hello， 大家好，我是LYD。游戏中我们经常会遇到大战过后假粉不够的情况，今天我就来教大家一些实战小技巧。要完了。要不热呀？弄。我回家都分钟了。如果实在是找不到多余的假粉了，可以选择兑水喝。你学会了吗？
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系黄柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Be bad for him if WBG Spider does not go in. Oh my goodness, you see how close that was? Meanwhile, WBG Spider is going to be able to connect here with the staff pole. Pole staff comes through and it looks like WBG Spider.
Fern's gonna be called out. Goes for the uppercut to the great sword. Doesn't get the confirmation damage there. Now the backstab's gonna come into play for the Matari, but he's gonna get caught off the LMB. He's trying to respond. A 1.5 release there for the katana, and Fang's in big trouble.
Spot ends up getting shot on each Flip's face. The totem comes through trying to call it out, and obviously does the same thing. The backside on each section trying to hold on, but Shenyuan is not going to be able to do it as Rexy trying to hold on for as long as possible. The shots ring in, trying to be able to capture, but oh no, ends up getting the parry, and Shenyuan's going to be able to claim the elimination onto Rexy. How is he doing this? How is he still alive throughout all of this? If he gets this elimination on... Three-step on each side as Ezreal is going to be able to pop the Yorihime ulti. Misses the first shot. Everybody else is trying to dodge, but it looks like ALA's Fang is going to get caught in the worst situation possible. T as well as he ends up getting some massive hits as GG Shaw ends up getting thrusted into this. Meanwhile, Jin gets snapped on the outside here, trying to hold it together as Shaw is going to actually protect him on the outside. Meanwhile, that ulti is going to be able to come through. GG Shaw gets his second elimination. Here comes all of the poisons going to be able to come through. Wang Liang catches the next one.
桃花影落飞神剑，速回初心终成王。让我们恭喜本周的周决冠军就是 TE 战队。
战队的磨合从来都不是一件简单的事情。上周的比赛也是暴露我们自身问题的一周，一切都只为总决赛做准备。乘风破浪，带您进燎原。
第一次打周决嘛，果然没有很适应比赛的节奏。当务之急是提升我们的运营能力，请继续相信我们。
微信酒吧那边奥义直接被迫交了，能晕到，晕到了一个，但是另外一个是风之镜已躲掉了，结果还吹到这个刀。
哎，这边直接打2个了，但是朱老龙好了，这边直接盖下来，这一波。
可能很多人对当前的机器存在误解，什么灵魂双灭、配合稀烂等等，我们只是在体会队伍的难处。论实力，我们从不逊色任何人。
提到了，这刀，看我提到了，我来了，砍到了，秒了 ，OK。
劳模他不应该是个特殊的角色，我相信只要你有足够的实力，无论是单排还是3排，同样可以发光发热。
这边传过来的，没事，看我这里，不要连2个，炸死了，叶哥换点实话，
作为神的门徒，终于再一次感受到其强大的压迫感。他是当之无愧的万佛之祖，
根本打不动他们。
我的朝圣之路还没有到达终点。
好像奥义都没有开出来，这一波人数占了优势啊，但是好像1/4血没有秒掉，而且身上还有甲。
是。
高血线也很难受，沐浴着金片地，但是好像
双抓，
这边直接双抓带走了一个。
已经结束了，虽然说有个金戈线变，但是还是有天马残红啊。
魔咒终于打破，这一次周决打出了我们应有的东西。
2兄弟倒地只剩谭旭杰，我只能冲了，真得搏一搏啊！对方金如期，他有点想拿嘛，但其实拿不下来了，就看一下能不能多拿一个击败分。队友反了，因为谭旭杰有打金双刀，他拿到了。
谭旭杰这个时候还不打算开，
来了，
带下去直接带走基地中签，有力抗连锁，TE这一波输的盆满钵满。
既然你们愿意一直供奉，那么我将继续守护 Nbpl。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I hope you guys are all doing well. I'm going to be your host and caster for this evening, the Runekeeper, and joining me tonight is my man, Jake. Jake, how are we feeling, buddy? Jake, I think you got yourself muted, my friend.
I'm muted. There we go. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, no, I'm really excited to be back. It's been a while since I've covered trios. I was away doing solos for the last week, so I'm just excited to see how these teams have been faring without me, because I genuinely think for this season, trios has been super fun to watch. I think we've had really fun teams that have kind of upset the apple cart, teams that maybe have been performing, teams that haven't been performing. You know, there's been a lot up in the air, and obviously coming in after the World Championship, the changes of the realm of Yang, like trios moves at such a phenomenal pace. It feels like there's no downtime. So I am really excited to get back into it, because solos definitely still has that downtime period. Trios is just like, it is just brawling until the circle closes. It is just absolute carnage. So I'm really excited. Yeah, I'm just super excited to get back into it.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you know, we had something we haven't seen across all the seasons happen last week. Team JJH plays the Viper comp, but replaces Yodohime with Justina. And not only do they walk away the winners of the game, but their Justina comes out the MVP for game number 1 earlier this week, Jake.
That's interesting. I mean, we did obviously way back when we think about the first season of the NBPL, we did have Justina showing up mostly in solos as like a Yoto counter, but we were seeing Justina comps in trios, but not that common because it was still very much the monk comp. But Justina was seen as a way to kind of freeze monk and stop him from being able to do anything. So it's been one of those picks that, like, I've been wondering when we're going to see it, because monk does really rule the roost at the moment. So seeing things like Justina showing up could be an answer. And we've talked about the Yoto issues. We feel like, I think a lot of people who play monk now have gotten used to her patterns and know exactly when to grab her out of the air. So it feels like Yoto gets like maybe 2 slices of her ult and then gets cancelled early. Along with all of the other changes that Yoto has experienced. You know, she's not as strong as she was prior you know, in season 1, season 2. I think she's definitely fallen off. So finding a way to make this comp work for something that can also actually handle the Monk. I like that adaptation. I do hope we get to see more of that. I think that Justina, it's a bit overdue that Justina has been kind of out of the meta for a while now, to be fair.
You know, it was very surprising because JJH brings it out during game number 1 and probably has one of their strongest games of the night on that particular comp, and then never touches it again. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Maybe something didn't feel right about it, even though they ended up winning the match.
I know what it is. It's stubbornness. It's genuinely stubbornness. They were like, this is going to be our experiment game. It works. And they're like, yeah, it's still the experiment game. Like, it is, unfortunately, I think our greatest failing in NBPL teams right now is genuinely stubbornness. I feel like a lot of people aren't willing to change and they're kind of stuck in their ways. And I feel like the teams that do stand out are the ones who go, oh, this works. This is good. And they will then set a new trend for everybody else to get stuck in their ways about. So, you know, maybe other teams have seen JJH's performance and gone, okay, that looks pretty good, actually. Had a couple of days to practice it, and they might look to pull it out today and see, you know, maybe that can kind of break that stubbornness of... I feel like everybody feels like they have to get as many Monk games in as they can at the moment. I feel like that's the thing that everyone's quite stubborn about. It's like, just get as much Monk in as possible. And maybe if there's an answer here, maybe people will start to go, maybe we don't have to play 4 games a month with just rotating support heroes. Maybe we can play something else.
You know, that would be very nice to see. Obviously, you know, it's been Transformer meta for a long time. Even all the way back to our first World Championship, right? It was Transformer meta, and it was J-Team who was the kind of anti-stubborn that you're talking about here, who was willing to try to pioneer a new comp with that Viper Yodohime comp we've seen before, and were able to come out on top at Worlds because of it. So you would think some of these other teams would want to follow suit because they've seen how effective a new comp coming in and being able to answer the Transformer meta is. But like you said, it comes down to stubbornness, right? They're like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But for some of these teams, they really need to find that sort of space where they can come in and dominate over the meta, bring something new to bear. But the question is, you know, maybe JJH tried it out this week just to see how it was going to perform. And now they want to hold it until, you know, the bi-weekly final, just going, okay, hopefully some of these other teams don't adapt. I know.
I feel like they've revealed their hands. You can't play it on day 1 and be like, yeah, we're playing our cards so close to the chest. That's like literally saying I got a royal flush in the middle of poker. Like, yeah, I got a royal flush. And then like, oh, surprise, surprise, they had a royal flush. Like, I don't know. I genuinely think it's not being, I don't think it's as deep as that, bro. I genuinely think it's just, it is stubbornness. Maybe, like you said, I will throw a little bit of a bone their way and say maybe they had their day prepped on what they were going to play, and even if it works, they were like, to be honest, we've kind of already got a prep, and if we change it too much, then we're gonna have to really sit down and rethink the whole plan for the day. So maybe they've had the day off, they've come back today, and they're like, okay, Friday worked for this, let's go for this again on Sunday, but actually try and extend maybe a couple more of those Justina games out there and kind of alleviate our say and figure out the maths behind that. Because obviously, you know, the more you pick heroes, the more they go up in increments and how much it costs to use them. So if you do start changing your daily pick selection around too much, you can get caught out. But what I do find interesting about that comp, while we're kind of quickly talking about it, is what I like about it is it's very much a counter monk comp, but it doesn't just have to counter monks. So if the lobby's not got monks in it, or I mean, it's gonna have monks in it, but if the lobby doesn't have as many monk players and teams in it, it's still a very functional team. And even in a meta where like that wouldn't be a team, like if in some crazy universe monk never gets played in a game, I feel like that comp would still be able to run really well, even though it's kind of designed to counter monk. But it definitely is just a good, it's just a good 3-on-3 team, really. It's probably the best way to look at it.
It's a hyper aggressive team. You know, Justina's ult, yes, it's capable of kind of freezing out Monk and some of the other Transformers as well, but it's just in general a really good brawling ult, right? You have the ability, especially if you take V1 where if you catch multiple targets with it, you refresh the dash, so you get additional dashes. They recently buffed it, so the duration went from 20 seconds to 30 seconds that you can hold on to the dashes. So the longer you have to hold that ult, the more you're just sort of threatening that space. The team can't really try to aggro the Justina because she can just dash away, she can freeze you, she can kind of flip that fight. So you take pressure off of the entire team for 30 seconds and allow your other members like Viper and Wu Chen to go in and do things. Not only that, unlike Yodo, if Justina is able to land that freeze onto a couple members of your team, Viper can follow up on that and almost guarantee that she's going to get the stun out onto the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. Bunch of teams all chilling backstage. I couldn't actually see who was just sharing a room there, but all hanging out. There's J team. Totally didn't know what to do. Oh, my favorite thing is the awkwardness. Sometimes people just don't know what to do when the camera's pointed at them. Look, I'll admit it, man. I was raised by a photographer. I grew up around cameras. I don't know what to do when someone puts a stills camera in my face. Like, you put a video camera on, fine. You put right, I need a snapshot, a single moment, and my face is like, I don't know what to do with myself, and it just breaks. I'm not designed for still shots, even though I grew up around that stuff. Where were we before I got us to?
Well, you know, you were talking about still shots versus video here, and fortunately, we're not gonna have to deal with any still shots because this is NARAKA. Nobody's sitting still. There's gonna be a lot of movement. These teams move around like absolute crazy, and it's one of the things we love about NARAKA. I don't think we get to discuss this too much on broadcast because we're typically, you know, caught up in the different metas and stuff that are going on. But you know, NARAKA really is a spectator sport at the end of the day, right? It's one of the very few battle royale games where there's very little downtime, right? These players are always engaging each other almost from start to finish. Even in solos where there is some more of that sort of downtime, nobody's ever stopping. They're always on the move. They're always looking to poke somebody out, make them expend resources, look for an opening. And again, these guys are absolutely like sharks in the water. As soon as they smell blood, they are going to descend on somebody, and it can go from 0 to 100 in the snap of a finger.
Yeah, it can. And I mean, that large important part to why the game moves so quick now is that Ramayang. I think the Ramayang has done wonders for the kind of tempo and the feel of the game. Because prior to Ramayang, we did have kind of 10-minute windows where not a lot happened, where like entire squads would just be clinging to the ceiling of like some random shack in the middle of nowhere. But Ramayang forced the players to kind of fight, forced them to hunt, and, you know, also made the Mora's Blessing contests less contested. Because typically what would happen in like the mid game was you'd have like a bunch of teams who just didn't want to fight and a bunch of teams who wanted to get the Ramayang. Whoever got there first would put the Tammy or the Monk up to make sure they secure it, and then everyone walks away. And that was literally the Ramayang fights for like 10, all of season 1 and all of season 2. And then Worlds comes around, we get the Ramayang instead. We still got those Mora's Blessings, and the teams who used to maybe not feel it and wouldn't really want to fight the Mora's Blessing would either run into the Ramayang for a guaranteed no third party, or would feel comfortable that not enough people are contesting the Mora's Blessings that they'll fight for it, which basically in turn means everybody's doing something. There is nobody waiting around anymore. And it was great during the World Championship, but I feel like the tempo has actually just accelerated more since, because the players have had more time to kind of adjust to the Ramayang. They had more time to get themselves set up and comfortable with like how to play around it. And now we're sitting in a meta where, you know, I'll have my issues about the hero select and and about monks being a little bit too strong, but the actual core game and the way it's played at the moment is super fun to watch. Because we are getting ready to go into game number 1. Let's see what they're going to be picking up here going into this game. I'm going to be curious about that one. I mean, I've got my ideas. JJH in that top left of the screen. Maybe they'll be pulling out that fun Justina comp again.
Yeah, I would love to see that Justina comp come through.
Oh, they're doing it.
Yes, let's go. I was so hyped after I saw this during game 1 earlier this week, and all I wanted was to see it again. We talked about it all day long, and we're gonna get to see JJH do it again. Please, JJH, bring something new in. I want to see a monk get frozen out. when they brought this comp out during game 1 last week, there was a lot of third partying, picking off targets and disengaging, similar to GG's playstyle right now. You know, GG will go in and they'll look to lock down one player, pick up the elimination, and then just disengage so that they can hold those ults in case they end up getting fourth partied. JJH did a lot of that during game number 1, so we never got to really see them kind of take a full engagement till towards later end game. And by then, a lot of Transformers had been eliminated in the round, so we never got to see a Monk just frozen out on the middle of the battlefield. And I want that. I want that so bad for us, because it's got to be the worst feeling as a Monk player. Can you imagine just like you Monk up, you go to throw hands, and then all of a sudden you're frozen, you're a giant target stuck out in the middle with all these pro players? It's the last place you want to be, Jake.
No, that would be really, really rough. I mean, what's interesting about this comp is, like you're saying, it's really aggressive the whole time. It has a lot of safety because both Justina and Wu Shen can make sure that they all get out. They can just, like you said, jump in, find their pick. I mean, you are infinitely locked down. You get Justina frozen, you get Viper stunned. If you Monk up into this comp, you are just dead. This is such an anti-Monk comp. I'm amazed nobody has adapted and picked it up yet, other than JJH. And this is quite a spread start, actually. Looking at the map, everybody is scattered all over the place. There is a few teams in somewhat close proximity, but we are starting with TE right now, who are currently actually going to be not our attention because TK have found themselves in a fight here versus GG. AK has found himself pretty low as 3-3-0 trying to finish him up with a pistol, able to do so, and that's 1 kill already picked up for GG. The Wisp actually connects onto 3-3-0 to keep him up from the air, but he doesn't take any follow-up damage coming in from that as GG sliding in to save their teammate. A counter lands onto LXM as Sad is going to get bot back before he can do anything to him. Now he's down, and TK, they only have 1 player left, and GG are going to make quick work of them. Can see that they're trying to hold on, but it's not going to happen. GG find the win.
Yeah, 330 played that so well there. He using the bell to defend for his teammates there, constantly tap dodging backwards and looking to parry that big pole sword so they couldn't just make a big comeback here. As we turn our attention to GD now, caught out by all the members of GS, so many Gs. Don Quing will be the one who goes down, but Kakaishi's able to get away because of it, and this could be crucial for Team GD. Kakaishi very, very close to their ultimate. There it is. We're going to see the Dragons rush into the edges. Unfortunately, they do get a follow-up knockback onto Kakaishi, and before he's able to pop that ultimate, he goes down. OC waiting in the wings will find a resurrection here as GS comes up over the hillside, catches them out. We do see OC's and gonna go ahead and use that Yuashan ult, and immediately, or sorry, no, that's GS's and. I apologize. Immediately starting to blitz through the health bars here of Team OC as they go incredibly low and just keeping the pressure on, making sure that the members of OC can't go anywhere. Slayer here trying to use that Takeda ult to apply some pressure, but Ann just playing so defensive for the team here, just making sure anytime Slayer tries to do anything, they are completely shut down, and the Takeda from Team OC goes down, and OC finds himself down another member for a second time here, Jake.
It's one of those things about the Monk comp where, like, a lot of people talk about the Monk being like the primary person to watch, but I always find Yuashan is just a hero who's so oppressive. Once he sticks on you and he keeps getting that slam, it's basically like chain CC. You can't move. If a good Yuashan can keep you pinned and kind of isolate you and doesn't have to worry about the rest of your team. Unbelievably painful there for Slayer. As Annalie, they tried to see if they could get a cheeky res off, and unfortunately not going to be able to do so. Do get a 2-man wisp off, but that is going to be the end. And GS was 6 kills at the beginning of this game, really starting this out strong. Cutting over to OUG, though, who are finding themselves in a fight here versus, who are they fighting? JJH, actually. So JJH losing out somewhat on this fight is Godly trying to skim back. SS keeping the pressure up onto him. Can he find the turnaround? No, he can't. OUG able to win this fight as now JL going to get zipped out as OUG and just disappear with the Wu Chen.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for JJH. There's actually 2 sets of teams fighting on either side of him. We had Ventus fighting JL, and then we had OUG fighting another team. JJH finds themselves in the middle of it, and it kind of members of both sides of those 2 different fights look like they peel off and start to focus onto the members of JJH. JJH gets separated, and now it's like these 2 teams each chasing down solo members of them. Unfortunately, it does mean JJH is going to head back to the Soul Altar. Now over to Team GD. I really love this. Donkwing holding out on that ult, letting K finish up as much of that Yodohime ultimate as possible instead of canceling it out early here. Team GG, also, if they're forced to give chase here like they are, their Monk bot side, he's going to be forced to de-monk if he wants to give chase with the rest of his team, and that's going to give GD a little bit of an advantage, going to buy them not only a little bit of time, but buy them the opportunity to sort of take this 3v2 fight here. LXM trying to come in with the pole sword, make something happen. Kakaishi coming in, though. We're going to see LXM able to use that Soul Jade there, the one that gives you invisibility when you tap dodge, to tap dodge in the proper moment, completely avoids the stun coming out from Viper, and GG going to start separating these members from GD. They're going to go ahead and pick up K and look to continue the hunt here onto the remaining members. Donkwing is the next target in LXM's sight, just trying to create some movement here. LXM trying to do the same. LXM also just pressuring still onto Donkwing. They've got eyes on, they've got grapple on as well. Donkwing, the only member over here from Team GD, as we saw the other member separate here, and this is because they don't both want to get caught out. LXM, though, pretty separated from his team. 330 looking to come back this up here. Donkwing wants to try to take this fight, but as soon as 330 shows up, it's going to spell disaster here for Donkwing. He's already been forced to burn the F. He doesn't have the opportunity to find a reset here. He will find some hits onto LXM. LXM's going to counter by using that Temi F to go airborne to get out of the uppercut juggle from those nunchucks, and unfortunately, Donkwing, against all odds, is still going to go down here. He tries and does not succeed.
It's interesting, and it's really nice to see the GG kind of coming back on form, because I've been quite vocal about, I feel the GG have been a bit of a disappointing team so far this split. I feel like a lot of their performances haven't been that top 3 team, which they have basically consistently been since we started this league. Like, GG have always been in that top 3 spot, you know, never been a real standout, had their moments, but for the most part, you know, they've always been a consistently top team. But it felt like for the last couple of weeks, they've really been, I say last couple of weeks, I mean the last 2 bi-weeklies, they've been pretty disappointing. So it's nice to see GG have kind of fixed up whatever was going wrong with them, and they are starting to look way more consistent, and, you know, starting to look like a team who were at the top, like they were in the previous season. So good to see that you have to still beat GS right now in points, and OUG also starting to mount up quite a few points. And there's quite a few teams with the old donut right now, but a lot of teams with some pretty high points already. I mean, interestingly there to see the likes of KZ and TE with 0 points, who seems you would have expectations that they may be able to get some points. I mean, TE especially haven't been able to find any points yet.
Yeah, KZ downside here, actually going to open one of these treasure vaults here. And this is a dangerous strategy for some of these teams because it shows everybody on the map that this treasure vault is opening. But KZ, confident enough, they're far enough away from some of these other players, they're more than happy to open it. That said, there is a Realm of Yang coming available near them, so they need to make the decision whether they're going to go for that or they want to back away, because many of these players are going to descend onto that Realm of Yang very soon. JJH, unfortunately, losing a second member here after Resurrection, and this has been a rough game for JJH. They find themselves literally sandwiched between 2 fights, get eliminated, and as soon as they spawn back down in Shadow Jade, quite literally the opposite side of the map from where they go down, they actually have 2 teams just on top of them there, and find themselves being picked apart by both of these teams. They're able to get away in the beginning as those 2 teams started to engage with each other, but they still lost a member, and unfortunately they're going to lose yet another member here, and I do believe that's going to be it for JJH. We're not going to get to see any more of this comp coming out, Jake, and I think that's very unfortunate.
I think they kind of got, like you said earlier, got pincered, lost their revives, and then have now had to pay the ultimate price for that, unfortunately. GD Kakaxi getting just chain CC'd, and they are down. They are out. OUG removing them. It was a fantastic start for GD. Oh, no, I'm thinking of GS, don't worry. Not such a good start for GD, only getting that 1 point, and unfortunately they are knocked out. But GS, who have been playing well, are now inside the Realm of Yang versus TK. See how this is going to go. Sad and Xiaohu going to transform immediately. The Sandstorm goes up, kind of cutting a massive portion off as a grab comes in from Xiao but they are in some serious danger. Going to get the slam down because they are on the other side of that sandstorm, just repositioning, but very low HP already. Sad's immediately grabbed, can look for a slam if they want. They are going to be able to get it. Sad loses a whole chunk of HP. Joe, who's going to have to drop that transformation any second now, but he's down. Doesn't get it off in time. They put down the mech for a moment. TK actually getting themselves a bit of control here, but Anne with the transformation on the Yuei-Shen, keeping pressure up onto TK, and GS have found their opening. They're going to get the mech up onto AK, but Anne should just be able to absolutely rip through this health bar, raining fire down. AK is trying to get the damage off of the cannon onto Anne. It's going to get the stag up. The damage is just too much, and this is going to be the end of AK. They've lost the mech, and the slam is there. GS win the Realm of Yang.
GS in such good form today as we turn our attention now to J-Team going head-to-head with Ventus inside the Realm of Yang. Eagle able to get the grab, but we do see the Wu Chen ult coming out, able to save the member up here. The stun will come through. Eagle's got hold of Sanzi, goes for the double grab. A little greedy here, knowing that you're not going to have time to get that slam after that stun. Sanzi now with the Yoda-Hime ultimate, looking to come out on top of this. And this is that anti-monk comp we talk about all the time. You're able to win these Realms of Yang versus this more traditional monk comp if you stagger those ultimates outright. Ventus looked to be doing that. Unfortunately, the healing coming through there from the Kurumi, flipping the tides back in the favor of J-Team, and J-Team will continue to keep the statistic true as the Transformer comp, the traditional version of it, coming out on top yet again inside this Realm of Yang. And this is typically why we don't see these Viper comps taking these Realms of Yang, right? They do have the ability to win this fight, but you have to execute it nigh perfectly into this particular comp that J-Team's running. If you want to come out on top and walk away the winner, 9 times out of 10, you're just throwing yourself into Yang depletion and giving another team some kills if you're heading into the Realm of Yang as that Viper comp. And it's very, very unfortunate. Ventus,
they played it well, though.
They played it very, very well. They actually almost came out on top in the very end there. They needed to have a little bit more of... what's the word I'm looking for? Target acquisition onto the Kurumi, right? If you're able to just go ahead and get the Kurumi out, keep the Kurumi from ulting, you can actually win that fight. Unfortunately for them, they were forced because of a grab coming onto one of their teammates to use the Wu Chen ult to reposition. They lose their target acquisition onto the Kurumi, and because of that, the Kurumi's able to get the ultimate out, and it just flips the fight back in their favor.
Because I feel like actually the use of the Wu Chen ult to basically cancel that grab was why this comp works so well into the monk comps, because they zipped out as soon as that goes down. They then get time for the Viper to find the stun. They basically wasted that monk ult. It's just the Yuei-Shen then being able to play interrupt, the, like you said, the Kurumi healing, kind of just really getting a bit too much and kind of amounting to why this monk comp's so goddamn strong at the moment. Anyway, TK's getting himself a grab. He gets a double grab, actually. Gonna get the slam down. Remember, they got that run with Yang depletion, so these could be highly valuable kills for them. Another re-grab's coming in. He's looking for another one, but they're gonna Wu Chen out. And he can't even get anything to break away from that. He's already lost 2 teammates, and sad now. No transformation and nowhere to go. OUG are gonna be on the hunt.
I'm not sure what Sad just did here. He demonks next to a body where he's gonna be. Oh my goodness. Oh no, I know what happened here. Sorry, the Wu Chen ult took the Karen out that had the kill they were able to secure. That was his teammate's Karen. I was losing my mind there for a second. I really thought that he didn't pick up the Soul Bloom Essence, but then I forgot the Wu Chen ult took the other Karen away. So unfortunately, Sad still with Yang depletion, no place to go. We're going to turn to J-Team now as they look to clean up Team Ventus, who has that Yang depletion. Ventus, of course, the team that lost to J-Team inside the Realm of Yang, and they really don't want to take this fight into a team that has a buff. And unfortunately, they're going to have to find somebody to pick up some Soul Blooms from very soon. EWG on the other side of Celestra here. Looks like they just cleaned up the members of Team GS. GS, though, with that Vermilion Birds Mite's going to find themselves still in the game. They just have to go find a lovely place to resurrect. They get to keep all of their gear. Ventus finding themselves yet again into the chaos of J-Team. Kurumi coming through here with some healing. Doesn't look like they're going to have the ult out just yet. We see a grab come through from J-Team's Eagle, though, onto double members of Ventus. Sanzi barely alive, drops the F3 to block the monk grab here. Sanzi is able to pick up the elimination onto ZK, is able to pick up the Soul Bloom, but gets re-grabbed by J-Team's Eagle, gets dropped down, and there's no place for Sanzi to go as all 3 members of J-Team dog them down. And oh my goodness, I do believe, is that it for Team Ventus? I'm not sure. They might have one more member left remaining.
I think they had Rama Yang, didn't they? So J-Team, and also they were fighting right next to an altar. So J-Team, they lost a player and he just came back immediately as well. That's because they had the Vermilion's Bird Bite. That is very, very rough. But yeah, I believe that is the end of Ventus, because if I remember correctly, they did have depletion on them. Can see the minimap right now. Roma Yangs will be spawning up once again. Looks like there's also a couple of teams getting themselves set up for that Mora's Blessing. That one actually has no Mystic Might in it as well, so a relatively valuable one to get. It's not that Draco Storm. Having a little look at the minimap and that blinking red dead center, AOW looked to be in a bit of an altercation. As right now we are just focusing on JL, who are looking for that Roma Yang, and they're not taking it. I think that's understandable. They've got pretty good gear. Maybe they just don't want to risk getting that depletion and then throwing any opportunity. I mean, you've got a Yoto comp. You want to wait for the circle to get tight.
Yeah, you don't want to take Realm of Yang as that Viper comp. We talked about it before. There's a 9 in 10 chance that you're just giving another team kill and you're giving yourself Yang depletion. We've also seen a lot of these teams start to stray away from the second set of Realm of Yang, right? That Vermilion Bird's Might really the best buff that's available from those Realms of Yang. Not only does it give you the safety net, it gives you extra rage generation. You come out of the Realm of Yang with your ults already, so you can immediately take a fight, and then you're building that extra rage so quickly. And then if you get eliminated because you're overzealous and you pressure a fight, you just get to respawn for free. Whereas that Mystic Might, yeah, it does give you 25% damage reduction, and it shows you where some of those other teams are. But sometimes it's just better for some of these teams to walk away, maybe go look for a box, or take it to endgame, especially if they're playing an aggressive comp like that Yodohime Viper comp, which used to be a late game comp, right? That's where that comp used to excel. But now it's become more of this skirmishing style comp that excels at picking up eliminations early to mid game, where they're able to just aggressively, jump out of these teams and pick off 1 or 2 members and then use the Wu Chen ult to get out. So those particular comps trying to put a lot of kills under their belt and then take them to late game, and we see that. Like, if you look at OUG, they've got 8 kills under their belt already. They're not looking to fight now that we're towards the end of mid game here. They're just looking to take those 8 kills to late game and make the most out of them. And then obviously, as soon as that circle gets very tiny, the Yodohime stands a chance of popping off and picking up a ton of eliminations if she doesn't find herself grabbed out by one of these monk comps, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, if you can stagger the monk, then the Yoto is going to be able to work. But as long as there's a monk around, Yoto always will get grabbed out of the sky. I feel like the monks have gotten too good at predicting and grabbing. So definitely something that the teams need to be aware of and kind of keeping track on. For now, though, have a look at GG, who are looking to maybe set themselves into a fight versus OC. Are going to play it a little bit careful. Don't want to be overextending here into any fight that they don't need to take. They do have that Mystic Might, so they can kind of keep a track on who is where. But for now, it is just a waiting game, and I feel like a bunch of the teams, probably those who haven't got depletion. Actually, I don't think we had a Roma Yang fight. I think one team just got it for free.
Yeah, I do believe it was GS who went in and was able to secure themselves the free Realm of Yang, because OUG was more than happy to just walk past that Realm of Yang. They wanted nothing to do with it. Again, and it comes down to the comp at the end of the day, right? But like you said, nobody with Yang depletion, so things are going to slow down typically. And this is kind of the new meta that's been developing. When we first got these Realms of Yang, it was very typical for everybody to be trying to rush onto them, regardless of what phase of the game it was. And they are very, very good, right? You're talking about a purple set of armor and a legendary weapon. That's one of the only places until late game inside the Mora's Blessings, I think Zone 4, where you can get a gold weapon is from those Realms of Yang. And then again, that first buff, that Vermilion Bird's Might, so good for these teams being able to hunt down these other teams, pick up some eliminations, and you have a massive safety net, right? Don't get me wrong. Again, Mystic Might, very strong. 25% damage reduction is nothing to shake a stick at. The ability to know where all the enemies around you are, also nothing to shake a stick at. But you can still get eliminated. You can pressure onto a fight and find yourself going, oh, hey, I've got 25% damage reduction. We just aggressively take this fight no matter what. And then you end up finding yourself third-partied. We've actually seen that happen a lot in the past, where teams will pick up the Mystic Might and then they aggressively want to take fights because they feel like, oh, we have the advantage, we have the safety net, we have the buff. The problem is it doesn't protect you from the potential third party, whereas Vermilion Bird Might, it kind of protects you from anything. As soon as you die, you just get to respawn for free.
Yeah, no, completely. It's such a powerful buff. It's such a powerful buff, and I see so many teams fight for that Roma Yang at the beginning of the game anyway. But like you said, it's interesting to see that there has been some adaptation. It was something that was being toyed with for a while. Like some teams sometimes didn't go for it, but then there were times where like it just felt like teams were constantly looking for it. So it's so hard to call because sometimes they just feel like, yeah, Roma Yang, we got to fight for it. We want to get as much gear as possible going into the late game. And I guess part of that comes to the fact that there are Monk comps, and Monk is a very loot dependent hero. Like requires, you know, as good at armor as they can get for them because that translates into health, and then the quality of the weapon they use translates into damage. So you obviously want to get that golden armor. You want to get that golden weapon onto your Monk. I mean, it's the same for the Yue Shen, who's typically run with the Monk as well. Obviously, we see so many variations of the Monk comp now because of the hero rule, but for a long time, it was those two. So you wanted to get really good gear for those two. So, you know, there are people running that traditional comp. So it is interesting that some teams decided not to even bother contesting it. But GS do just get a freebie. And I'm sure they can be very, very happy with that one. But as you can see, the circle right now, got all of our teams kind of just getting themselves situated and set up for this next kind of phase of play. Can see there's a Mora's Blessing spawning up. GG right now standing in the center. OC, J-Team, and EWG, though, are in close proximity. So do need to keep our eyes on those guys because there is a chance that they're going to look to contest that and get in on that fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. EWG, GG, both of them looking to go ahead and pressure that Moore's Blessing, pick themselves up some decent loot here. We are going to see a natural Bane's Breath being dropped down here. A couple of teams going to be forced to back away. GG actually looking to go ahead and secure this. But there we go. They're just going to go ahead and commit the Temi ult. This is exactly what you do. They see EWG in the distance, they back off, and then LXM just makes the decision and says, all right, we're just going to drop the ultimate, the heck with it. And this is the mindset some of these teams really need, right? It's a resource. Burn the resource. Yes, it's great to hold on to it, but we've watched time and time again. We talked about this earlier this week in Trios. Team Wolves constantly trying to hold that Temi ult to get maximum value out of it, and they actually end up getting picked off because their Tumulk player holds off way too late on dropping the ultimate, and by the time he drops it, he's the last remaining player left on the team. Sometimes it's just better to go ahead and burn the resources and live to fight another day.
Well, we're seeing EWG actually taking themselves a fight here versus KZ, and there is no room to move. The knockback onto 3, though, buys him a bit of space, but there's just too many people on the chase, and it looks like this could just be the end here. Is EWG eating a cannon shot, removing their entire armor, and somehow that member of KZ able to survive. GG's 3-3-0 now rocking the golden armor. I believe they have a golden weapon as well, so they're going to be a scary Monk to go up versus. But now, though, just using that ballista, we're able to just strip the armor entirely off somebody there. They are holding fast for the moment.
Like, I love when the ballista comes into play. I love when we get circles actually out here because there's the multiple ballistas, so you kind of end up with dueling ballistas. This is exactly what I'm talking about. J-Team's Eagle sitting on the backside on this other ballista, and if the circle closes in their favor, it doesn't look like it's going to close in his favor, but it does look like it's going to close in GG's favor. GG going to be in the middle of the circle, but they're going to have that ballista control. As long as they've got repair kits, they're going to be able to really apply some pressure to some of these other teams, and you see that with the GG's LXM out here actually trying to pressure other teams and get them to move out where 330 is actually able to get some shots onto them. We see the Temi ult coming in here from OC's Annalie, buying OC some protection from that ballista and from some range shots coming in from some of these other teams as well. KZ with a little bit of a rock here. This rock buying them quite a bit of protection from the ballista. But again, LXM over here by themselves really just trying to force some of these teams out and buy 330 some available space to use that ballista. Unfortunately, it looks like 330 was sniped off of the ballista, still alive, but not able to continue to control the space with it. And this might force Team GG out of the middle of the map, and they're going to have to find some space to call their own. J Team actually on the receiving end of the ballista yet again. GG does not want to give up this ballista in the middle map. Dude, wait. Did TE and JL's Viper ults go off at the same time and they stun each other? I've never seen it happen at the exact same time before. That's absolutely wild. Both of them getting the stun through, but it's TE's VVV who's actually able to survive off of the back of that crazy interaction there. And TE, just VVV left remaining alive, 1 elimination under their belt. VVV just trying to get TE some placement points at this point. Team GG still holding on to the ballista here, but some crazy shots coming in from J Team's Eagle down onto their ballista. A lot of cannon shots coming down as well. The thing is 330 was already pretty low on those repair kits here. It looks like the rest of GG's been funneling them repair kits. They're going to run out fairly shortly here. We're going to see as EWG picks up another elimination here onto OC's Zhangmang, onto OC's Annalie as well. And that's going to bring them closer to the top of the leaderboard here as they've picked up 8 eliminations. GS still in the game, though, with 11 eliminations on the back of their Transformer comp. Very interesting to see this version of the Transformer comp being run as well, because typically if you're going to run Yueshun, we see Kurumi coming through now, that more traditional Transformer comp, and you save the Tumulk for when you play Faria into the comp. So we haven't seen just this standard Tumulk Transformer comp in a hot minute, Jake.
Yeah, it has been a very long time. As we were just seeing GG getting absolutely railed by cannon fire. J-Team trying to move into the zone. Eagles blinking health bar, able to just about make it, but his armor is also starting to get taken away from him as they are looking desperately to get themselves into the fight. Eagle forced to transform already. They have that ultimate available here to 101 TN as well. Can go for it if he needs to. Stun does come on to Zhao Toto, but now the fighting is breaking out. All of the Transformers are just getting let loose as a fight for space and just a place to hide at is up for grabs, and everybody is looking for it desperately. Tutik able to just break away there from 330 on the side of GG. He de-transforms. Eagle has a grab. He gets 1. He gets 2. He cancels the charge. He's not going to be enough, and now Eagle's chunked out. He needs to find a place to heal, but I don't know where he can do so. He's able to get himself on top of the podium and actually survive. Dodging hands, dodging grabs. He gets a pot off, but the cannon fire is able to just deny him in just the clutchest moment. SS looking for a lockdown onto the members, but the stun comes out. The Wu Shen ultimate is going to be enough to get away as a fight for just any foothold in safety is there as JL's AS is getting forced out of the hut here by OUG.
Oh my goodness, OUG gonna suffer the results of that poison splash coming in onto them though, as we see EWG just kind of sitting up topside here. I really love this positioning from EWG because look at this. They have the tiniest little area to block range shots perfectly to the left side. The zone has actually pressured them into a position where they don't have to worry about threats coming from in front or from the side here. They actually can just sit up here and rain down heck onto all of these other teams. J-Team's Eagle here trying to get some cannon shots up there, but it's really hard given the angle he's sitting at. I can't believe Eagle is actually still alive given the situation we caught him in earlier with all the hands coming through, but he does have that movement. He keeps himself alive here. Team GG also just absolutely decimating, taking control of this side of the circle right now. Unfortunately, EWG does lose their roost on the top side there as we collapse fully down onto zone 7 here. Miskia trying to use that cannon, trying to body block the shots coming out of the remaining members of Team GG because GG loses all of their cover. Eagle gonna go immediately into the middle of the map and Monk up here. We're gonna see the Tumulk ult come out trying to block Eagle from getting some of these grabs, but he will find Miskia. Will he be able to find LXM? He doesn't look like he's going to. Smart plays from Eagle here. He's just gonna go ahead and take the slam. He knows he's not gonna have time to find the double grab if he keeps waiting around. Eagle though, just a being butchered. These players up top here just playing target practice with these massive monks. The Karumi finally coming through from J-Team, able to get Eagle mostly healed back up as he's going to find himself demonked. EWG just again dominating the top space here, able to hold on to the verticality and those walls to block range shots for themselves, and it's paid dividends as they're sitting here with 9 eliminations, and as we see multiple teams getting eliminated. OUG will pick up GS's Ann and KZ's Jen, and that's going to be 2 teams eliminated as GS only had 1 member left remaining alive. OUG now to 13 eliminations. J-Team and EWG the only other 2 remaining teams, and the question is who's going to come out on top here. OUG trying to use that merciless havoc just to keep people out of their space. They're holding on to that mid tier over here. They don't want to have EWG coming in from top, but OUG's SS is going to try to lock the whole lobby down with the Viper Stun here. They actually catch out all 3 members of EWG. Unfortunately, we see this a lot. These Viper comps running the V2 instead of the V1, and it coming back to bite them. He gets the stun, but they're not able to capitalize anything off of it whatsoever. All they do is force a reposition, force a Wu channel, and they get nothing else out of it. Eagle able to monk up again, finds OUG's the king, isn't able to get the slam though as he's staggered back here. Eagle will get another grab onto the king though. He looks for the slam as he gets pushed in the zone. The Yodo Hime here actually keeping Eagle out from the rest of the team. OUG able to pick up elimination after elimination, but it's EWG who's just gonna live out from everybody else. Oh my goodness, 101 TN comes out of nowhere and starts blitzing through the team. It's 2 members of EWG are finally able to find the elimination. The question is who's going to be the MVP? It's so close. I think it might be OUG, but it could also potentially be EWG. What a crazy first game, Jake.
That was such an explosive first game. A way quieter start than I expected, where we had people ignoring that first Roma Yang, but a huge ending there. And OUG are the ones who take the overall MVP at the end of that game. Some pretty high-scoring teams there in this game, if I'm going to be honest. A few teams who were a little underwhelming. TE didn't really feel like they did much there, but there were some teams who scored some serious points in this first game already. So kicking it off with style, waking us up on Sunday. Well, I guess depending where you are. If you're in Europe like me, waking you up on a Sunday with an absolutely explosive game number 1. OUG looking really good there. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to kind of keep this form going throughout the day, because OUG are a team who I would say have always been consistently top of the tables, and they've had their moments in the sun, absolutely. Also, they're kind of one of those good teams that are slightly forgettable to me, because like they play well, and then there's like 4 games where they kind of just play okay, like not bad enough to take note of, but not well enough to take note of. So let's see if they can keep that form going, because it feels like this game really suited them. They played super aggressive, and I just thinking about Eagle on that monk. He just got staggered in the final circle, constantly getting hit by the Yoto shots, and he just getting pushed back and back. And because he wasn't trying to stand still and grab the Yoto, he wanted to get in the zone to get rid of the tick. He didn't get the opportunity to, because he was just getting staggered, and did pay the ultimate price for that. J-Team losing Eagle early. There was a moment where I thought 101 TM was going to be able to save the day on the UASM when he jumped in, got the slam down, but it was like another OUG member just kind of came out of the woodwork, out of the cracks. So it's like, oh, this is over. This is so over.
You know what? It was such a great final circle, quite honestly. EWG is able, to take the high ground there, and every piece of high ground that they have has a wall that's at like a half wall that's blocking directly to the zone. So they're able to just take pop shots the whole time. And anytime they want to avoid, repercussions, they just duck back down behind the wall. They repair their weapons. They hang out. OUG is able to take that sort of middle ground, and any team trying to pressure up to EWG just suffers the wrath of OUG. OUG, they eliminate GS trying to do the same thing. They eliminate KZ trying to do the same thing. And we just watch OUG build the number of kills over and over again. J-Team wanted to be out in that sort of open area because they do have the monk. They want to be able to land those grabs. They want that line of sight so that they can grab onto players. Eagle able to get grabs off, not able to find the double grabs like he usually does given the terrain. Quite honestly, this is very bad ending circle for a transformation comp. Monk just not really able to get the grabs that you're looking for, but you see the quick adjustments coming through from Eagle, and it's one of the reasons I think he's one of the best Monk players in the league. Many Monk players will find that first grab and they will look for the second grab to their own detriment. They will throw hands till that person walks away and they're not able to get even a single slam out. Eagle, he sees the Temi ult come out, he gets one grab and he goes, we're not doing this. Walks out of the Temi ult so his teammates can get range shots off, just goes for the slam. He's like, we'll go one and done all day. If it's better to get something than nothing. And that's why Eagle, one of those players, is so good. He's just able to adjust on the fly. He knows the Monk so well. Unfortunately for J Team though, it was a very bad ending circle for, you know, the Monk transformation comp, and Eagle not able to really find any sort of space. And then we see the Yodohime. I mean, it's literally a dream come true for a Yodohime to be able to ult inside a house where the Monk can't grab you, but you can just keep knocking him into the zone with those slashes. Literally a dream come true for OUG's Yodohime here. And we see that come through here. We were able to pick up a 15 eliminations, and they go out in third place with 2.5 ranking points. And because of that multiplier, they're going to be walking away with a 25 game score for game number 1.
Yeah, their kills definitely carrying them there through over the finish line for that 25 pointer. But EWG going out in second with 22.6, and then J Team with 20.6. Very, very close game between those guys at the top end of the table. You still have the likes of GS as well, who went out a bit earlier on, but still got 18.3 points from that. GG, 14 points from that. Everybody scored but JJH, which is tragic because I really want to see this comp work. I want success here from it, and they whip it out in that game 1, and it unfortunately does not come home fruition for them. But can see all the 3 players and what they took and how they kind of did in this game. Honestly, kill like damage spread pretty equal across the board. There's really not too much difference. There's 2,000 more damage coming in from Xinyu there, but realistically, when you have a team like this, you kind of expect the Yoto to have like 8 to 6k more damage than the rest of their team. But they were just playing as a well-oiled machine, and the damage spread was there. Really, really nice stuff coming in from OUG. Is GS, the guys on the screen right now, they had such a good start to this game. They played super well at the beginning. Really aggressive stuff, picking up a whole bunch of kills nice and early. It was really, really impressive seeing them. And then JJH, unfortunately, getting eliminated very early with this really exciting team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate to see JJH. They had a run of bad luck in terms of positioning this game. They went to the huts just to the west of Celestra there, and there's typically a very, very heavily contested place because of all the Darktide coins that are available there. You can break all the pots, and those Darktide coins in, of course, Immortal War, massive for these teams, right? They're able to utilize those to not only buy early Bane's Breaths, they can buy teammates back, they can also go to the box and buy random purple weapons, which in Immortal War, where purple weapons are hard to come by, very, very useful for a team. So that's why we see so many teams descend there. That decision coming to bite them in the ass because it's heavily contested, and there's 4 teams there all breaking out in a fight, and JJH just finds themselves in the middle. But let's talk about SS here, who's going to be walking away on Viper, the MVP for OUG, their first MVP this season, 13,000 damage, 7 eliminations, and 7 assists. That's almost 100% kill participation, Jake.
Really, really big stuff coming in here from the side of SS. Absolutely just mega impactful on the Viper. It's weird because Viper's one of those heroes who we knew does well into the comps, but like I feel like we're having more Viper recently than we used to. I just think everyone has such high emphasis on how good the Monk comp was, and kind of honestly how bad people seem to think Yoto was. And Viper seemed to only be played with a Yoto, and I know in this game they did. But it was nice to see, you know, SS popping off and kind of really setting the team up for success on that Viper. I'm hoping we do start to see more of these Justina comps coming in, though, because you can see there a bit of a rough circle for the Monk, combined with a team that is designed to counter the Monk, really denied J-Team from winning this game. OUG, honestly, playing it really, really well. And we're talking about, bad final circles. Morris Isles, like, we always say it's like 60-40. So like 60% of the time it's a good circle for a monk, 40% of the time it isn't. On the other side though, Holoroth is a map where like 60% of the time it's not a great circle for a monk, and only 40% of the time it is. So I feel like if anybody is willing to pick up the Justina, this might be the map to do it on, just due to the fact that like the Justina is more likely going to have a final circle where she can actually really deny the monk quite hard. And if you only have like a few spots where you can like stand on and see the whole battlefield and find good grabs, if you get yourself frozen up there, the whole lobby are just going to turn around and just shoot whatever projectiles they have at you and remove you from the lobby. So maybe we'll get lucky. I'm not gonna get too excited by it because I do know at the moment it's only really JJH who are pulling out this Justina comp. But I feel a little denied. I'm gonna be honest with you, Rune. You sold me on it. I was really down for it.
I'm the same way. I'm right there with you. 0
points, man. 0 points.
It's the complete opposite of their first day this week, because again, their first day they bring this comp out, they absolutely dominate the lobby and they're able to come out on top. Unfortunately, this time I don't think we even got to really see the comp do what the comp wants to do, just because of some bad decision making from JJH. They really wanted to hot drop and pick up those Dark Tide coins early, and knowing that that's such a heavily contested area early, we didn't even get to see their ultimates come out from them. So many teams pressure onto them because there's these little skirmishes going on either side of them. They get separated, and then those teams see a player that's separated from their team and they go, well, we're going to stop fighting because that's a free kill. And then all those teams just are like, let's descend on these members of JJH and make something happen. And then again, when they respawn, they find themselves in yet another bad situation. Hopefully JJH brings it back coming into game number 2. But we've got a short video for you guys before that, and then we'll come back and hop straight into the action.
如果说想回单排赛道的话，目前来说我是不想回去了，因为我想就是做一件事情，把一件事情做好吧。第二天的话，应该还是会稳一点的吧，因为就是我现在缺少了这3排的那个梅花桩决赛圈的经验，所以说他们是会带我进决赛圈的，就是多在梅花桩里面打的话，才知道怎么玩。但说实话的话，确实3排有点愁的，因为3排要领悟的东西太多了。然后平时以前打单排的话，会有一些空余时间啊，这些打3排的话，一整天基本上没有自己的休息时间了。
Nice to hear there from the King from OUG, just coming off a fresh victory as well, so can be feeling good as they're getting ready to drop onto Holoroth and into this second game of the day. See if they've got what it takes. And interestingly, they won that game playing a Yoto comp, so it'd be interesting to see maybe if they have something else in mind, or they're happy with their Yoto win. Now they can look towards their monk games where the monks kind of designed for late game kill farming, just picking people up across from the other side of the map, bringing them to your team, taking them out and getting a slam down. As GG, they are zen. I don't know if 330's zen or if he's just asleep. I'm not gonna lie. He's either really peaceful or he's just falling asleep.
Look, he's just enjoying a little nap here. He knows he's got short time between the games here. He wants to get as much rest as he possibly can. And I mean, again, we're talking about one of the best monks in the league here. He's throwing a lot of hands. He's got to get some rest in between these matches for his team here. And again, GG starting to have a really good game this last game, and unfortunately just not able to close it out the way that they wanted to. But we were talking about OUG, and again, OUG, one of those teams, like you said, that kind of falls under the radar for us a lot. They'll have kind of like one big explosive game and then they'll just play consistently the rest of the time. But this is a strategy that's worked fairly well for OUG, as they are almost always in the bi-weekly finals, and because of that they're able to put together plenty of points to qualify for the World Championship. And in our last World Championship, OUG, if I'm not mistaken, were the runner-ups to being our world champion. J-Team able to beat them out in the final game. So it's a team that performs very, very well. I think there's no wasted energy from OUG, right? During the bi-weeklies, they're looking to just kind of go, okay, hey, we've got some cracks in our playstyle here. Let's just play consistently and kind of slowly work on smoothing this out. And as long as we make it to Worlds, that's the ultimate goal, we can then pop off and make something happen there. And we saw them do that last year. I think we're seeing them start to do the same thing again this year, Jake.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're getting ready to go into Hero Select for our second game of the day. These players are going to be pulling out in this one. What are they going to be running? So far, we actually really haven't had too much of a shake-up. See if we got something in line here. See a lot of cicadas on Holoroth. We're used to anyway. Right now, though, actually quite a lot of Yoto. Interesting. This is a surprising amount of Yoto compared to the Monk. I think people are realizing that, honestly, Holoroth can be a rough map for Monk. There are great circles for Monk. Don't get me wrong. There are some very big open spaces where Monks can just really excel. There's also lots of very tight, nippy areas, a lot of areas with a lot of terrain and verticality, which just completely shuts those Monks down. Yoto does not have that problem. Yoto is hyper-mobile. Final circles can be super impactful, and this could be quite an explosive game. I do think, though, a lot of these Yoto teams may avoid taking the Realm of Yangs unless they feel comfortable fighting into a Monk in the zone, in the Realm of Yang, or fighting into another Yoto comp. Yoto, pretty aggressive in the early stages, but we'll see what they're going to do and how this game plan is going to go down. As it's like, again, a pretty spread out map, like a lot of people dropping all over the place, not all in close proximity. So it could be quite an interesting start with a lot of teams taking 2v2s and not having to worry about those third-party threats.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see OUG also looking to go ahead and take podium early if they can. You were talking about the Viper comp here as well as with the Yoto. Again, it's a comp that used to be this sort of end game heavy comp that's sort of transitioned into this skirmisher comp that excels very well in the early to mid game. And again, like you said, typically those comps really don't want to take those Realm of Yangs, especially into those particular Monk comps. But what you will see a lot of these comps do is during the Realm of Yang, they'll start to hover by some of the nearby soul altars and wait for those teams that lose inside the Realm of Yang so that they can clean up some easy kills from some desperate players with that Yang depletion. As we turn now to TK immediately going head-to-head here with Team JL. And this is just a throwback to the beginning of game number 1 here as JL and TK going head-to-head, and it looks like JL is going to come out for the second time on top of this as they butcher down 2 members of Team TK and 40 IWNL trying to use those dual blades to make something happen, trying to land that charge left click, just isn't able to find it. We see the shoulder tackle come in from the Uasian, is able to connect on to our player from TK, and they're going to pick up all 3 members of Team TK. Off to a great start. Team GD now looking to do the same here to the members of Team KZ. We're going to see the Wushan immediately come in, throw down that F2, trying to get some healing off, supply the team with a little bit of backup here, but Lily is going to find themselves going down. Hazily now the next target. Donquing able to land a parry into the riposte. There's absolutely nothing that KZ can do at this point. AOW coming in for the third party there with an instant jump parry onto Kakaishi, able to pick up that elimination with the riposte. That leaves GD's Donquing the only remaining member of GD, as they weren't able to get K back up before AOW shows up. We're going to see the Yoda ult come out as soon as they're able to get out of the freaking Temi ult, and then to cancel as soon as they have the kill secured. What a third party from AOW.
That was an amazing third party. Got a little bit of sand in their hair, but they were able to make it work. Absolutely big start there for AOW coming in with a successful third party. Almost a successful defense, to be fair, from the Temi. Cut over the JL, get himself in a fight here versus EWG. Right now, it does look like Zhao Lue is going to be taken down by Wumpeng here from the side of JL. Cut over towards our snowy area, my favorite, JJH, are rocking a Tammy Monk comp. Starting to move away from their Justina, from what we saw in that first game of the day. Instead, they are in the Veins Breath. I believe that is their Veins Breath. Actually, I saw the little paper charms circling around them. There's GG hunting Ventus. Chase on with those grapples. TJ has been caught. Gonna get jumped onto by LXM. He's got the pole arm as well. The staff. So he's able to keep him pinned in place, able to chip away quite heavily at his health bar. GG They really want to push up actually onto Ventus here. They're feeling comfortable to take this fight as WX98, he's trying to get away, but he is 1 versus 3. He's desperately trying to slip away, but no armor left. Using as much movement as possible. Gets a bit of a slam down onto Miss Kia, and now actually gets a bit of a turnaround. Lovely little use of the staff there just to kind of stagger them, but there's no way he's going to be able to move. And down he goes. GG able to secure that kill as J-Team were able to pick up a Moonbane Charm there. See how or where they're going to use it. Here, apparently, immediately on this fight with OUG. See if maybe they can take out the team that did just win that previous game and did deny them that first place. ZK dodging away, pinged back there with the Viper, not the Viper, the Wu Shen ultimate to get away from the side of OUG. And that is honestly all she wrote for the fight. It looks like J-Team are done contesting and chasing.
Yeah, I mean, coming through here, we see them able to go ahead and secure an elimination onto J-Team as well, which forces the Wu Chen ult to come back out. OUG lives to fight another day because of that. J-Team not able to keep the pressure up here. The King already with a legendary set of nunchucks for themselves here. What a pull. Again, the loot in Immortal War, man, it's so hard to get yourself into that purple tier gear, much less legendary tier gear, especially this early into the game. Not quite sure how they were able to get those hands on that, but it looks like the gods of Holoroth shining on OUG this game, as we see Team GG immediately start to pressure onto TK. TK wasting no time whatsoever to go ahead and drop the mech and start blitzing down some of the members of Team GG. GG forced to back off here. The Yodo F3 already been used from the side of Team GG, as we see AK trying to take some of those big range shots off. Gonna back off, looks to take a reset. LXM trying to come in with the stun here, not able to find it onto the remaining members of Team TK. TK Sad trying to land some grabs here, absolutely being blitzed down from above by the Faria mech. And now I40WNL a little separated from the rest of the team, trying to keep GG from regrouping on top of each other here, but also a little split up where you see Miskia take some big hits here, and it looks like Sad 7 gonna lose their Monk ult as well. And Team TK might look to back out of this fight relatively soon. Nope, they're going to commit all 3 ultimates here instead of trying to hold on. 1 single hit left on the Yodo. The Wu Chen forced to bop the ultimate, and TK makes them burn all 3 of their ultimates. Yodo Hime cancel out early enough, though, because of the Wu Chen ult before the slash comes through, meaning that Yodo's actually going to have that ultimate back available for themselves. As we turn now to OUG going head-to-head with AOW. Saw AOW earlier picking up some huge third-party action. Ping Tao coming in with the Viper, looking to lock down the members of OUG. Xin Yu's going to get caught out here. Ping Tao able to get that Soul Bloom Essence just in time, keeping them in the fight, just able to separate themselves from the no ult zone. And that's going to be it for the members of OUG. They're going to be forced back to the Soul Altar early here, and it's as we have Zone 1 collapsing onto Zone 2, meaning they're not going to be able to take those first Realm of Yangs. It's going to be AOW and EWG now going Yodo ult for Yodo ult. Zhong Wukong here trying to create some distance from EWG's 2-tick, as AOW's been in that depletion for too long here, taking too much zone tick and of course losing that healing as they stand there inside of it. So they want to back off of this fight. More than happy to expend the ultimates to make something happen here. What a weird interaction coming out there. You don't see that often here in the Pro League, to grapple into the ranged weapon to kind of surf onto the ground here, and AOW going to be forced to spend the Wu Chen ult as well. But EWG more than happy to stay hot on their heels. They've got a Viper ult available to them, and they know AOW is low on resources, low on ultimates. They want to keep that pressure up. Whoa, we see AOW's Ping Tao actually find their own Viper ult back. After this, they finally get the charges, but they're not going to be able to connect onto anybody within. EWG looks to turn onto them with their own Viper ultimate now. They look to lock down Shu Tong. They want to keep them from being able to use that Wu Chen to get away from this fight once they pick one of them off. It's a 3v2. Oh my goodness. Zhao Liu knocked into the zone. Wukong extremely low, though, knows they can't take this fight. OUG shows back up. Oh my goodness, EWG looking to get cleaned up here by the members of OUG. AOW wants nothing to do with this. They are looking to get out of here. EWG forced into the zone as Yiran comes back and is able to buy them back into this game with their ultimate after using that resurrection. And man, it was close because Yiran went down very close to that zone 2 coming all the way through, Jake.
I'm pretty sure it was EWG who were taken out by AOW, who then came in and saved the day for AOW. EWG just forcing away there. That was such a clutch fight. But we are actually going to cut over JJH finding himself in the Roma Yang with J-Team here. Barry's going to go down the fight. Actually, going to take a little bit of a second before it gets started. Everyone's getting up in the air. There's the Sandstorm actually catching on to 101TN, cancelling him from him getting airborne effectively. They're going to throw down the Roma Yang and reposition the fight. Bit of an interesting one there. The wind wall does go out to make sure that they are going to be nice and safe. Refreshing that armor as much as possible. 101TN dancing around the edge. He loses so much health immediately, though. Already hella chunked out. Gonna throw down the ultimate. They've got the Viper coming in for the damage, and that could just be the lockdown. And that's gonna be the one onto Chewy already. J-Team getting himself a grip hold on this fight, but Godly has transformed. Waters keeping the pressure up onto ZK, trying to find the grab, is able to cap onto ZK for now, as they are getting the damage off onto Godly. The slam comes down, and ZK gonna try and reposition, breaks away from the grab, but Waters keeping the pressure up. They can't seem to find the monk grabs, but ZK is gonna finally get slammed down and finished up. Godly, though, going very low and will be losing its transformation. It's a 2 versus 2, but 101TN grab immediately gonna get the bell pop to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. His health bar is low, and Godly and Eagle able to get the chain around onto Godly. Somehow J-Team have got themselves a grip on this fight. It is a 1 versus 1 to end it. Eagle going for the heal. Doesn't have his ultimate available to him yet, though, unfortunately, as it's now down to Eagle and Water. They've got 20 seconds to take this fight. They both go for the full resets. Eagle launching into the fray is going to lose his armor immediately to Water. Water doing so much work with those purple jewel blades onto him. They're looking for the counters. They're looking for the clangs. And there's the counter by Water, cancelling out as he goes airborne, throwing down the swords to refresh his shield. 4 seconds left. I don't think either team's winning this one. They're both getting the DPR.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, JJH Water recognized the situation. He saw how little time there was left, and he was just like, I'm gonna deny JJH here from being able to win this realm of Yang. Both of these teams going to go out here with Yang depletion. Now that's 3 teams heading out into the world with Yang depletion. That's going to be a lot of desperation, which means we're about to see a whole lot of fights break out here in the mid game as we see Team GD looking to go see what's gone down at Podium. Podium, of course, already been solved. We saw OUG spawn very close by here, so they were able to pick up this box, and that's where they were able to get those legendary nunchucks we were talking about earlier. Turning to J-Team now, who again have that Yang depletion. They're looking for an optimal place to go ahead and respawn, able to see if they can find a team that they actually want to engage with after losing that fight inside the realm of Yang. Looks like J-Team might opt to keep moving here. Maybe they don't want to take this particular res, who Team Ventus so close behind them. J-Team's going to keep it moving more northward. Hopefully they're going to find a decent place to respawn on the top side of the map as they keep pressuring here. Ooh, man, talk about a much better place to respawn as they find a respawn literally right next to a Morris Blessing. That's going to be some good gear for them to get back into. But the problem is they've wasted a lot of that time on that Yang depletion. They're going to need to find a team to eliminate and get those soul blooms very quickly, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out of the replay, though. Oh, sorry, this is the replay. I'm an idiot. This is actually JL getting themselves in a fight here versus GS. Transformation did come out from Feng here. Let's see if he can find himself the grab. Looks like he was able to get one. Gets himself the second as well. And that's pretty much going to be all she wrote for this fight. If you get the double slam down, fights are normally done so at that point. As yeah, Zhao Toto not even able to move as he does just bleed out. Coming out of the replay though, J-Team with their Rumble Yang debuff now finding himself in a fight versus the King. As 101TN does have his ultimate up and available. He's waiting it out and not throwing it down immediately. Now we're going to see ZK looking for the lockdown. They're going to try and follow up the Sagas into the purple brush they go as 101TN gets himself his ultimate cancelled out. They already have got 1 kill onto TK. Sad's putting some pressure onto 101TN, but in comes the rest of J Team to make sure he's okay. Sad actually doing a great job of holding on. There goes the F ability to buy some space for Sad as he gets knocked back by ZK. ZK is keeping the pressure up onto Sad, and J-Team able to alleviate themselves the pressure of that Roma Yang debuff as they strip it off at least 2 members as AK is on the run. Eagle's like, oi, I need to get you. I need to get this Roma Yang debuff off. Gonna catch the tether on. AK, he's in danger. He's got the whole of J-Team chasing him down. Eagle keeping the pressure up though onto AK. As Eagle going to get some damage off. But remember, if Eagle dies here, he doesn't get a rebuff. He doesn't get a Karen that they can revive. So they need to make sure that Eagle doesn't die. Or obviously they have to go, I'm going to have to buy a rebirth charm. And Eagle immediately getting turned onto. But now the rest of J-Team's here. ZK, he's not going to live for long. And J-Team are back in this game.
Yeah, J-Team able to just clean up all the members of TK, making it look easy. As we turn to TE, man, you know, TE, one of those teams we expect a lot out of. They just finally won their first bi-weekly. You know, they've suffered that curse of being the former members of Fun Plus Phoenix, where, you know, every single time they pop off during the regular bi-weekly, they would get into the bi-weekly final and not able to secure the victory. Finally, after their 6th attempt of going in at the top of the pack, they were able to take that bi-weekly final for themselves. But this week, TE not really performing very well. They haven't put a ton of eliminations on the board, and today looks to be a repeat of that. They had 1 point last game, and right now currently sitting on 1 eliminations. AOW here being pressured onto by the members of OC. OC with a little bit of a misplay. Their Viper pops their ultimate after AOW does, which means it's just going to get canceled out when the stun comes through, meaning that unfortunately they do lose a little bit of sustainability onto AOW. But the third party power as Slayer comes in with a massive Yodohime ultimate is able to save the members of OC as they start to take control of this fight. They pick up 2 of the members of AOW, and now it's just Ping Tao by themselves. GS in the wings, they're going to pick up an elimination onto GG's Miskia. We also see Slayer off to the side picking up a member of JJH. JJH also struggling today. Ping Tao, no place to go, as all 3 members of OC give chase. This is unfortunate. Let's all give a salute to the members of AOW as they get sent back to the lobby by Team OC.
At least they do get sent back with, you know, 8 kills. So it's not like it's a bad game for them, to be fair. They did score fairly well off the back of this, even with, but GD going to get themselves a free Roma Yang to themselves. You can see the, I don't believe anyone got a Mora's Blessing yet, but GD are going to be able to pick this one up. Probably 10 I missed it, might, as you'd assume. Golden Dagger as well. They're going to be very happy with that one. They've got Golden Spear as well onto K, so K's very comfortable with that one. Really set up for some success here. Cutting over though, GG and GS were thinking about fighting each other, but deciding actually we'll back away. We're not going to fight each other yet.
Jake,
particularly feeling that.
Am I the one who thinks they should take GG, GS, and GD, stick them all in a room and let them fight over who gets to have the G in their name?
Yeah, well, no, every team has a goddamn G in their name, man. It's like Z's and G's. It's just like one of the most used letters in this league for like player names, for team names. I feel like I'm basically like, sometimes, especially in solos, because we got a lot of like team players who have like their names are just an assortment of letters and numbers. It feels like I'm just like grabbing cold alphabet Betty spaghetti, slurping it, and just like spitting out letters and numbers half the time. Like what I'm saying when I'm casting this game, because the amount of like just like GGs, GS, OC, JL, like it's all that.
Oh, speaking of which, now GG and GS going head to head instead of GG and GD. It's literally alphabet soup over here as GG picks up a couple members here of Team GS. GS down to 2 members as Ann and Alex. Or sorry, Ann tries to get away here, but LXM giving chase. I'm not quite sure where Liu Ye is, but man, Ann just trying desperately to create some distance between GG. And at the moment, doing a great job, because typically if you can get to that position where you're ahead in grapples and they're not able to grapple onto you, you're very hard to catch. GS's Liu Ye, by the way, coming back and finds the resurrection onto Zhao Toto. This is huge for Team GS. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to lose Ann for it. Because Ann finally being caught out by OUG now instead of GG, as OUG has come out of the woodworks and will lock down Ann. Unfortunately, OUG now has to find themselves going head-to-head with the members of Team GG. Miskia, no ult available for themselves, but more than happy to just come take the loot from Ann's body as the members of OUG back off of this fight.
Yeah, they are just going to step away, see if GS can get in position to defend here. Ballista has been taken over by OUG. Keeping an eye on the area. I suppose sometimes some characters have the most goofy ballista pose. I feel Tammy is one of them. I don't know, he's just so hunched when he's on it. He's like, I mean, I just did a pose as if anyone could see. I mean, you can see from the room, but it's pure goblin energy when Tammy's on the ballista. I don't know, man.
Yeah, yet again here, by the way, Team TE, VVV, the last remaining member of the team here, one elimination under their belt. It's like we're watching game one all over again for Team TE, Jake. Yeah, I mean, TE have not been performing today at all. You know, they're a team who've got very high expectations on them just because of the name. I mean, for anybody who isn't aware, this is FPX from last season. This is the original version of J-Team as well, who won the first World Championship. You know, they're a storied roster. And yes, they're on a new team, but as a group, they've been playing together for a long, long time now. And they have proven time and time again why they are one of the top teams in the league, or one of the top group of players in the league. But honestly, it's been a little underwhelming from them so far. Today, at least, anyway. And I think there's been more underwhelming moments from TE than I've had oh yeah, that's the TE I expect from all of the games I've been covering. Now, GG have found themselves in a fight here versus DS, and they've taken down one player already. GD on the higher ground, now showing up with the cannon. Oh my word, there was GS, GD, and GG in one fight there. Oh my goodness, you love to see it again. The alphabet soup coming through here, but Team GD deciding to go ahead and give up the high ground. They want to get away from this fight. They kind of want nothing to do with what's going on, you know. And again, it's really unfortunate. We go back to talking about Team TE. They're our last bi-weekly champion in trios, right? They finally were able to break the curse. They went into the bi-weekly finals at the top of the pack for the 6th time. And then we're finally able to take their bi-weekly championship. But now here we are during the regular, and all of a sudden they're falling apart again. I don't know what it is with Team TE, formerly Fun Plus Phoenix. It's like as soon as they have a good game or they walk away with a big victory, they just fall apart again. It's like, I don't know how to describe it.
It's exactly the same thing, though. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but they struggled with inconsistency on FPX. We normally made that a consistency argument around bi-weekly finals. They were good before bi-weeklies, and then they get to the bi-weekly and they crumble. I just feel like the biggest problem that plagues this team is their inconsistency. And unfortunately, it seems to be something that hasn't been fixed yet. And VVV now going to mech up and just look to try and get away. But right now, for the side of VVV, they are just playing to get in as late as possible into this game. But when you turn yourself into a big mech, everybody knows you're alone. And the whole lobby just launches onto VVV. They are still about, I believe. I think they did somehow survive that. There's a lot of cannon fire coming down. Utter carnage as the Mora's Blessing will be spawning up. But there we go. VVV taken down and out of this game. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their game once again. And TE struggling in today's games. But I'm not going to write them off yet. I do feel, they're definitely a team that has more to show. We know they have more to show, as GS are also going to get taken out by GG here. GG put in another kill, 7th kill actually under their belt. Been having a very, very solid performance so far, but you still got OC, still got JO, still got J-Team as well, all scoring pretty high in this game. And there's still 25 players left in the lobby, so plenty of points up for grabs before this game does draw to an end. For now, it is a bit of a waiting game. And again, it's one of those circles at the moment where I feel like if you can get that high ground, the monk is going to excel. There's so many little places in which you can kind of duck down and just avoid the monk while they've transformed. I wouldn't say this is a bad monk circle, but I wouldn't say it's an optimal one at the same time, right?
Yeah, this is somewhere in the middle comfortable range for the monk, especially if you're able to get some high ground that you can defend. This could be a fairly decent circle for the monk in the end here. The problem is currently, you know, you're taking a look at Team GD. They're trying to get their hands on that high ground. It's kind of in this open space where everybody's able to pressure onto them. And unfortunately, we're going to see Kakaishi actually get completely separated from the rest of Team GD. What just happened here? Where were the remaining members of Team GD? They just let that go down almost as, oh, they're being pressured by OC from the other side. Team GD, unfortunately, going to be suffering as they get pressured on from both EWG and OC. And this is exactly what I was talking about with that high ground. They were extremely exposed where they were standing and able to be pressured on by both of these teams. Donquing able to go back in and get Kakaishi back into the game. Kakaishi, though, going to be forced to monk up just to get back into the zone because of how low his HP is and how much tick this zone is doing. Kakaishi going to become a big target here, and GD looking to just get away from the members of OC and EWG. But Kakaishi's going to find himself going down a second time. It's Donquing left alive by himself yet again, and now Ventus shows up to the fourth party, and just immediately Donquing finds himself the target of the entire lobby, it feels like. And we quickly turn to JL, who's trying to secure this, is able to just, look, he just takes it. He's close enough. He says, look, I'm going to take the gold armor. You can shred my purple armor and take the old busted armor. Let me just grab this one real quick as Feng just takes multiple repeating crossbow rounds to the face. Wonder when TN actually trying to come in and secure that purple armor for the team and immediately regretting the decision as Feng turns around and returns the favor that J-Team launched onto him while he was opening that box, Jake.
Feng looked like one of those kind of like armless training dummies there, where he's getting hit in the head constantly, just constantly recoiling from those shots and the repeating crossbow. Surprising though that they were able to just pick that one up uncontested. Everybody else just kind of focused on the big monk running into from the other side of the map. So unfortunately for them, they do go down, but also Mora's blessing was denied from a whole bunch of teams during that as LXM gets caught out by the Wisp, and now he's in danger. He's going to try and get himself a heal up, uses the F ability to buy some space and gets one pot off, but he needs to get way more done, but he's taking so much damage. There we go. Beautiful escape from GG, but the problem they're going to have is they jumped to contested zones, and they're going to have to just move away. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the pickup on, and LXM going very, very low is going to get himself off a quick purple armor swap, but it didn't even have that much health to work with. Dongqing's waiting in a bush, waiting to see if there's an opportunity for him to find a kill. Unable to do so, though. Doesn't want to pull that trigger as Ventus coming in with a lockdown, and Ventus coming in with a finish up. They should just be able to finish up these final couple of members as GD are taken out. GG very quick to follow them out of the game as well. Feng now on this high ground finds himself a good grab there actually onto Xiaolue. They get the slam down, they get the damage off, bump him into the zone. Can they find the re-grab? The answer is no, but Xiaolue now looking to just desperately get away. Feng actually taking quite a lot of shots coming in on that front as we do see 101TN getting taken down. JL unable to find that grab onto them, but there's already a kill onto one of the members of J-Team. I believe they're actually lost now, both their Yoto and their Wu Shen, so it's going to just come down to their Viper as their final standing member, ZK. The only player remaining right now for J-Team, as they are just going to be holding on with 3 minutes left in this game. There is still 6 teams left in this game as well, as Xiaolue gets himself caught out in the Wisp, loses a fair amount of HP. There's another Wu Shen ultimate out for safety, as EWG just about making it out from all of this action, but in comes AS with a slam. He's going to stop them from potting. He's going to stop them from healing. Great slam comes in. Able to pick up a whole bunch of kills there. Viper stun coming in for the stun down and the lockdown onto AS. He is going to get caught. He may lose a little bit of HP here as Xiaolue is going to get knocked into the zone. He's going to get himself taken out. There's no way he'll survive that. And JL able to pick up their 11th kill of this game. Holding fast as ZK goes for a reposition, but with the cannon shots coming in, I don't think ZK is going to be able to live for long. OC collapsing in onto him, and J-Team are taken out down to the final 5 teams in this lobby. OC not on particularly low ground, but they are able to shoot up there onto that higher ground, where at the moment, One Fang and Ventus are holding but it's going to be hard for JL to hold on for much longer because the King gets a slam down onto AS, knocks him into the zone as well. They're looking for the re-grab, which they should be able to get, but the transformation comes out from AS to keep him alive, and all the monks now are going to look to try and contest and keep their teams up as AS is just being a nuisance, being a problem. As the King able to find one grab, but he's getting constantly hit. He can't find the grab, he can't find the slam, as now he's got a lot of damage coming into him, pops the bell to keep himself alive, and the action is breaking out. See a Wu Shen ult to try and reposition away from a dangerous position, as One Fang in the zone is going to de-transform immediately, gets hit by the Yue Shen, but is able to reposition back into that zone for the moment. Bunch of teams playing for the high ground just to stay away from this fight. OUG holding up there with Ventus for now, as Ventus is doing his best to hold on. The King low HP and is trying to heal himself up, as Annalie will go down to the tick from the zone. On the outside is Jinyu holding onto this final little spot. The cannon fire is just ripping through the health bar. The sandstorm goes up. AS gets himself a counter onto the King. The bells pop to finish him up and make sure, but AS is going to get the kill regardless, as JL are looking to keep the pressure up here as Ventus go down. JL have 19 kills. They may just go for the 20 bomb, and Z-Meng may just be that 20th kill, as he is going to get juggled. He is going to get slammed down. It's a 20 bomb for JL.
JL now looking to find this last member of OUG, and there it is. 21 eliminations and a first place finish for Team JL. JL going to be very happy with that performance coming through. I do believe it's going to be a 38.2 point game, if not a little bit more, maybe a 38.4 for the members of Team JL. What an explosive game for them in game number 2 coming in here. What a final circle as well. OUG really trying to hold out, trying to have a repeat performance of game number 1 here. They go topside. They're able to find that one little crevice to hide in there. But unfortunately, too many players with cannons in that Rupture Gale Orb just able to pummel them as they sit behind there and burn resources constantly. It's like every time they get a pot off, 2 cannon shots come up and immediately rinse the armor back off of them. They're just trying to keep it alive till they can get their ultimates back up online, and unfortunately they're not able to find it. One of them gets separated. We see their monk go bot side. Immediately the sandstorm comes out. We see him pop the bell to try to stay alive, but he's got no place to go. The zone behind him, the sandstorm in front of him, he just eats a pole sword to the face, and OUG gets split up, separated, and they fall down, and it's Team JL who comes out on top as if out of nowhere. We hadn't really talked about JL too much until that final circle, and then JL just starts finding eliminations left, right, and center, Jake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really, really big stuff coming in from JL. Able to hold just phenomenally fast in that game. And that was another high-scoring game. There was a 21-kill game from the side of JL, but, like, they weren't the only team who really popped off in that game. Like, a whole bunch of teams were scoring. So, again, Spoiled get a really, really big game in. And already Trios is looking like a bit of a shake-up on the second day of Trios going towards that bi-weekly. But TE crumbling in the first 2 games, to be honest. Not really achieving much on their front. J-Team, I feel like they've been doing pretty good today. Let's be real. I'm normally the first guy to kind of jump on J-Team and kind of slam them, but let's be real. They have been holding out pretty well. I've been getting some kills in their games. I feel like they're definitely looking, looking improved from Season 2 J-Team. Obviously, Worlds J-Team won, but we came in and we're like, we've seen this before. J-Team win Worlds and then underperform, but they actually are stepping up. They're definitely not the best team in the league right now. I think there's a bunch of teams who are really stepping up, but they're definitely putting their name in the hat there. But yeah, overall, really, really good game coming in to close that one out. I'm just trying to think of like who else had like the JDJGGGL that was a real scrap, because those guys kept running into each other all game. They just kept looking for each other and looking to fight, and it was a bit chaotic between those guys. But GG definitely not even quite the game 1 performance, but definitely a pretty decent game 2.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we're just like you said, we've been blessed these first 2 games. It's been absolute carnage. non-stop action for the most part across the board. And these final circles have been really, really intriguing. We haven't really had just like that sort of open field final circle we're used to seeing so much of. This last one, you had the hill up top. You actually had the circle come in and collapse onto one of those treasure troves. So Ventus had complete control of that treasure trove. Anytime a team tried to go bot side to get away from everybody to pot up, Ventus was just there. They weren't afraid to burn ultimates to secure eliminations either. We saw GG's LXM run in there, and immediately the Viper just goes, look, you're either going to run back out there and get eliminated, or you're going to get stunned, because I'm going to pop my ultimate and we're going to clean up the elimination. That's what we see happen. Ventus able to secure quite a few points, unfortunately not able to take control of the final zone, but we had that interesting Pagoda on the backside where OUG was trying to buy themselves some space. GS also trying to buy themselves a lot of space on the backside as well. As we take a look here at the scoreboard though, JL again 21 eliminations, a 38.6 game for them, an absolutely massive game. OC though coming in second with 13 eliminations and a third place finish for 22 points. And OUG are winners of game one yet again. This is what we talk about. This is a very consistent team in the top three yet again. 6 eliminations, a second place finish, and a 12.6 game score. Even if they're not winning every game, as long as they continue to put 10 plus points on the board, they are finding themselves sitting very pretty, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice stuff coming in. And honestly, again, high scorer. I mean, that 38.6 is an insane score, but the fact that another team got 22 points, another team got like 16 points in that game, that was a lot of action going on in this game for these points to be going through. And look at that damage, 26k coming in from One Fang on the Monk, but you still have 20k coming in from AFs on the Uation, and, you know, 11k on Karumi. They did fantastic. They really did fantastic in this game to kind of get as many points as they did. Big stuff coming in on the side of JL here, and a pretty even kill spread between the two people who were going to be doing all of the damage and kind of carrying there, but 9 kills on AS's Uation, really putting in some numbers. And just having a look at this game once again, the replays, it was just clutch. It was a very clutch game. A lot of interesting fights actually going on.
Yeah, this is where
third party. I forgot. I was like, something big happened here, and I couldn't remember what it was.
It's just a super clean third party here by AOW. Like, instantly, by the way, look at this. Cancels the ult as soon as they know they've got the elimination. They're just like, let's get my ult charge going back here. I immediately want to go ahead and get back into this game. JL here. This is a fight I don't recall us actually seeing here between JL and GS, where they're able to pick up a huge double grab, and then turning back to AOW here onto JJH, man. JJH just struggling today. It's not been a great day for them. They find themselves constantly on the receiving end of third parties or in between multiple teams where somehow they end up the target of both teams. We're see JL's One Fang here. Again, massive double grab. AS putting in a ton of work. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head earlier. These Uation teams, or sorry, these Monk teams with the Uation, these Uations able to just disrupt and cause so much chaos and pump out so much damage. Really an important part of this Transformer comp that I think we don't talk about enough. But we love to see this coming through, the Karumi MVP from ZU. And this is why, no questions here. Look at this, 29,000 healing coming through from Karumi. 6 kills, but most importantly, 12 assists. That's 18 kill participation out of their 21 eliminations. He's got the burst arrow. Look at this. He has group heal, advanced heal on Karumi. Not only is he using the tether and the ultimate to heal the team, but that group heal, advanced heal, every time he pops a pot, he's getting basically a full pot onto every member of the team, regardless of how far away they are. Absolutely huge. 29,000 healing is very rarely seen. I think the only time we've seen it was J Team. They were playing Z-Ping. They got like 32k healing or something like that in a massive game.
Don't say the name.
But again, 29,000 healing, almost 30k healing, huge. We love to see the Karumi MVP coming through.
Yeah, you know what? Z-Ping, it's the what do you call it? It's the meme with the human resources, and it's like the one guy goes up and it's like, "Hello, human resources," and that's Z-Ping, and then you got Karumi on the other one. I can't remember what she says in the other bit. Either way, yeah, that was a lot of healing. That was not who I expected to get MVP, but bloody well deserved, because they almost did as much healing as their carries did in damage there. Really, really big stuff coming in from JL. And I'm excited to get into the second half of the day now, because, you know, we have our little break. They get a little bit of a respite, a little bit of recovery. I feel some teams, I'm looking at you, the King, need to honestly get a full recovery in, because they have not had a great start to the day. See if they can bounce back and then get going into this game number 3. So I'm very excited to get into that one. We are going to quickly jump to a break, and then we'll be back with our third game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. Hello, welcome back. We're getting ready to go into game number 3. We're dropping on to Morris Isle for this third game. So far, we've had OUG and JL take themselves a victory, and we've had some absolutely kill against them. In JL getting a getting a 21-point game in there. OUG, that's not 21 points, 21 kill. OUG coming in with a really high scoring game as well. A whole bunch of teams are actually showing up. I mean, we saw teams on both the scoreboards who went out like before third circle in some instances and still were in the top end of the table because they just got so many goddamn kills. We're honestly getting some really high tempo games so far, Rune.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. These first 2 games we've been very, very blessed. But I mean, again, we talked about this at the very beginning of the broadcast. This is why I love NARAKA BLADEPOINT so much. It's such a feast to the eyes. It's a pleasure to play. It's a pleasure to watch. It's a pleasure for us to cast. The action almost never stops. There's something always to talk about, and something is always going on. Very, very little downtime where people are like sitting in bushes or hiding in houses. And even if they are, there's something going on. Somebody is trying to pressure them. They're trying to hold that space. Nobody's just kind of clustered in a corner going, yep, we're not here, don't worry about it. Like, something is always keeping the momentum going for these players. And you know, this game again, we had I do believe it was JJH and J Team who go into the Realm of Yang, our first set of Realm of Yang, and they're just not able to clutch the fight out. So we have 3 teams at the end of Zone 2 who are forced to go out and look aggressively to pick up eliminations, which is 1 team extra. And that 1 team extra adds so much pacing to the map, because these teams are all pressuring each other. Everybody's looking for third parties, and the more teams that are fighting, the more opportunities for third parties that there are. So you end up just dragging teams in left, right, and center. So an additional team that's forced to go out, and they're forced to take fights that are unfavorable to them just so they can try to secure those soul blooms and get themselves back in the game, means the action never really stops. And speaking of the action not stopping, neither do the giveaways here on the stream. And of course, we've got a question for you guys watching at home. Which one was once a solo player in NBPL 2022? Was it A, TE's VV, B, OUG the King, C, J Team Eagle, or D, GG's 330? This should be an easy one. I almost brought this up during the last game, so I'm kind of happy I didn't now. So for those old school people who have been here with us since last year, this is going to be an easy question for you guys. For everybody else, good luck. You got a 1 in 25% chance.
It's not 1 in 25%. You got a 25% chance.
You know what I'm saying, Nate.
you don't do odds very often. I see odds are really confusing. I'm so bad at maths. Anyway, let's talk about this game. Let's talk about these teams, these people who also, they got to be pretty good at maths, because you got to know how much your hero points are worth and how much, you know, it costs effectively to run certain comps. They typically, I believe a lot of these teams have it prepped. Like, they know what they're playing, because one of the big changes between Season 2 and Worlds going into Season 3 was this is the first time now where the players can't see what everybody else in the lobby is picking. So you are picking blind, which has its pros and cons. One of the pros are you can kind of prep your day and what your hero selection is going to look like. And in practice, if you really wanted, you could actually do a mock run of all 6 games. You could play the comp 6 games in a row at home as a team and kind of get a warm-up and a feeling for how you're going to play each of these individual games. The cons are obviously, you know, if you pick an anti-monk comp and then everyone else in the lobby picks an anti-monk comp, there's no monks to fight. That is technically an option, but I mean, also realistically, there's always going to be at least 1 or 2 monk comps in the lobby. That hero is he's summoned right now, playing a lot.
Well, you know,
I am liking those. Look, I give a lot of sass towards monk. I mean, first of all, thank God it's not Z-ping. Second of all, I genuinely think we're now starting to see more and more people sway a little bit away from the monk. Not so much that they don't play it at all, but so they don't play it 4 times in a day. I mean, that last lobby was like, I believe the majority were Yoto comps. Like, it was like 55% of the comp of the lobby was Yoto, and then like 45% of the comps were monk. Now, did monk win that game? Yes. Did monk basically make it into the top 4 that game in every team? Yes. But we are seeing teams who are willing to step away from that monk. I'm still waiting for the day when we start to get Valda teams. That's what I'm hoping for. I pray for a day where Valda starts getting played in trios.
Look, I would love to see Valda in trios. I don't know if we're
happening. It's not happening.
Look,
I know.
I don't know if we're gonna see that. We speculated a lot during our earlier game of trios this week, because we are on the patch where Akos is available, right? It's his release patch. And we were hoping to maybe see some Akos come through in trios. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it yet, and he immediately got a buff after release because the devs decided he wasn't in the greatest of places on release. So unfortunately, we're not on the patch where he got his buff. I'm hoping in the future when we see the buff patch come through, or we see the V3 ult come through, that we are definitely going to see him in some of our trios. And that might bring out some new comps we've not seen yet, Jake. Speaking of new comps we haven't seen yet, really hoping JJH brings back out this Justina comp. I know it didn't serve them well in game 1 today, but they had their biggest game on it during day 1. So I'm hoping here we get to see it at least one more time, but it looks like they're going to bring this comp out, which is one that they did run, which is where they replace the Viper with Monk for JJH. But all of a sudden, we're back out. Yeah, here we go. See, if you look here, Godly going to be running the Monk over Viper here for the traditional sort of Viper comp, which is a very interesting comp, Jake.
That's 4 too many Z pings in this game as well. That's a lot of them. I do like the Takeda comp though. I'm not gonna lie, I actually do really. I really vibe with Takeda. I think it's super fun to see him turn up in trios. But it has been a Yoto heavy day. It's interesting because at the beginning of the day we were talking, and me mostly, about how I feel like Yoto just wasn't getting played as much. And I feel it was understandable. And the reason being is, Yoto had been the victim of a series of nerfs, but on top of that also, I just feel like the quality of the players have improved to the point where like they know Yoto's patterns. And in Yoto, once you understand how to play into her, she can be quite telegraphed. But these players still feel comfortable on their Yoto enough to be able to pull her out. And we have seen some pretty decent success from it. We'll have to see if that success can continue as we're getting ready to go into game number 3. More Silent Night. And again, a lot of the teams are spread out. They are separated from one another. I haven't had like a big hot drop spot. It feels like, at most we've got 3 teams dropping in similar locations to one another. 2 of which are JL and GS here. Is a quick scramble for weapons has started immediately for these players. And AS, he's just using his fist, but he's trying to get involved in the fight. Did grab some Firefly, so he has his ultimate to work with, so he can do something, and he does a lot with it. And getting ripped to shreds as he's able to pick himself up a dual sword and take this fight so comfortably. There's all of the charges of the ultimate as Anne has no health to work with, and AS with his bare fists was able to turn that fight for his team.
Well, I wouldn't say with just his bare fist. That ultimate coming through from Takeda, extremely useful. And this is a prime example of what we talk about all the time with these nighttime maps being so favorable for Takeda, because the Fireflies, so easy to get your hands on. And this is one of the spots on the map that's known for those Fireflies, right? This is where you're easily able to come out and usually find 1 to 2 sets of Fireflies. And there's no mistaking that's exactly why Team JL spawned here. And it pays dividends as that Takeda is able to buy them all sorts of space, even though he doesn't have a weapon, and that space more than enough for his team to come out on top, Jake. Turning now to Team TK, looking to get engaged with multiple teams here. We've got OC, GG, and another team off in the distance as well. I do believe it's Aventus far off on the backside here. But TK's already popped that Monk ult. They're forced to back way off because they can't get to that verticality where Team GG is. GG also nearby, we have OUG fighting the members of OC. TK really not in the best of positions. They've got their back to the wall, but GG looking to come in third party. Team OUG here might have bought TK the space they need to get away here and start doing some looting so they can try to get back in this game, but it looks like they might come in for the third party onto Team GG. Miskia trying to go ahead and pick up that elimination, and they will pick up the elimination as now TK finds themselves in a bad situation because they went to come in for the third party but didn't commit as soon as we see the Wu Chen walls come through. So now GG can go ahead and loot all of these bodies and get a full reset, and TK has wasted even more time they could have been using to try to go loot up. We're going to see SS just chilling behind the rock here, watching and waiting, hoping that Team GG is going to leave so that he can slide in and get some resurrections onto the King and
It's not happening. It might be happening. There's no way.
He's got to move quick.
He's not doing it in time. No, it's over.
Oh, look at this 330 camping the body on Zinyu is why they didn't move forward here.
That is really heartbreaking for SS. He waited that out stubbornly, but there it is. No resurrections available. They're gonna have to just use their ones they're given at the beginning of the game. That is quite costly already. There's 3-3-0 now. And join up the rest of his team, get himself the bit more looting done. And better gear sorted out for himself, but right now just following with OUG and the King. Heading towards a place to go and revive.
You know, some people might call what 330 just did there toxic. I like to call it strategy, Jake.
No, that's no. Anyone calls that toxic is just being a baby. Like, that is genuinely just a really good play. Of course, you're going to make sure that they don't get the revives and they can't just come and third party you from behind. You want to make sure that you know, there's no one actually under threatening you, so you might as well make sure that the kill is secured. It's a tactical advantage. GG though find themselves in a fight here versus TK. TK trying to go for the fight. The Wuchen Wolves have gone down for the moment, as that's a lot of damage coming out from LXM, and they should just be able to finish this kill up onto 4CIWL as they are finished up. GG securing themselves 2 kills there onto TK. And the final member is going to be limping away as Ventus being chased here, or chasing, sorry, onto KZ. KZ desperately trying to break away for the moment as TJ keeping the pressure up, gets the uppercut as well. Halesy using the Z-ping bubble to get themselves some healing back for the moment, as we can see the monk transformation coming in from TJ, looking for the grab, unable to connect it. And now KZ trying to just get away from this monk and use the verticality and the surrounding terrain to get away, but the grab does come in on to 1. Jen, low HP. This should just be a secure onto the slam as he gets the re-grab as well. And Lily is going down. That is going to be another kill for Ventus. And I believe there was only 1 member left, is now TE. They've got some honor to revive for themselves because they have had a bad day. Let's see if they can find themselves an opening, find themselves a victory in this fight. But already TXJ is taken down. The Wuchen, out. And TE going for the escape as the Karen slowly slides down the cliff face.
Yeah, this is a very interesting place here. The Wu Chen from TE forced to just kind of throw that ult wherever he could find it. And unfortunately, it cost them a couple precious seconds in being able to get that resurrection back. And GS more than happy to try to continue to give chase. They have lost sight of Team TE, but if they find them, TE is in quite the vulnerable state as they're missing that Wu Chen ult, and they are very, very low. It looks like Xiao Toto might see them on the other side here. Not quite sure if he's actually made that call or not. We do see GS, though, has a bounty onto another team, but they're more looking to capitalize on the weak state of Team TE. TE's been able to secure at least 2 eliminations this game for themselves, thankfully finding at least 1 more kill than they were able to find during games 1 and 2. And like you said, TE's got a lot to prove here. We're looking at TE 3 games in with a game score of 4.8, and 2 of those game score coming from this game. This is not typically where we see Team TE at all. Even when they feast or famine, they don't typically have games that are close to 1-0 points. They might walk away with 4 or 5 points and cost themselves that first place that they're looking for, but not performing quite as bad as they have here today. So hopefully they can find some sort of space today, or sorry, in this game, where they're able to come back and show us the TE we're used to seeing. TK, on the other hand, as we saw earlier, I don't know what it is with this team. So, you know, brand new team to the league in terms of our spring split, our first NBPL of the year here. They are consistently underperforming every time we turn and look at them. I don't think we've seen TK have a single big pop-off game all season, Jake.
No, we haven't. I don't think they have. Hold on. Let me have a look at my notes. They did actually week 1, day 2.
Week 1, day 2, they had a game. But I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the only game they've had. Every time I feel like I'm looking at TK, they're making these massive bad decisions, right? Like we saw them try to commit into a fight with GG earlier. And then as soon as a Wu Chen F came down, they decided they weren't going to commit. They backed off. And it was time that would have been better spent with them repositioning and looking for loot. And then because they didn't do that, GG was able to cut them off later with more loot, because GG was able to win fights, secure loot, and then loot path in front of them. And then TK has to take a fight now at a completely disadvantage. And we watched TK literally get wiped off the map by Team GG, quite honestly. I mean, it didn't look like they even got to fight back at that particular point. TK, they need to grease the wheels a little bit. They need to figure out what's going on, start making some better decisions here in the NBPL, or I think they're going to find themselves not going to Worlds this year if they're not careful about it.
They don't need to grease the wheel. They need to get a wheel to grease in the first place. Like, it's not been great from them, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Roma Yangs have spawned up, though. We'll see who's actually going to be jumping into that one, what the action's going to be looking like on that front. But GG, they're not going into the Roma Yang. They're going into OUG as Zinyu is forced away from his team, and now GG can look to pressure onto the rest of OUG. We are going to see SS throw out that Viper ultimate, try and look for a lockdown. Miss Kia is going to get caught as they slowly slide down the side of the mountain, but they are going to be able to hold on for the moment as Miss Kia throws out their ultimate as well. 330 has actually already lost their life as Zinyu keeping the pressure on. They're looking for SS here with these Yoto strikes. Can't quite find the connection. SS cancels the heal as they are going to clamber up the tree away. Miss Kia unable to get chased down for the kill. And GG end up losing this fight pretty hard to OUG. The winners of game number 1, pressuring onto a team who honestly have been consistently performing today in GG. But GG gonna have to go through the zone as we head over to that realm of Yang. It's GD versus JL right now. As Kakaxi, very low HP, should just be finished up here by Feng. But the charge click comes in from that longsword. K able to find himself a kill, and now Ziyu goes down as well. K saves the day and wins the realm of Yang for GD.
Yeah, GD gonna be walking away with that Vermilion Bird's Might here. It looks like Team GS back to our alphabet soup. All of them. Look, they're waiting as long as possible to take the buff as well here. GD wants to make sure that they can utilize it all the way towards that next realm of Yang, get as much mileage out of it as humanly possible here. They're going to go out on the hunt now, able to secure themselves another set of purple armor here. And I'm not sure which legendary weapon they were able to get out of the box, but somebody's holding on to something. I would assume it's Kakashi who's holding on to a little legendary weapon action over there, given that he is the monk for this particular comp and his damage scales with it. GS, on the other hand, Lao Ye here with the legendary longsword onto Takeda, and this is scary, right? Takeda is one of those people that's just able to utilize that ultimate to extend combos and keep whole teams locked down. You can just pop that F ability and follow up with a charged left click, that huge slash that comes out from this longsword, and almost guarantee you lock somebody down and hit them with it. And from a legendary longsword, that's so much damage being pumped out. GS really setting themselves up for success here. As we go back to the replay, GS versus OC inside the realm of Yang. OC gonna go ahead and use that Feria ult here, trying to get their hands onto so many people. Annalie actually able to get a grab onto Zhao Toto, but this is what we talk about all the time. These monks, greedy for those double grabs, right? He just keeps looking for the grab. If he had pumped out that slam onto Zhao Toto would have died right here. And he does die, but his teammate comes out on top. Absolute insanity. GS able to come out on top there. But again, sometimes you got to take what you're given, right? You've got them in hand already. They're about to break free. Why are you looking for a double grab? Even if you get another grab and they're about to break free, you're still only going to have one person in your hand. Just go ahead and pop some damage out. Win the fight. JL here going head-to-head with J-Team. J-Team's Eagle coming in. Tons of damage being pumped out on ZU, trying to keep them from getting the slam on a 101 TN. TN not going to be able to get slammed here as ZU just keeps completely staggered. He goes extremely low, 101 TN, looking to return the favor, says, look, you can grab me, but I'm going to turn it right back around on you. The shoulder tackle coming out from 101 TN. Unfortunately, he doesn't save it for the mini meter dump coming through from ZU. 101 TN going to be forced to go ahead and use that Yueshon ult to start coming in cover for his team. Eagle makes the call, says, look, the monk's about to go down. Come give me a little bit of cover here, TN. TN doing exactly that, but JL does not want to back away from this fight. They have that Yang depletion. They do not want to have to go reset and look for another opportunity to find a fight because they've already burnt their ultimate. It's do or time, excuse me, do or die time for Team JL. Bang, able to find the armor swap, still holding on for dear life. 101 TN comes in. I can't believe nobody's died. J-Team is actually gonna lose this fight to the members of JL. JL is able to flip the script and cleans up the members of J-Team, and they will find the soul blooms they need desperately to get rid of the Yang depletion. JL is back in this game.
Dual time came up huge there for JL as they win that one, taking out J-Team, winning themselves that fight, getting rid of the realm of Yang depletion, and eliminating J-Team from the lobby. It looked close. That was a battle of inches between both of those teams. There's EWG right now just gatekeeping. I believe that was JJ joining in. I didn't see exactly who that was. AOW though got himself in a fight here versus OUG. Sorry, gone for the transformation himself onto that Yueshon. He's doing a fair amount of staggering work here onto SS. Got through the armor. The Wusheng out. AOW gonna have to go for a reset off as OUG. They realized that fight was getting a little bit too heated for them. And that's the power of the Wu Zhen. This is why he showed up in the meta, kind of seemingly out of nowhere, but it's just as a safety net, as a free escape onto originally the Yoto teams. And this is a Yoto team, to be fair, but kind of replacing the Justina in that Yoto team. Because remember that, it was Justina, Yoto, Viper back in the day. And the whole idea was to lock them down and let Yoto just absolutely wail on them. But with the nerfs to her ultimate, she couldn't just guarantee a one-shot anymore. So they needed an option for safety. And Wu Zhen kind of filled that void. And it's nice to see, you know, a return to these Yoto comps, but also Wu Zhen being used in what we saw was that Justina comp instead in other versions. As looking at the circle, looking at the Roma Yang spawning up, it does look like GD are in position to pick that one up. There's actually a Draco Storm, Mora's Blessings will be spawning up fairly soon. The players will not be aware they have a Draco Storm in it, otherwise they may not really be that fast, but we will see GD heading into the Realm of Yang. We'll see if they're going to be fighting versus anyone in that one, or if it's just going to be a nice cozy place to sit for the next 40 seconds before they get their free loot.
I mean, TK is floating around the entrance to one, but I don't know if TK wants to head into the Realm of Yang and risk taking another fight here yet again. We'll see very quickly. Ventus, though, more than happy to come over. Again, you're on this Monk comp. Unfortunately, they don't have the Temi to just buy this for free, so they're going to burn the Monk ult just to body block and go ahead and cover this so they can secure themselves that loot that they desperately need. As all the members of Ventus here rocking blue armor, TJ finally able to find that purple armor, going to get the Monk a little bit more survivability here. WX98 just sitting up top, looking to cover space. And GD will indeed go uncontested here inside the Realm of Yang. So they're going to be able to get that legendary katana, another purple set of armor, and that Mystic Might just for free. GD is more than happy with that turn of events. They, of course, probably would have been more happy if somebody else had come inside the Realm of Yang. This particular comp, the original Transformer comp, the original trio, if you will, with a massive 70% win rate inside the Realm of Yang. So again, if somebody had come in, it would have likely meant 3 more kills for Team GD, statistically speaking. But GD is still going to be happy about getting it for free. You can't really complain when you get some free purple armor and a free legendary weapon in the Pro League, Jake.
I wonder if those stats include free Realm of Yang, like ones where they don't have to fight for it, or if that is all of them, like include just the fighting ones. I'm curious.
You know, what's funny is the last time we took a look at those stats, these teams weren't really doing this thing where they were ignoring Realm of Yang. It was like everybody scrambled. True. We never had teams that weren't doing it. This is a very recent development from these teams, right? Where they're just really don't want to pressure into those second sets of Realm of Yang. And again, I think it's because a lot of teams ended up taking that Mystic Might and feeling, okay, we have a buff. We have to pressure onto teams. We don't want to waste the buff, right? And then finding out that safety net's really not there because you're so susceptible to third parties. Even if you have that 25% damage reduction, if you get into a fight and commit all your ultimates because you don't want to waste the buff, you find yourself being third partied, all of a sudden you end up getting eliminated. And unlike with Vermilion Bird's Might, that's it. At that stage of the game, you're just gone. You lose all the players that were overcommitted to that fight. And now you find yourself not making it to endgame. So I think a lot of these teams opting just to go, okay, hey, we're just going to take it to endgame. We've put some kills under our belt. Let's not get greedy. Let's kind of vibe out, chill a little bit here, and keep things moving. Team TE here looking to pressure onto a team. TE with 6 eliminations under their belt, already triple the amount of points that they've put on the board from their first 2 games. So TE finally waking up just a little bit here as they try to pressure on to Team TK. And TK very much happy with their performance into J Team earlier as they're able to get rid of, or no, sorry, that was JL. I apologize. Why did I think that was Team TK? Too many T's also, Jake. The alphabet soup getting to me today. Yeah,
we're getting a little done by the T's and G's. That sounds like the birds and the bees, the T's and the G's. 11 minutes left in this game. Moving actually at a fairly decent pace, to be honest, as EWG's Xiaolue being run down by EWG, throws out the charge from the ultimate, but there is nowhere really for them to go, unfortunately. As their team is getting finished up on the low ground. There goes 2-tick. Xiaolue desperately trying to get away from Godly, but Godly keeping the pressure up onto Jaloway to make sure that he will not get an escape off. But honestly, Godly's starting to get through quite a lot of grapples. Like, he needs to finish this one up relatively quick. And Jaloway, though, only got that one grapple left. So his life is about to get a lot harder, using as many scale rushes in the terrain as much as possible to break away. It looks like for now, he is on that run and still going fast. As TK gonna get a heal up just inside that zone, but they do need to kind of go for the reposition relatively soon. Sad, unfortunately, only got the 4 grapples though, so doesn't want to overcommit and then get caught in the zone without grapples. So he's just waiting to see what's going to happen. But TE being a real nuisance, just gatekeeping the outside of this. And this is actually this is something we used to see from them back in Season 2, back when they were flying under the FPX banner from VVV and the team. They used to kind of catch people desperately trying to go for those last-minute rotations. If the cannon shot's coming in, that should just be a kill onto 1 already. 1 secured. The Monk transformation comes out in the zone. VVV looks to get some damage off. He can go for that Viper stun if he wants to try and really be a nuisance in the zone as the cannon shot's coming down onto Sad. Sad's lost a lot of HP. EWG do go out in the meanwhile as Sad is going to go for a pot and heal himself back up. But TK, they've been able to get AK inside the zone. The problem is he is still just being gatekeeped by TE. Really hard for him to actually make his way into the zone, and he's bleeding out. He may just go down here. Oh, he survived, but Leo finishes him off with the cannon. So down he goes, and it is just AK left. As TE shall keep the pressure up and onto AK. He transforms himself. But he's taking so much zone damage. It just built up so high for him. Half health already. Ventus are in the area. TE, they may just have to be okay with the 2 kills that they've already picked up, because they may find themselves getting drawn into an accidental third party and getting taken out.
Yeah, TK here, AK really just trying to keep it alive here, but there's so many teams around. Unfortunately, every corner he turns into, he is just going to be chased down here. He needs to find some sort of space to hide here. There's a ton of invisibility bushes around, but unfortunately, it's going to be nigh impossible to break line of sight with how many teams are dogging him down, and it's going to be KZ's Lily who's able to find him with the dagger. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for Team TK, and yet another disappointing game coming out from the boys of the King. Now turning to Team JL. This is a team who man, that fight with J Team earlier where they were able to get rid of that Yang depletion and they kept pressuring on the fight. I love this coming out from JL. There's been sort of this stratagem adopted by a lot of teams when they have Yang depletion, where if they start, like, they get into a fight and it doesn't go the way that they want, they'll back away and they try to just go in the zone and die to keep other teams from getting points. And honestly, I'm not for that sort of gameplay, that sort of just laying down and dying. JL, to the very last second, just continue to dog down J-Team and are able to finally come out on top of that fight. And I mean, like you said, it was a battle of inches. It was back and forth every single second, and JL never showed a single sign of looking to back away from that fight, Jake.
Not at all, and you know, it's paying dividends for them right now. They are second in the standings for this game. 7th overall, actually. So it's still pretty good showing for them right now in the standings. And you can see the overall points and where the teams are sitting on your screen right now. Obviously, a few of the people on your screen haven't actually played today. The likes of WBG, who are currently 14th, so not the greatest showing. But for now, it's just a waiting game to see where the circle is going to take these teams and what their game plan is going to be. There's still 28 players and 10 teams left in this game, so still a lot of people below and a lot of stuff to play for on this side. As TE actually got themselves a significant amount of kills. I did not realize they're finally having a good game. They really needed it. They really needed a good game. So right now they're just trading cannon shots onto GD. Don't think they're going to overly commit for anything though. They're just building some rage, burning some resources, and just playing it chill. As GD are going to return fire onto the side of TE, but TE on that high ground is going to be a little bit harder. Got to hit them with that cannon fire. So it's just going to kind of come down to that waiting game now to see what the game plan is going to be and where the action is going to break out.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we expect in Zone 4 heading into Zone 5, right? A lot of these teams are really just trying to look for the optimal space to get themselves till that Zone 7, right? That Zone 7 really where all the action breaks out. These teams start to collapse on each other and they're forced to take fights. It's when you find players who end up getting low and then the sharking kind of begins, right? As soon as a team is forced out of the space that they've been able to occupy, everybody in the lobby sees the weakness and they just descend on it. Team JJH here, though, with a massive grab onto GS's Xiao Toto. He actually is able to use the bell to defend himself from the slam there. A little piece of tech you don't often see coming out here, as the monks don't often have their bells. Xiao Toto actually going to live to see another day here, as GS now starts to pressure heavily onto JJH's God Lee, and there's nothing he can really do about it as GS's Ann picks up the elimination with a bow shot. And man, JJH really thought that elimination onto GS was going to be free. JL's going to find an elimination onto Water as well. And man, GS, Xiao Toto saving himself with the bell there, completely flips this onto JJH, and JJH is going to find themselves down to just their Wu Chen. Not exactly what I would call a winning combination for the final circle, Jake.
No, not at all. But TJ, he's got himself a grab on to Ann. Ann's going to get absolutely slammed, taken out of the game at the end of JS's healer, actually. So that is a pretty big loss there for the side of those guys, as TJ is going to get forced a little bit onto slightly lower ground due to the zone shifting away. He's going to have his ultimate wear out and immediately actually going to get jumped onto. There's a whole bunch of teams actually collapsing in the area. Xinyu going to transform himself and look for a grab. Able to find one, looking for the second, not able to connect it, as he may find himself getting stunned as well. Again, greeting for the slam, so it's going to get broken out of. He doesn't get that double grab. See if he can find another one, though. Does get the two grabs this time. Xiao Ho goes in, gets himself taken down, and there we go. A kill picked up. The Wu Chen all out for safety as well. And this is starting to get just really bloody, really fast. A very open final circle means no terrain, so everybody is just grabbing and collapsing into the fights. As Jen is going to get shoved back. He tries to go for the slam, but it's going to time out, so he's not going to be able to get that slam down in time. Love able to hold on for just a little bit longer here. Still got ourselves 20 players in an incredibly tight circle, as Xiaohu looking for the grabs, unable to fully connect them or find anybody to get with those grabs, as he is going to lose his own transformation. A lot of these monks now have used those transformations up, and we'll be switching back to those cannons and just playing the range game to build up that rage so they can get those ultimates up and available to use them to farm some more kills for their team, as it is just a matter of waiting to see where the action's going to kind of start to really spark again, because it's a lot of trading. No people really fully committing, and I say that as Ping Tao goes down to Team TE. They're able to secure themselves yet another kill. 11 kills in this game here from the side of TE. Phenomenal start, and right now in 19th overall. If they have a good game here, they could really slingshot themselves up the standings and into a better position for the day and for the group stages as they are at the moment, as VVV needs to take this opportunity to get a slight heal off at the moment. Still, 9 teams left, 17 players left. A very, very open game on who could take this all. TE do have the most points, so they are currently set up for it now. Monks have rebuilt up those ultimates, as VVV went for the grab, went for the lockdown, wasn't able to actually connect it, so has to just call it off now. For the side of TE, it looks like it's a waiting game. They don't really want to get involved in the fights, but all these monks are down there. It's so hard to dodge. 3-4 monk fists coming all at different angles constantly, as JL's AS does go down to TJ from Ventus. In the meanwhile, double slam coming in here from Kakaxi. The poison splash is going to do a fair amount of damage to them, though, but they do have healing from their Kurumi to keep them healed up and tethered, as in comes TXJ, sliding in with that F ability to try and get some damage off, but he gets knocked back into the zone, and it is getting tighter and tighter, and there's still so many people left in this final circle. It could really be anybody's game at this point. Still trees and stuff to work with for a bit of verticality for these players, as TJ is just trying to stay up in the air for as long as possible. Actually slides it into the zone, and in comes TE. They get themselves their 12th kill now. They're actually getting 15 kills, I say, They're actually pulling ahead. They could just go for a 20 bomb. They could literally just slingshot themselves up the standings as the cannon shots raining hell down onto everyone, but they're in a no ult zone, so nobody can use the monks. This is a complete mess. This is a complete letdown. How can you use a monk comp if you don't have the monk transformation available to UK? Looking for the counter. TXJ finds it onto him, and that's going to be a kill. Another one picked up for TE. They are just taking names as they take this game.
Man, this is exactly what I was hoping for. TE, 2 very disappointing games. You know, it's their first game, or their first day in this bi-weekly, so they're really low in the standings compared to the other teams who are here. And you know, it's their second day. They're getting, you know, this is their 9th game compared to TE. This is their 3rd game. TE, so happy about this. But this is kind of what we talk about this team. Consistency is not really TE's strong suit, but man, when they have a good game, do they have a good freaking game, Jake?
Absolutely. I don't know who ran out and got the no ult zone, but somebody got that for that final circle, and it felt like a lot of teams who were like saving their ultimates for that big ending got completely denied. Absolutely denied from being able to play that. Really, really nice whoever hit that. And for TE, honestly, they were quite happy with it. They were quite comfortable relying on their mechanical skills to not rely on those ultimates to get those kills. Definitely a little bit of a harder one when you've got like the Yoto and the Viper. You really want to be able to use that, but they still were able to get it. I think that was probably what denied them a 20 bomb ending, to be completely fair. So it was still a high scoring game there for TE, and they needed that to climb, like you were saying, back up the lobby as it is their first day. And I believe they were like 19th overall in the standings after those first 2 games. This one, that's going to put them in top 8, easy, and they're going to be very happy with it off the back of that. Still got 3 games left to go as well, finally finding their form. We were quite critical about them. I think we were rightfully so critical about TE. I think inconsistency still is a major flaw of this team. As much as that was a great game, they definitely need to get more of those games than less of those games under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, like you said, we were very, very critical of this team coming into game number 3 here. Happy to see them, you know, coming awake a little bit here and able to perform in game number 3. But honestly, as well as TE performed here, JL very quickly starting to steal my heart. Not only do they have a bomb of a game the game previously, but this game, the fight into J team, man. Again, we see a lot of strategies over time in the NBPL sort of become these defensive, we're not going to take fight strategies, right? We saw it during the Morris Blessing era, where a lot of teams were opting to go, oh, hey, we're just going to run as far away from all the Morris Blessings on the map as possible so that we don't have to deal with fighting those buffs. Then we saw the Realm of Yang come through, and we were like, oh, yeah, now these teams are forced to fight again. We love it. And now we're seeing teams, when the second Realm of Yang comes through, just opting to not deal with it whatsoever, just kind of going out and getting away from it, maybe taking a Morris Blessing for free and just going, I don't really know if I want to take the risk this late into the game where we don't really have the option to buy our players back. And then we also saw it with the Yang depletion as well, where many of these teams were going out and they would be like, all right, that engagement didn't go the way we want. We're going to Wu Chen all out and we're going to go run into the zone. We're going to die to zone tick. We don't want to give anybody any more points. JL, on the other hand, love it. Love the action. Love the we're going to fight to the very last second. We don't care how bad the fight looks to be going in our favor. We're just going to keep it going, and clearly pays off for them here as they pick up 9 eliminations and an 11.3 with a 4th place overall standing for themselves. But it's Team TE, man, with 19 eliminations and a 1st place finish, a 35.4 point game, Jake.
Yeah, denied in the final straight as well, getting that 20-point game. So sad. They are probably quite happy with 34 points, let's be real. GD coming in second, there was 16, and then Ventus going in out on 3rd with 14 points under their belt. J team getting that donut. There's always been one team, just one sad team with a donut at the end of every game so far, but everyone else scoring, and today has been pretty much a day consistently everybody scoring at least something, everybody at least doing some level of progress towards their point total. But it is these guys, it is TE who stepped up here with 27k on the Wu Shen from Leo there. Actually, he's carrying the team. It's crazy, but the Yoto has done the least damage. Gets the most kills, does the least damage.
Look, you know, here's the thing is you typically start to see these Vipers carrying like pole swords or great swords, right? So they can follow up on those massive stuns that they get out. We've started to see some of the Wu Chen shift towards that sort of same place, right? As you see a Yoda Hime, right? Yodo, how do they follow up on a huge Viper stun? Their ultimate. They've got big damage there already, right? For these other players, they need to find a way to follow up to quickly eliminate people. It makes sense to go for some of those bigger weapons, and Yodo doesn't always want to commit their ult when the Viper stun comes through. So it makes a little sense that we're seeing some of these other players start to do more damage as they adapt to being able to follow up on these Viper stuns. GG here, man. This fight with TK, man. Again, TK really, the decision-making just isn't it. So we turn here to Team GD, who actually beats JL inside the realm of Yang. And it's K who clutches this fight out for the members of GD. But this is the fight I want to talk about, man. JL, just so much pressure coming out onto J-Team. This is the very tail end where they finally take control of it. I wish we got to see that whole fight again, because honestly, it was a fight of inches, as you called it, Jake.
Yeah, it really was a close fight. There's a lot of close fights in this game in particular. I mean, that Rama Yang, that final charge point coming in, absolutely ripping through the health bar, taking like, I think it was like half the health bar, to be honest, with that one. Really, really big, and just a massive, massive game coming in from these guys, and TE gonna be happy with a win under their belt, but we still got 3 games left to go. We're only halfway through the day at this point, so I'm excited to see, you know, what it's gonna look like as let's be real, TE are probably gonna want more of these. They're definitely gonna want more of these. 27k from the Wu Chen, Phoenix Blast, Great Sword Snap, Phantom Step, Scatter Shot, Flame Breath, and Rupture Gale Orb. There you go. That's why there was so much damage. He was all range. He was all range.
You know, we were just talking about this over in Twitch chat as well, how good the cannon really is. And it makes sense that the Wu Chen wants to have a cannon in his hand, right? He's able to literally just take control. And those 2 exact Soul Jades, what we were talking about, Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath together, it means that Wu Chen almost always has his ultimate available to him, which means the team almost always has a get out of jail free card. And that's so huge. Even in these final zones, sometimes just being able to remove your team from the board for half a second to a second is the difference maker, right? You're just able to be like, oh, hey, there's like 3 Yoda ults going on, 2 Monk ults right now. Let's just remove ourselves from the equation, because if you're gone off the board for even a single second, those teams are looking to maximize the amount that they're getting out of those ultimates in a final zone. They have to retarget acquisition. If you're the target and then you pop the Wu Channel, all of a sudden these teams need to acquire new targets while you're off the board. They can't just look for the Wu Channel to come back out, because they want to maximize the value that they're getting from their ultimates, and that buys you a net of safety that other heroes really can't in these sort of final zones, where all of a sudden you've taken attention off of yourself. And we see that in the end, where TE uses the ultimate, they move to the other side for just a second, and all of a sudden all eyes are off TE. TE is able to just start ripping into teams with cannons. They're able to come in and capitalize on these sort of ulted heavy teams, like you said, the no ult zone coming through as well, serving so well for Team TE, because now the other teams that hadn't ulted during that were hoping to use them in the very last, just are completely denied access to them, and TE tears through every single one of those teams.
No, absolutely. I feel, you know, it's pretty solid breakdown on Wu Chen. Just safety net. He really is a safety net for some teams, and when you have that ultimate, the impact it has is huge. I'm happy, you know, it's not so Monk favored, because we honestly have had so many lobbies where it's like, wow, everyone's playing Monk. Oh, everyone's playing the Pharaoh version of Monk. Everyone's playing this version of Monk. So it's nice to see people going, all right, let's shake this up. Let's have our Takeda teams. Let's have our Yoto teams with the Wu Chen to kind of give safety. Like, seeing new ways around that Monk, because obviously Monk is very much like, I am fighting here, I am grabbing here. If you blink away from him, he's like, especially in that final circle, like you said, they're going to stay focusing on whoever's in the corner they're shooting at. That gives you enough time to, you know, build up your rage with cannons, get some pots off. Wu Chen is very, very powerful. He's one of those heroes that I think's kind of always slept on, because he was slept on a while in solos, and then started to show up in solos with the kind of teleport behind you, nothing personal kid version of the ultimate. I think some people also use the the double portal you can blink in and out of. It's really annoying for people to fight into that one because they're like, oh, they're healing. I'll run over. Oh no, they're on the other side now. It's really annoying, that one. The Scooby-Doo ult, let's call it a version. And then the nope button, which is we're losing a fight. Nope, take the Karen with us. Very, very powerful, very impactful, and a big win there for TE, like we said. They needed it. They really needed it because, yeah, like you said, they won the bi-weekly finals, but they're so inconsistent, man. They're so inconsistent. It's a real problem. And I'm sure it's something that their like coach is probably tearing his hair out over. They're like, God damn, this team is just like so good, but also like just ridiculously inconsistent. So, you know, we want to see consistency start to grow, especially, I know it's a long way away, but everything's about Worlds, right? Everything's about the end of the year, getting a Worlds. If you're an inconsistent team at Worlds, you're not going to win it. JT won Worlds because they actually showed up and were consistent the whole tournament long. Like, that was what won them World Championship. And it was crazy because they were inconsistent for the whole 2 seasons running up to Worlds. But at Worlds, they were very, very consistent. And that was exactly what won them that trophy and that title. And, you know, you need to be consistent if you want to get enough points to make it to Worlds. You need to really show us that, you know, you are a team capable of kind of running the distance. And TE, they're a team who mechanically, I can say, yes, absolutely have the ability to play in the grand finals of season 1, to play at the World Championship, but are they consistent enough to actually win it?
I mean, that's the big question, right? I think that's the question on everybody's mind. And they looked to like they were going to try to do it this last year, and they let J-Team run away with it because of the consistency. And man, look, I know chat hates when we use this word. I feel like we're at a point where broadcast just needs to put a little counter down below for every time we say the word consistency. But it really is absolutely so important for these teams to be playing consistency. I mean, look at OUG as a team right now today, right? They had one pop-off game, but every other game that they have played, they've consistently put 10 points on the board. And at the end of the day, that buys you into every single bi-weekly final. And as long as you're top 10 in those bi-weekly finals, you're putting guaranteed points that can take you to Worlds on the board. And that's what it's all about, is getting to Worlds and making something happen. And we talked about it earlier. OUG kind of plays this consistency level where we don't always talk about them heavily throughout the season because they're just playing that consistently. But then they got to Worlds and they walked away with second place. They were very close to walking away with the World Championship. So consistency really buys you a lot. Also, at the end of the day, if you're a team and all 6 games you're coming in trying to play your absolute mind out, one of the things you have to keep in mind is player fatigue. So the consistency can help you with that as well. But we're gonna throw things over to an interview for you guys before we come back, and we've got 3 more games for you guys today, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and happy Easter today. And I'm standing here with 新宇 and let him say hello to our audience. 先和大家打招呼吧，新宇。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OUG 的新宇。
欢迎新宇来到我们的赛后采访。So as we all know that like the king joined in the TRIOS game in your team for like several days. So we would like to know how it's going right now. 那我们就特别想知道啊，其实路人王到了3排当中已经有一段时间了，你感觉你们目前磨合各方面怎么样？
目前就是中上游的阶段嘛，目前是中上游的阶段，就开始慢慢往上爬了，然后后面应该会越来越好吧。
好的 ，To be honest, I think we like cooperate together better and better now, and I think in the future we will be better. Okay, and I think it's time for us to move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来就到了我们这个问答送福利的环节啊！我相信新宇应该也很喜欢给大家送福利，准备好了吗？稍等一下，我先给大家公布一下他们的游戏规则。So we can see the question already on the screen, and after player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take the screenshot. And today's question is, which team won the game 3? 那今天的题目其实也比较简单啊，就是第3把当中谁拿到了最高分？我特别想问一下新宇，今天感觉3把打下来怎么样？特别是因为说到，其实今天题目的选项当中说到的几队表现的 看起来都不错，你怎么看呢？
我觉得今天的队伍就是偏运营的很多，我觉得都就是决赛圈很猛，都很猛决赛圈。
Yeah, to be honest, I think today's every team is very strong, and especially the 4 teams on the screen. They are like good at operate in the final circle. They are really strong and have good performance. And I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox. If you are the lucky guy today, you will be whispered. Okay, and also, since today is the Easter, so we also prepared the surprising eggs. And before that, I think we have to find out the correct answer. And let's Xinyu tell us what's the correct answer. 那我们在接下来有一个复活节的一个小活动之前啊，我们要来公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
正确答案是7E。
Yes, the correct answer is ATE. And after that, we are going to open our surprising egg because in the surprising egg, there are some heroes' name on it, and our player will perform their well-known gestures for us. 那接下来就到了我们一个复活节的一个惊喜小环节啦。哎，心宇，来随机的抽取一个小蛋，看看今天我们会带来怎么样的惊喜。He chose a pink one, and what is on the paper? Let's wait and see. Oh, so we can show the paper to the camera. It's the Matari. 那心宇，你觉得迦南在你心目当中最招牌的动作应该是哪个？给我们模仿一下。Wow, yes, Matari's well-known gestures. 非常好的一个魔法，谢谢心宇给我们带来感觉非常的惊喜，非常可爱的一位选手。希望接下来3把比赛你们也能继续加油，好吗？
好的。
Okay, good luck to the team OUG, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Bad for him if WBG Spider does not go in. Oh my goodness. You see how close that was? Meanwhile, WBG Spider is going to be able to connect here with the staff pole. Pole staff comes through and it looks like WBG Spider.
Infernal's gonna be called out. Goes for the uppercut into the great sword. Doesn't get the confirmation damage there. Now the backstab's gonna come into play for the Matari, but he's gonna get caught off the LMB. He's trying to respond. A 1.5 release there for the Katana, and Fang's in big trouble.
Spot ends up getting shot on each flip's face. The totem comes through trying to call it out, and obviously does the same thing. The backside on each section trying to hold on, but Shen Yuan is not going to be able to do it as Rexy trying to hold on for as long as possible. The shots ring in, trying to be able to capture, but oh no, ends up getting the parry, and Shen Yuan's going to be able to claim the elimination onto Rexy. How is he doing this? How is he still alive throughout all of this? If he gets this elimination on... Three-step on each side as Ezreal is going to be able to pop the Yorihime ulti. Misses the first shot. Everybody else is trying to dodge, but it looks like ALA's Fang is going to get caught in the worst situation possible. Tien as well as he ends up getting some massive hits as GG Shaw ends up getting thrusted into this. Meanwhile, Jin gets snapped on the outside here, trying to hold it together as Shaw is going to actually protect him on the outside. Meanwhile, that ulti is going to be able to come through. GG Shaw gets his second elimination. Here comes all of the poison is going to be able to come through. Wang Liang catches the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look here at the standings halfway through day. Team KZ all the way down. Go ahead.
I know you just said you turn into a northerner there. You're like, halfway through the day.
Oh my goodness. Team KZ and GD sitting at the bottom right now, respectively. KZ struggling to find their feet today, which is odd. I know a lot of fans, after Demo's incredible performance in solos during his first 2 days here in the NBPL, expected KZ to kind of come in on a high note today, follow suit behind Demo, but unfortunately they've not been able to find their footings. TE, it is only their first day. They find themselves in 12th place after an explosive third game to the day, because I mean all of those points realistically coming from one game for Team TE here today. Yeah, it's a lot of points for Team TE in that one game. They still got a lot of work to do, but they do have another day. They realistically have another 9 games to kind of climb past some of these points. Like if you look at Team GS is in 8th place right now, but realistically coming into day 3, we could see Team TE climbing above that. Of course, J Team and XCG during day 1, both teams pumping out over 100 points. Unfortunately, today, J Team not riding a similar performance. That said, they've been consistent today, which is, again, we go back to the word consistency. If you have over 100-point day on the first day, you can afford to come in and have just a consistent day on day number 2, honestly, Jay.
I will say, though, they did earn 0 points in that previous game.
Okay. The last game was rough for them.
Previous game, but yes, no. I think that actually that 0 points is why it looks so low for them right now, because they had 2 pretty decent games prior to this, 15 pointers roughly, and then a 0 pointer. So, for the side of J Team, that game was rough, yes, but they are fairly comfortable in their position. You want as many points as possible because you can then translate that into your points going into the bi-weekly. So that's obviously what they're going to be wanting to do. But at the same time, you can kind of understand and kind of forgive them in a way for that one game. I think you're allowed to slip up when you're 136 points into the bi-weekly, right? Like you're pretty comfortable.
I mean, realistically, you're going to have a bad game. Even teams that are very, very consistent teams, you're going to find yourself having at least 1 bad game out of 12s. There's just no way to statistically avoid that. You're going to come off of a hot drop that doesn't go your way. Maybe you drop in and you're not able, you open 6 or 7 troves and all you find are ranged weapons, and you're fighting people with your fists, and you just, all of a sudden your team's eliminated off the rip and you're just trying to survive into the late game. Like it happens, right? And I mean, we definitely saw what happened to Team TE. Almost every time we looked at them, it was just VVV alive during their first 2 games. Game 3 able to bring it back for them. But one bad game for J Team when they had a 100-point day on day 1 and their other 2 games are very consistent games. I honestly can't even say anything bad about them. And again, there are twice defending world champions at this point. Yes, a different roster last time around, but still a team that's looking very, very good. When Eagle sort of came in last season during season 2 of the NBPL for J Team, I think we had a lot of questions about how the team was going to synergize around Eagle, because this was a team that had, pioneered that Viper comp, had one of the best Vipers in the league on their team, and now all of a sudden they were having to sort of shift that momentum and put everything on the back of Eagle. And as strong as the Monk is, this is something we talk about all the time. The comp is extremely dependent on the other players being able to keep Monk alive. And we're going to see if J Team can continue to do that after we come back from a short video.
把自己能去训练，就是把自己训练的东西都基本上打出来吧，但是还是有些失误啊之类的，因为中间几把都是有点瑕疵嘛。然后最后一把的话就不用说了，最后一把就大家但是没打过，大家打2波团全输了，那也没办法。对于我来说还好吧，我感觉这种就是每一把就按第一把来打就行了，就正常流程走过去。过去中间只要不出失误，肯定就是能吃大分。但失误了之类的，看能不能弥补吧。那掉了就掉了，也没办法了。第2次拿周冠，感觉还是比较开心的吧。但是目标是总冠嘛，其实相对来说还是比较平静一点嘛。之前没上是他在前沿修炼嘛，那这次有无尘上的机会，那他就上了。
Nice there to hear from TXJ from TE. Talk a little bit about their kind of overarching goals. Didn't actually get too worked up by their victory in that last bi-weekly. Instead, you know, they have a goal, and that is make it to grand finals. Honestly, anything less than this team making it to grand finals would genuinely be a disappointment. They are. We got such high expectations for TE, and yes, I do feel they are falling short in some areas. But I still think even in their current form, grand finals should realistically be something they're aiming for. I don't know if they got what it takes to win, because I do think we got some really good teams here as well. It's not like, I don't think it's so clear cut. It's like, yeah, they're having a bad time, but they'll still win. I genuinely think you look at the likes of like KLA, you look at JT, you look at XCG, you look at, you know, I mean, OUG as well. You look at all of these teams, there's so many really stacked teams playing right now that the expectation is, you know, there'll be teams we'll see at the grand final. We expect to see them joined by TE, unless that consistency problem really doesn't get fixed and they just get plagued by it too hard in the repechage. So we are getting ready to go into our game number 4 of the day. Remember, this is a game that we play back-to-back with game number 5. So the players only get a couple of minutes in between games to get themselves reset and get themselves ready to go in. So it'd be Moral Silence, the Holoroth. And this is always a really interesting point. I talk about this every time, but I love game 1 and 2 and game 4 and 5 because they're back-to-back. I feel like it really forces the players to kind of just learn to just relax, I guess. Learn to get themselves in the right headspace, and forces them to, you know, not dwell on the past mistakes, but also for those who win, it forces them to kind of, you know, learn to carry momentum from a winning situation.
You know, I have to agree with you. I like to say that it separates the boys from the men, right? Because if you have a bad game in game 1 into game 2, you need to be able to recover from that mental. And if you're, you know what I'm saying? The teams that are able to do that perform much more better. And those teams also typically are able to do exactly what you said. Carry the momentum that they have if they have an explosive game in game 1 into game 2. Same with games 4 into 5, because we do have such a short break in between them. My eyes, you know, I want to turn back to this and take a look at Team JJH. God, I want to see this Justina comp come through again. I want to. They already popped off with it earlier this week. Yes, they had a bad game 1 with it today, but man, I'd love to see it. This is really interesting. Well, okay, not so interesting. It is Dawn. So we're going to see a couple more Fireflies on the map here. So no surprise that we're instantly going to see Takeda galore coming through. We watched JL do this in our last game, right? Where they were able to land where they knew Fireflies were going to be. And off the back of immediately getting Fireflies there, Takeda, sans weapon, was able to basically win a fight for them with just that early ultimate, Jake.
Absolutely. Actually looking at JJH right now, so they've got 13 hero points, so they've barely spent that many hero points. They've used Monk twice now. If you want your Justina team, that is actually potentially doable for them. Did they run Wuchen? No, they run Viper in their previous game instead of the Z-Ping. Yeah, so that's... No, they didn't run Takeda. I can't remember what they ran off the top of my head now. Either way, it is actually quite pickable for them to go at least one game of the Justina Viper Wuchen game. That is a very doable thing. That's a hot drop. I've been saying people have been dropping our spread. Not this time. There's a whole bunch of teams dropping on top of one another. Rune, we're gonna have a bit of a bloodbath to get this one off, I think. I think this is gonna be...
I love it. I love the good hot drop, the chaos, the 1v1 me at Baron Pit bro kind of mentality. I love when we get to come in and we just get to see these teams tear into each other under suboptimal circumstances too, right?
Yeah.
This is, we talked about, you know, separating the boys from the men. This is where we really gonna see the men separate themselves from the boys, taking these early fights into just a complete fiesta that's about to break out. I know it's foggy over here. It's dawn. We're in Shipwreck. It's pretty, but take me here. This is what I want to see. KZ and GD getting ready to go head to head here already. Lily with the spear under their belt, looking to pressure in onto Kakaishi. The tether coming through. keeping the healing up on Kakashi because Kakashi doesn't have armor right now. Hazley completely separated from the rest of KZ, looks to almost go down. Kakashi, though, going to take quite a big chunk of damage as KZ looks to turn back around, trying to cover for Hazley, but aren't able to find it. And this turns very quickly into the favor of Team GD, but they do lose Kakashi, and now it's a 2v2. Jen looking to hold on, but Lily goes down, Jen goes down, and GD will walk away with 3 early eliminations.
Yeah, very, very explosive start as we cut over now. TE getting themselves in a fight here versus AOW. Massive chunk from TXJ. In comes some of the healing from the Karumi, though, to keep them alive as long as possible. But TXJ keeping the pressure up, and Shulong heals up again. Zipping healing is big, and it's enough to keep them survive for just a little bit longer. Zhong Wukong losing a lot of HP. Transformations here and ready for TXJ. It's not necessary. TE get themselves 3 kills to start it off, and another big start. Back to the hot drop, though. Ventus, JJH, they've got their monks transformed up. And Ventus' TJ has himself a grab onto water. Isn't going to be able to get the slam as he's finished up and taken down. As JJH are going to be looking for this grab, but they're taking shots on the back as in comes Sansi on the Terracotta Warrior from the Yuetian transformation. And Godly losing a lot of HP here. Sansi's going to try and get the pressure up onto him, deny him any opportunity to turn this one, but the Z-ping healing from Chewy coming in to make sure that actually Sansi is going to be okay. And it does look like now Ventus' Sansi needs to make a grand escape, but I believe I saw somebody else over in that area. OC in the surrounding areas. Kakaxi's here. This is carnage. K goes down. Annalie able to find the grab as Kakaxi being forced back. He's losing a lot of HP, though, from the range shots, but so is Annalie. Both of these monks going very, very low. Both of these monks find the grabs, but there's going to be the finish up for OC. Annalie's able to find the kill. JJH sliding in, immediately taking a cannon shot from the mech, though. JJH making a big old run back. And it looks like they are just going to step away for now. This has been one hell of a hot drop.
Oh my God, I love it. This is where NARAKA really shines, man. You're in panic mode. You're waiting for your ultimates to come out. You're just trying to use what little resources you've been able to scrap together, and you really see the difference in skill level coming out from some of these teams when you're under fire like this, when you're under pressure. Look at the bodies, Jake. It's just a field of death down here in this little cavern as JJH is more than happy to come clean up the scraps after they come out on top of all of those fights. Oh my goodness, I love to see it. This is peak NARAKA right here. We've been blessed with so much good today, and now we're gonna come in with this amazing hot drop. Could not have asked for more immediately coming out. TXJ here for TE, trying to create some pressure onto TJ from Ventus, is going to come in. The longsword slash coming in from BVV, really going to create that pressure onto TJ. TJ goes so low. TJ is going to be picked up by BVV. Ventus WX98 getting quite literally picked up by the monk hands of TXJ. The repeating crossbow comes through, and TE's Leo grabs the elimination on the WX98. Sansi just trying to get over here, maybe by a Bane's Breath, make something happen, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. The shoulder tackle comes through. He can't find the follow through, though, and TE comes out on top with another 3 eliminations, bringing them to 6 kills here in game number 2. Sorry, not game number 2, game number 4.
It's 2 times 2. You're fine.
Well, I just want to say game number 2 because it looks like it's going to be TE's number 2 game.
And they needed it. They really needed it. 6 kills, a phenomenal start for them. Big recovery for these guys. And yes, it is their first day on the bi-weekly. But they started off rough. They did start off real rough. So they have some ground to cover if they want to catch up to the likes of J-Team, the likes of the other guys who are at the top. I can't remember who it was now.
XCG.
XCG. Yeah, not surprised by that. They got some catching up to do. Unfortunately, with the current scoreboard, I actually can't see how well J-Team are doing. I don't know if I've seen their name show up yet on the kill feed. There's been quite a lot of action on the kill feed. Pretty sure I haven't seen anything from J-Team. I think they had a pretty calm stop drop. I mean, so did GG. GG literally were on the furthest point of the map from any action in this game. But right now we are over with TE, who are looking to farm up even more kills for themselves as TXJ going very low. Is going to jump into the healing, though, so he should be okay. as he comes out of monk form immediately, loses a big chunk of that armor, but his health bar's full. He's going to get himself a full armor recovery off, though. Godly coming in with a pole sword, gets himself interrupted, gets himself countered! Godly pops the bell, as he's going to have to look to try and get away with a grapple, and leaves his team to be mopped up by TE. One down. One to go. Water on the run as TXJ will keep that pressure on with the katana movement and those grapples. Water desperately trying to slide away. TXJ has now run out of grappling hooks, though, so the chase may just have to be given up by him here.
Oh, an unfortunate input from there, too. He's trying to look for the scale rush there, but was still climbing upwards when he pressed it, so he's just going to attack into the wall. But, man, TE off to a tear already with 7 eliminations of the bell. OUG on the receiving end of some hatred here from JL. JL still not afraid of this Bane's Breath, just continues to push in onto OUG, is able to pick up the elimination onto Zinyu. SS gets grabbed out of the Bane as well. The slam gonna come through. Oh my goodness, the Kurumi ult though gonna keep SS alive here, gonna force JL into the Bane's Breath from OUG here, but just trying to get some pressure onto the King. The King actually hits Zinyu just barely out of the hitbox of the Bane, saves Zinyu quite a bit of pain, but Zinyu comes out of the monk form, finds himself going down. EWG coming in for the third party, picks up the elimination onto the King. JL finally finds the elimination onto SS, but JL now needs to evacuate from here as EWG looks to come in and start cleaning up this fight, and AOW waiting in the wings, just watching as EWG gets torn through by this Bane's Breath.
Yeah, it looks like actually they're deciding not to go for it. Just gonna be happy to see them burn some resources. AOW playing it nice and calm. Maybe they'll pick off the straggler, or maybe they will just wait. And that looks like that is going to be the game plan here for AOW. I'm just going to hold fast for now. This is something I did expect to see coming, because we had such an explosive start to the game. There was a world where they actually then just played calm for now, because like a lot of people have used their revives early. So what is typically quite a fast-paced game, because of the hot drop, a bunch of teams have already used their revives up, and I was just going to be wanting to play it chill until the Roma Yangs come around, and until those Mora's Blessings come up, but mainly the Roma Yangs. So kind of, even though you don't really get a revive, you do technically get a second chance. It's just a second chance with a bunch of debuffs on it, effectively. So it feels like the Roma Yang probably going to be where the next major bit of attention goes. You can see that's a Vermilion Birdsmite Mora's Blessing over there. I'm sure teams are getting themselves set up for that Roma Yang and for the action, but will be kicking off as J-Team trying to get in, but they're going to get themselves caught out immediately. I don't actually know if anyone even got in on that. No, they're going to jump in. Yoran's going to transform, and this Roma Yang, no one from these teams are going in. Yoran's already lost a whole bunch of HP. They got a grab from Eagle onto Tutik. He's going to get himself a slam down as well, as Yoran gets himself one of the members of J-Team. He's looking for the slam, but he's going to get interrupted. His health bar's too low. There's no way he's going to be able to hold on, but Eagle's also going low. They get the mech up to keep him alive, and Eagle goes down in the middle of the fight. J-Team now paying the ultimate price as they are eliminated again.
Oh my goodness, poor J-Team finds themselves completely eliminated from the lobby, like you said, for the second time in a row, as we turn our attention to TK and KZ going head-to-head inside the realm of Yang. Jen already eliminated, so KZ finding themselves on the back foot here. Lily really trying to put some pressure onto the members of TK, but it's not going to be enough as we see them go down. TK sad 7 here, also with the Merciless Havoc, going to pick up Hazley, and that's going to be it as TK comes out on top. We also see the members of Team Aventus coming away with a Vermilion Birdsmite, as we're gonna have 3 teams roaming the map now with those Vermilion Birdsmite coming through, because one of them also appearing inside the Mora's Blessing. GD looking to press immediately on to the members of Team OC here. That Vermilion Birdsmite trying to get as much out of it as they possibly can, but Kakaishi may have monked up a little too early here. We see the mech causing pressure onto him, and it gives OC Slayer time to get up on top of the ballista and land a couple of those ballista shots onto Kakaishi. Kakaishi bought a little bit of space by the other members of Team OC, or sorry, by the other members of Team GD, and able to get close enough to mitigate that ballista. Comes back in. We see the huge dual blades come coming through there, absolutely blitzing through some of the members of Team OC. Kakaishi here just tap dodging the grabs here to Annalise, saying, look, I'm the better monk. I know exactly when you're going to come down here. Look at this. Literally never going to get grabbed here. Finally does get grabbed. I curse poor Kakaishi, but it's too little too late as Annalise already taken too much damage. But Ventus comes in for the third party and looks to pick up all of these eliminations. Picks one up onto GD, picks one up onto OC. K going low. GS picks up a kill on Hazley in the kill feed here. K goes so low. TJ wants this elimination, doesn't quite find the grappling hook left click, but the rest of the team will find it as Ventus picks up multiple eliminations here, going to 4 elims.
That was tragic. Where your caster curse there. That was Moxie levels of caster cursing. That was. Been a while. This is physically impossible. He can't get caught. Immediately gets caught. Love it. This has been a action-packed game. This has been a very, very. It's just been full chaos. It's been full carnage. The teams are constantly looking to fight, constantly looking to put points on the board, and a few teams, unfortunately, have paid the ultimate price for that. We've already lost 2 teams from the game. GS right now, 2 players down. Realm of Yang depletion on as well. Unfortunately, that's probably going to be it for them. So we'll probably be going down to 11 teams off the back of that. GD just going to be using their revives here at this Soul Altar to get back into the game. Off the back of them having their their Vermilion Birth Time. We actually didn't see this Realm of Yang, so let's have a look at exactly what went down here. The double grabs come in from Kakaxi, and that is one hell of a slam, immediately finishing that one up. That was exactly the same time as J-Team went down. Really, really big fight, actually. Cutting over to GD. It's going to do some shopping, see if they're going to grab resources or Soul Jades. The answer is Soul Jades. Although there was a grapple on the floor, so I assume they needed a bit of resources as well.
You know, we talk about optimization. Did you notice what GD's Kakaishi did after he got that double grab? He jumps up onto the hitbox of the other monk so that when he gets the double slam, not only does he get the 2 eliminations, but he stuns and damages the other monk as well. He's literally a 3-man monk slam coming through when there's another monk there. That's optimization coming through from Kakaishi.
Yeah, that is actually really, really big. Big stuff coming in from him, making it work as right now TE with 7 kills in pocket, feeling very comfortable, pretty geared up as well. Probably do some better armor on the likes of Leo and VVV, but the main thing is TXJ, he does have himself that purple armor, so he is sitting quite comfortably. They've all got decent weapons as well, so TE, they're in a good position. They just kind of want to play this for later circles and then go for whatever they can do from there. As GD, he's gone to JJH here. JJH, I'm just going to scurry away to the sides, away from GD. GD will play this nice and relaxed. And I feel like, honestly, the tempo may be a bit slower in this game than we have in our previous games just because of that start. So probably be a bit of a waiting game until this Realm of Yang you can see players heading towards now does spawn up, and then probably another little ignition of action.
Yeah, we're going to see JL topside here, taking some shots down onto AOW. And like you said, a little lull in the action coming through here. And it's because we're waiting for those Realms of Yang to come all the way through here. Some of these teams, again, we've seen this. There's been a shift in the meta where these second Realms of Yang's teams just for whatever reason don't want to take them, and that creates this sort of lull in the action. But when you've also, typically we're going into Zone 6, Zone 7 with 30 players left alive. It's only Zone 2 collapsing onto Zone 3, and we're down to 31 players left alive due to that massive early game aggression. And we saw coming through from so many of these teams. Looks like we're going to see Team GD, though, going in for this Realm of Yang, and they are going to be challenged this time by the members of EWG. Kakaishi here, looking to get that monk up at the last possible second, but go ahead and get the transformation through. As the gates open here, GD looking to monk up behind the pillar here. An immediate grab, though, coming through onto EWG's 2-tick. We're going to see the Temi ult come through and kind of block Kakaishi just a little bit, but he's able to just push up onto Yiron. Yiron feeling forced to de-monk here so he can get some armor and step into the Fairy Mech. The Fairy Mech going airborne here, just blitzing down onto Kakaishi, gonna now turn into that cannon form. Doesn't have time to try to pot up here, so just needs to buy some time for their team. The Kurumi ult comes through though, and will buy Team GD quite a bit of a reset here as they try to keep the pressure up onto EWG. Yiran still with the mech transformation though, forcing GD behind this pillar, and now we're gonna see the nunchucks coming through, the Dragon's Roar, trying to lock down the members of GD. Not gonna find any success in it. A parry does come through from EWG though. Kakaishi completely separated from the team. Dual Blades pumping out massive damage. There we go. We're going to see that legendary Soul Jade come in, and Kakaishi flips the script onto Yiran. Yiran 1 HP in a dream, trying to find it. Can't find it. Will find the pillar though. They're able to find their ult for a second time. Yiran holds on for dear life, and it looks like things are coming up. EWG, a single shot onto Yiran is going to kill him. He's got no armor. He's got no HP, but there it is. EWG walks away the victors in your realm of Yang.
That is an unbelievable fight in the realm of Yang. How on earth did Yiran live that? That was so clutch. That, like, just the clutch mech up in the final second. That was huge. That was such a big win there for EWG. They're going to be very happy with that one. Get the Mystic might get themselves some better gear. Everyone with that purple armor. A couple of golden weapons as well off the back of that one. We're actually going to see JL right now look to try and grab himself a kill onto JJH. Godly does go down off the back of that one. JJH now down 2 members. So Water is the final member standing. He was getting chased at the beginning of the game, and this looks like he's going to be getting chased at the end of the game, or the end of his game, because there is nowhere for him to go. He has no grapples. He has no opportunity to break away from this. And Water is going to make it work of. That's going to be a kill there for JL. He's able to pick that one up. And actually, it looks like GD has joined in as a third party. Bell gets popped there by Kakashi. He does have the ultimate available to him to use. His Zinyu uses a whole chunk of HP. Massive damage coming in. The transformation from Kakashi has come in. He needs to find the victory in this fight. They've got that Realm of Yang depletion on them already as it is. But he is going very low. There's a grab, looking for the re-grab, not able to get it, so he's going to just settle for the slam to AS. A big chunk of HP onto him. AS immediately getting caught out as actually Ziyu is transformed inside the building, which has kind of got him trapped for now. A grab through the door frame comes in from Kakashi. Another slam slams down as well. He's looking for that re-grab, unable to connect it though, as now it's over to JL, just trying to keep pressure up onto GD. Giddy. Unable to connect onto a full kill here yet. Actually, I say that, the JL's gone down already, so they've still got a bit of time. K, though, giving the pressure up. Is that a third party coming in? It looks like it is. I can't actually tell who's in the fight anymore. No, it's still the first two. Bang on the run, getting slammed, getting finished. The poison splash is going to come in, but K's going to cleanse himself with the Soul Bloom Essence in, and now Kakashi goes down. This is the final member, AS, finished up here by K. They lost a member, but they did get rid of the debuff.
Yeah, GD here able to go ahead and secure quite a few eliminations, as well as getting rid of those debuffs. And Kakaishi going to be easy to buy back here. They've got 32,000 Dark-Tide coins. There's a shop nearby. As long as there's still a Resurrection Charm for them to buy in the shop and they're not sold out, they're going to be able to get them back. If not, they're going to be forced to look for one of these Morris Blessings that's still on the map before we head into Zone 4. And it looks like GD actually is unfortunate in the fact that we're probably not going to see any of those Resurrection Charms left available. Looks like Don Queen went over and checked the shop. Didn't see anything there because we didn't see the ticket coming through for them. They need to find a Morris Blessing, or maybe they're going to come onto a shop here and maybe they'll find one available. And this is why we typically see a lot of these teams trying to avoid these second sort of realms of Yang, is typically by this point, these teams have been able to scrounge together so many of those Resurrection Charms. There's just none available. So even if you get a couple of your teammates back from that Yang depletion, if you lose even a single one, you can't resurrect their Karen, right? As soon as they die, they're just completely gone from the game. And if there's none of those Resurrection Charms left available for you to buy, that's it. They are gone from the game, and you're forced to play the rest of the match with 2 or even 1 player left remaining alive.
Yeah,
Team
absolutely.
TK here, just chilling on the backside. looking to hold this sort of space on top of these rocks. This is a fairly good position given where the zone's pushing. We actually are going to see one of those Morris Blessings coming through, and it looks like it's going to be heavily contested by teams TE, GG, and Team Ventus.
Yeah, looking to hold it for the moment. See who's actually going to be able to get control of this area, but there's a bit of GS. Yeah, GS in the difference as well. You got Meteor on the cannon, so able to really poke away at that long range. But it's very much just a waiting game for the Morris Blessing to spawn up. It feels like half the lobby here. This has been such a hot drop lobby where like everybody is constantly fighting. The Morris Blessing will spawn any second now. The players are just going to be chilling for the moment. Nobody wants to overcommit. Nobody wants to be that guy to make the mistake and get himself haunted out. Ventus. She's in this little tree house just to keep themselves safe. Giving them plenty of cover, plenty of places to hide. The Morris Blessing comes down and everybody comes in. Sandstorm by GG, though, is enough for them to gain control of the Morris Blessing. Nobody can contest this at this point. Golden armor for 330. And he is just set up for success. There was a golden swarm in there as well. I don't believe he's the one to pick it up. I think somebody else has got that to make sure that when he gets the grab, they have the follow-up damage. But he is in a scary position, launching into the middle of the Ventus there, just to get a big old chunk onto them with a pole sword. Sansi has already used the transformation there on the UA Shen to get the Terracotta Warrior up, but
yeah, I mean, the Karumi there felt pressure to use the ultimate as well, so they've committed 2 ults here. Ventus, as soon as Sansi detransforms here, is going to be in a really poor position. And we've got another team looking to take advantage of it. GG's also looking to pressure back in, potentially, as we see EWG trying to take shots at Team GG and TE, who are going head-to-head, who are actually, TE here, kind of griefing GG a little bit as they go in. They burn a lot to get Ventus to burn double ultimates, and TE, by keeping pressure on to the members of GG, have kept GG from following up onto Ventus. And if you see here, Ventus takes the low ground and actually goes between all these little hills, used the river to pressure further down the map to get away from the likes of Team GG and EWG. So GG just going to be forced to hold up in the little hut that they're in here and not going to find that follow-up that they desperately wanted onto Ventus after we saw 330 catch basically the entire team out with that pole sword and just chunk them down and force them to burn 2 ultimates. EWG going to be forced to move away from the top of that hut that they were in, being evicted by the likes of Team GD. GD just sitting up top there with those cannons, that Meteor and Rupture Gale Orb doing a ton of damage onto the members of EWG. AOW towards the north side of the map, on the fat side of the zone, closing by no ult zone, but doesn't look like they're going to pop it, as they just slowly are trying to sneak their way into the zone without giving up too much information about their position, because all of them still rocking blue armor and blue weapons at this point, Jake.
Yeah, they all are. It's a bit of a mistake to be this far behind. Is that 3 dots on them? On GG there? I think he had 3 dots on him, 4 dots. He lost a lot of HP, but is able to heal himself back up. Still got the golden armor, so he's pretty comfortable, and he's got his monk transformation up and available for him if he needs to. Just gonna tuna back up.
I love the cojones on 330 here, just literally going to tuna in the middle of the map. Yeah, he's got the bridge for cover above him, but like it takes a set to stand there and tuna in the middle of a final circle closing like this, as we're in zone 5 right now. I gotta give it to 330 there for just being like, look, I'm gonna get the buff and the heal. Heck with burning the resources. He's gonna do it again. He's got way more cover here. To be fair, this is a position I would expect to see somebody do it in, but still, absolutely bonkers of 330 to just not have a care in the world. He's got all the faith in his team to cover him while he sits there and pops the 2-9. Now we're going to see him take an aggressive position here with his blue cannon, and Meteor going to catch some of these hits out onto Ventus. Going to force Ventus to start burning some of those resources that he's not been burning by utilizing that 2-9. Looking at, I would say, looking to build rage back up, but he's already got his ult back here as Alex Emmett goes a little low and is going to be forced to find his own reset here, and is just going to go ahead and burn through pots. Now, LXM He needs to be careful here as he's got 0 HP potions. Ah, this is smart. He's going to bump into the zone and go do a little bit of shopping on the last shop anywhere near this final circle and says, look, I'll take the zone tick just so I can have some pots for later into this fight. We still have 24 players left alive here as we're pressuring into zone 5, collapsing on to zone 6. GG really trying to hold on to this sort of position. We're going to see that 2-0 coming through yet again from 330. No fear from this man, Jake.
No, he doesn't give a damn. They were fighting for the Morris Blessing down there actually as well. It's interesting that they were kind of using LXM to bait it instead of letting you know, whoever had 2-0, their monk to use it because he had the 2-0, but decided not to go for it. I'm just going to back off, and now AOW on this high ground looking for the grabs on to some members the low ground, but Arg's going to get forced away. TXJ looking for some grabs himself here as he has gone for that transformation. BBB going to be healing the team up to throw the umbrella down. It's a little bit more safe. There we go. A grab onto TK, but a grab in response. They lose their Karumi. Not what they need to have happen. TXJ. Let's see if they can reunite with their Karumi as Uran has transformed here. 330 also transforming himself. We'll be looking for a grab onto somebody. Probably not Uran. They could just go for the shove, and actually Swarm's coming in. VVV getting himself grabbed, getting himself slammed into the zone. Blinks straight out. No, EWG finishes him up with the bow. Lovely little pick up onto them with 3 minutes and a half left. There's still so many people left in this lobby. 21 players, 8 teams are standing here as LXM gonna mech up, keep himself alive as 330 actually lost a lot of HP. Not sure if he's gonna be able to 2-0 here. There's a whole bunch of people about, but they may just give him the opportunity. He's not. No, he's in trouble. 330 needs to try and get away, but I don't think he's gonna be able to do so. Xiaohu able to finish him up. That's their golden armor gone. That's their monk gone. All of a sudden, GG, they've just got significantly weaker.
Yeah, unfortunately, 330, again, these monk comps, as soon as either the monk or Karumi fall away, they start to crumble, right? Now, 330 was able to be resurrected because the Karumi is still alive, and this is why we talk about target acquisition into this particular comp. The classic monk comp is so important. If you get the monk out because he's a big, beefy target, and the Karumi's still alive, they're able to sneakily just get those tethers off and keep things moving in these final circles and get those resurrections, and that's exactly what we see happen time and time again. Unfortunately, they do not have the Karumi to be able to bring back GG's 330, so 330 is going to be relegated to just being a spectator here in the final circle. Zhao Toto here trying not to end up in the same situation as he just starts to get blitzed down by that swarm we see coming through. Yiran monked up as well, looking to find grabs onto anybody. Will be able to find Zhao Toto, looks for the second grab, isn't going to find it, is just going to have to go for the slam. Will pick up the elimination onto Zhao Toto, though, as he does have those golden hands, which means he's going to pump out a ton of damage. TE's TXJ able to pick up multiple eliminations onto Sanzi and Miskia, and unfortunately, GG down to a single member left remaining alive. EWG's Yiran gonna mech up here. The Faria coming through, 2-tick just in time, getting the pillar down, so Yiran is able to stay alive here. He was in quite a bit of trouble there for 2 seconds, but he was able to find that mech and keep this Pacific Rim Cop going hard as Yiran now goes into the cannon form, looks to secure some eliminations onto Ventus's TJ, and they will find it with the help of Zhao Yui. Yiran able to also fully pop back up here. The full reset coming through here. Temi ult buying them so many levels of protection. Gonna pick up Lu Yao as well. So close to the ultimate, but gets picked up by TE's TXJ. Yiran gonna be forced to pop the bell after the grab, trying to keep it alive. He's so close to that ultimate, but he gets sent absolutely blitzed into the zone by the pulsar from TE's Leo. Oh my goodness, Yiran will go down as Leo follows it up. EWG's 2-tick gonna be picked up here as well. Gonna go down to the zone. AOW's Suru Kong here trying to hold it together for the members of AOW.
That was a huge sandstorm just on the edge as well, making this so much harder for everybody to fight around. The circle's disappearing. 7 players left. It's carnage, but AOW are starting to take a whole bunch of names. It's their kill feed. It's their game to win. AOW absolutely slaughter the lobby.
I mean, AOW's got a couple of eliminations as well, don't get me wrong, but I think it's actually going to come down to one of these other teams. They may have been eliminated early, but quite a few of these teams were in the, you know, almost 20-point score lines, right? And here we go. It's going to be EWG. No surprises here. Yiran able to put together so many eliminations in the end there. And even when he goes low, Tutik able to get that pillar down in the last second to buy Yiran back into the game. What a huge
such a clutch ending. That was such a clutch ending. I am surprised. AOW picked up like 4 or 5 kills in that final couple of seconds, but didn't have enough prior leading into that, and EWG had set themselves up for success. A huge game for these guys coming in on the game number 4, and they're going to feel good because remember, this is the one where you don't have long. It's this, and then you're pretty much straight onto Holler Off for that game number 5. So not much time to get that mental reset going, and J-Team are crumbling. This is 2 bad games back-to-back for these guys. They've really got to make these last 2 games count.
Man, you know what, Jay? We talked about this at the beginning, how blessed we've been in trios recently, and how you found yourself a little bit more of a trios man recently. You used to love your solos, and you still love your solos, I'm sure, but trios of lately really has been such a gem. And this game, man, the hot drops, the number of fights that take place.
Yeah.
There was very, very little downtime in this game. Even with how many eliminations we saw early, we expected to see kind of a much longer middle game, but we saw teams for the first time go in and pressure those second realms of Yang and keep that pressure going through the mid game. And man, it was just an explosive match from start to finish.
Look, as a solos enthusiast, I will say, whenever I see myself doing trios, I smile at the moment. I think trios are in such a good state. I'll have my issues with the whole monk stuff, and you know, no point going into that. But on the whole, trios is just delivering every time I cover it. Every time I get to watch some trios games, we get some really, really impressive stuff that goes down. I'm liking some of the kind of changes we're seeing in the comps, and it felt like there's been less reliant on Monk. Obviously, these guys still love Monk. Like, you're still getting a Monk in every game. Yes, I think we could the meta could be in a slightly better state on that front, but I do think, you know, Trios just delivers, man. And like we've had what 3 games of like pretty spread out drops, and everyone's like, nah, meet you at Seoul at the J mines, the Shadow J mines, and they just go down. Get into action immediately. But no, it has been delivering. But I do kind of want to just go back to, like, we got some teams who are really stepping up today. And there's a whole bunch of teams who have genuinely had a really good day. And what the hell is happening to J-Team? Because I swear, whenever I don't cast J-Team, they pop off. And then whenever I cast J-Team, they just crumble. And so everyone's like, yeah, J-Team's stacked. And I'm like, are you real? Are you talking about the same team as me? Because these guys just seem to always fall really short whenever I cover them.
Look, you know, this is the thing. We're talking about the state of the meta too, so this is a great time, you know, to bring this up. Eagle really is the backbone of that team, right? We talk about our 3 best monks in the meta. Eagle is easily always in that discussion, but as good as the monk comp is, as consistent as the monk comp is, I think that's the big thing behind this Transformer comp and why the monk is always here, is there's always a level of consistency to it. But these teams, especially the veteran teams, have played against it for so long. They know the ins and outs of playing against the Transformer comp like the back of their hand. They could play against it in their sleep. So when we start to see more of these Takedas coming through, right, more of these Viper comps coming through, a lot of these teams really able to excel at that. And if you can get the monk comps out before final circle, before they have a chance to pop off, they just kind of crumble a little bit. Speaking of popping off, EWG, man, in this final circle, they don't even make top 4, it looks like, before they go out, but they have enough eliminations with about 16 eliminations that they get 23.4 game score. Team GD close on their heels behind them with 14 eliminations and a 23 game score. And TE with a consistency game coming in, 12 eliminations. But they go out in that 3rd place position. That multiplier going to bring them up to a 20.5, a 20-point game. I wouldn't even call a consistency game. I would just call this a darn good game, Jake.
Yeah, that is a very good game there for TE. AOW, they murdered the end of that lobby, but it was only 9 kills. But there you go. Our 3 players from the side of EWG. Almost exactly the same amount of damage coming out from Uran and 2Tick there. Really, really good kill, damage spread. Honestly, these guys, you know, as far as the spread of resources and output going, all pretty much on the same page there. Yeah, Jalue does a little bit less, but you are playing the Tami. You are playing the utility for this team. I guess 2Tick also is utility on Pharah, but, you know, Pharah also very capable of doing damage and sometimes will mech up himself instead of giving it over to their monk. It's a really, really good game for them here. And having a quick look over
this is play of the game for me. Look, double grab jumps onto the other monk so he can slam the damage onto them too. Literally, that's one for the highlight reels at the end of the day. Look at this, by the way, it's like every time we come to EWG's run, 2Tick dropping the pillar so that he can save himself.
Yeah, there
Look
it is
at this again. Time and time again. Man, talk about playing it close to the chest. Dude, like, he goes so low before he's willing to even touch that pillar.
Yeah, no, he literally played that as close as you possibly could. This is AS getting himself taken out inside the zone. Look how many people there are. It's one of the things about Trios. It's like, it's such a cluster. You know what? On my old computer, I don't think my frame rate can handle that many people in such a tight circle.
Oh man, this is just great. I love this for Yiran too, man. The support coming in from 2Tick, just allowing him to literally play the monk out to the final seconds before he grabs it. You love to see it happen, but man, we're gonna come in here and speaking of 2Tick gonna be our MVP, their 2nd MVP of the season with 24,000 damage, 4 kills and 7 assists. Look at this, hefted attach and a double Phoenix blast. Scatter shot, fire arrows, repair roll. I literally it's like a smorgasbord of my favorite soul jades, and 2Tick gets them all.
Yeah, he was really set up off the back of that one. Good game, 24k damage coming in from him. 11k of that coming from the bow as well, so doing a lot with that range. I guess, like you said, scatter shot, fire arrows, pretty much as good as it gets on that front. Repair roll is it's such a weird soul jade because, like, I don't think it's underrated, but I do really think, like, a lot of people gloss over how good that is. You are not in any danger while repairing or reloading your weapons. It's such a good soul jade. One of those ones where you just kind of don't even really think about. You just press it, you roll away to safety, and there it is. EWG taking themselves that game at number 4. We've still got 2 games left to go. We'll be going to Holoroth for this game number 5 as well. And like we said, not much time between this game and last game and this game. The players get very little time to kind of get themselves prepped and ready. And, you know, again, that kind of comes into what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Like, a lot of these teams, they will just have their day and what they're picked, like, all 6 games prepped. They know, for game 1, I'm playing this, for game 2, I'm playing this, and they'll have it prepped. So you don't have to go and talk to the coach and say, what are we changing? Or at least on the hero select, it's very much the conversation will be about, you know, what can we do better? What do we do wrong? What should we be focusing on this game? Probably not going to be taking too many criticisms in between game 4 and 5. I feel like it's very much like, all right, yeah, I think we know what happened there. Let's make sure that we do this instead this time. But yeah, I'm one thing I'm kind of sad about with season 3 is we don't get that much Holoroth. We only get 2 games. Like, I understood it for season 2 in Worlds because it was the new map, but I want 3-3. That's what I want. I want more Holoroth.
I have to keep my mouth shut on certain things, but let's just say it's some more map change up in the future, Jake. So you're gonna
is that what you did?
I'm not doing anything. I'm just saying some change ups to some maps in the near future, potentially in next season. We'll see where it lands. But I want to go back to repair roll.
You heard it first.
Oh my goodness, no, please don't remove Morsile. I love Morsile so much, but no, I want to go back to the repair roll. Another thing that's really not talked about with it, Soul Jade, is uptime. Because when you stop to do a regular repair, it's 3 times as long as doing a repair roll. When you do the repair roll, it's like an instantaneous repair. So for these players that are just like putting so many range shots down onto some of these other teams, that repair roll is just oppressive. Because typically what happens is, like, you know how many shots come out of a bow or come out of a cannon, and there's going to be a lull where you're like, okay, hey, there's a lull coming. We can use this opportunity to pot up, reposition, kind of get in that sort of situation. When a team's got repair roll, it's almost always uptime. There's no downtime in the damage that they're putting down range. As long as they've got repair kits, they can keep it coming, and it is so oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's that uptime is the big part, you know, not to be mistaken with that up dog though. As we are getting ready to go into game number 5, dropping on Holoroth, having a look at JL. 43% of the time making it into that top 5, favoring the old traditional, good old classic monk with the Kurumi and the Yue Shen. Curious to see what everything's gonna look like. I don't know what time we're playing on Holoroth, because there's 3 times and we only get 2 of them per bi-weekly, so I don't know what time we're on. I wonder if we got nighttime. We didn't have nighttime last week. I'm here for nighttime Holoroth. I can't remember what effects you get on nighttime, because like what I like about Holoroth is it's got so many weather effects, and they're all very dependent on what time of day of Holoroth you're at. Because you can only get the snowstorms and the sandstorms at certain points in the day. I think snowstorms in the morning on Holoroth, or dawn, I think it is the official term or official time for it. So I'm curious to see, you know, what I love about it is just you get so many it's so much variation. Because with Morisai you get like, we'll get like fog, which means, you know, especially a shipwreck, it's actually quite hard to take a range fight because you can't see as much. Or you get the fireflies because of certain times of the day, and then it increases what kind of heroes you're going to play, and, you know, puts more priority on certain heroes. But with Holoroth, it's like it can genuinely change up where you drop and how your drop spot will look. Because the last thing you want to be doing is playing something like a Zeping, who's very reliant on her ultimate, and then having the snowstorm spawn up. Even when your ult's ticking away, the snowstorm will make that tick really quick, and you don't have that ult for long. So it'll be interesting to see what time of day we're going to get, because I have no idea.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. But I hate to burst your bubble. Unfortunately, I was here when we drew the maps. The daytime, nighttime for maps. We did not get the Starry Night map for Holoroth for a 3rd set of weeks in a row. So unfortunately, we are gonna see that coming through for Holoroth.
you missed mine and Moxie's draw. That was just carnage. Me and Moxie had no idea what was going on. It was brilliant fun. I think what we should do is just always have me do the map draw, because I have no idea what's going on. I'll make it entertaining, I promise. Anyway,
oh my goodness.
Let's have a look at the hero select going in. Oh, the Yotos are back in style. Got 1, 2 Takeda comps as well there. And then a lot of Yosehime comps coming in. I'm here for it as a Yoto / Valder enthusiast. If any of those 2 show up, I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm looking at JJH, and I would love to see the Justina come through. I don't think we're gonna get it though. They did this to me. They did this to me last stream. They gave us the Justina in game 1. They popped off with it, and then all day we're just like, are we gonna see the Justina again? Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna? They never gave it to us, Jay.
Chasing the dragon, mate. That's what
look, I know. Look, I'm just the copium is real. I really want to see the Justina come back in, and it's hyper unfortunate because it's even less likely now, because they had a great game 1 on it their first day, and then their first game today they did absolutely terrible on the comp. So even less likely we're going to see it coming forward. But oh my goodness, look at this. We're going to see quite a bit of action down here as a J team and multiple teams dropping there. 2 teams going head to head here at podium. This is pretty standard. OUG got podium last time we came to Holoroth today, completely for free, but TE not willing to let it go quite that easy this time around, Jake.
Still yet to see red armor. We are still yet to. I've seen red armor once in my own games as well. I'm convinced it's like on a way lower drop rate than what we actually get. As SS eating a shot to the face there from the ballista, doesn't land that next shot. That one also goes a little bit wide, but it does look like TE gonna win this fight very convincingly. Meanwhile, the hot drop has turned into an absolute bloodbath. A whole bunch of teams looking to fight Yoran. Needs to get himself a bit of a reset off because he's lost a whole bunch of HP. OC chasing onto AOW, but AOW already have 2 members with purple armor. They are set up. A Moonblade Chubb was picked up as well by the side of Team J Team. That's the one. Got it. Brain falling apart apparently. Zibeng being chased away by Ping Tao. AOW are terrifying right now just because of the amount of purple armor they've got on their teammates. They are relatively healthy, so to speak, as Yoran has no armor, has nowhere to go. His health bar is chunked out heavily, but Tutik does get a bunch of damage off there with the spear. AOW just going to go for a bit of a revive and a heal. The swords come out to heal up those shields. And AOW keeping the pressure up onto these members, chasing for these kills. Still yet to find, but comes Zing with a clang, and that's going to be an end to Zhao Lue. Easy pickup as Yoran also goes down. AOW are absolutely mopping up this hot drop. The aggression, the style. Slayer trying to get a heal off, but not going to be able to do too much as Ping Tao is just waiting for them as Slayer gets bopped back once again. The spear, the oppression, the power. AOW are just going to completely win this hot drop overall.
Look, EWG's Yiran tried to set himself up over there, pop the bell, tried to just hold that greatsword and be like, nobody puts Yiran in the corner. And unfortunately, AOW's Ping Tao said, I put Yiran in the corner, and blitzes him out of existence. And then, like you said, just come out on top of that hot drop. 6 eliminations under the belt of AOW and 2 sets of purple armor already. Those Lux Soul Jades coming in huge for AOW. Unfortunately for J-Team, though, J-Team's picked up a couple of eliminations here, but they've already been forced to use that early Bane's Breath that they picked up. I might have misspoken. It looked like they had some eliminations down below in the bottom left, but they've not appeared on the scoreboard yet. So J-Team may have been forced just to use the Bane's Breath to get away, and is going to walk away with 0 value from it here in our game number 5. OUG, a team who started out the day extremely strong with a massive showing in game 1, has been playing some consistency games today and have moved all the way up to number 2 in the standings overall with 122.8 points. If they have an explosive game here, they could easily catch up to J-Team. Speaking of the OUG and J-Team going head-to-head, unfortunately, Jin Yu just completely caught out, grapple locked into infinity by J-Team, and I'm not sure why the rest of the members of OUG didn't look to turn back into this fight. They had gear, they had abilities under the belt, and J-Team just is able to pressure them down, and now they're going to be without Zinyu. Zinyu's looking to find a place to resurrect here. J-Team looks to pressure onto the remaining members of OUG, but EWG is actually waiting in the wings here, actually trying to hide, it seems, as they may not want to be involved in this fight. We're going to see a double parry coming through from 101TN, and this fight very quickly turning on its head here for J-Team. The double parry just doing so much damage to the members of Team OUG. ZK, they're going to be forced to pop that sorry, not ZK. The enemy team is going to be forced to pop the Temi ult here as ZK just looks to go ahead and reset inside of the Temi ult before they continue the pressure onto OUG. And OUG separated here in the bushes. 101TN looks like they're going to go check that bush where SS is. Will we see SS pressured onto EWG's 2-tick? Caught out in the corner here. Looks like they were stunned by another team, but EWG, a very impressive team last game. Probably not a team you want to be trifling with quite this early. TK on the defensive here with the Bane's Breath down, trying to just defend the space that they're in. J-Team trying to get away from that Bane's Breath. TK absolutely locked down into the corner, gets sent flying inside, but the Wu Chen TP gonna buy them to safety. ZK lives to fight another day.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get their pots off and heal back up. They did use that Wu Shen ultimate, but still got the Viper stun. Still got, actually they used the Yoto ultimate. It might be back up by now. So an opportunity to turn this one around. OUG's the king, still hiding in that bush. He is very, very tense right now. It's what we call a squeaky bum moment for him, as he is going to get dropped onto. And there it is. He's in some real danger. The ultimate comes out here from a Yoto. Just going to try and shred through those health bars. Xin Yan trying to land those last couple of shots onto Eagle. Eagle gets to get caught by the grab on the way out as 101 Tien also trying to see if there's an opportunity. Now they're looking for the lockdown. ZK keeping the lock on, and this is going to be an easy kill onto TK's 40 IWL. ZK, though, gets caught by the Wisp, and he's taken down the third party. OUG sliding into action, looking to finish up these J-Team members. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to fully commit, as J-Team lost 2. There is only 1 left standing, and they are in some serious danger. The King going to go toe-to-toe with them, pops the bell, and 101 TN's going to have to pull off the 1v3 miracle dream, but that ain't happening. He's going down.
Oh my goodness, OUG, the patience of Saints. That chase went on for so long, and OUG splitting up, separating out, trying to let another team go into it. They even run into EWG at one point and expect EWG to take the heat off of them from J-Team, but EWG just finds some places to hide down. They don't pop up their head. They never showed themselves, and J-Team keeps the pressure up. OUG, as soon as they're able to break line of sight, they split up. They take different bushes. We even see one of them get caught out in a bush just because a fight happened to break out directly on top of them. They were able to slip away, and as soon as that fight turns against the favor of J-Team, OUG slips back in, having patiently played the cleanest game of NARAKA I've seen in a long time, and just come in and clean up the members of J-Team, just like JL here, cleaning up the members of another team as they pick up their 6th elimination of the games. Both JL and AOW off to a tear here in game number 5, Jake.
Yeah, really big start there for them. As there's the OUG finding themselves in a 1 versus 2 versus AK. He doesn't give a damn though. In comes back up. It was close. It was close. If only that final member didn't show up and say what's up.
I mean, look, TK though, man, the double parry goes in clutch. You got to give it to him. At least he's playing the game. You know what I mean? He's out here fighting his heart out.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the clutch, like 1v3s. I'll always go back to the FBX one in the final circle where all hope is lost. I can't remember who it was playing UASN at the time, but
I mean, if we're gonna
the most sick 1v3, that was beautiful.
If we're going to talk 1v3s, we got to talk about the World Championship this last year. VNGC's Roy Hee, who played both solos and trios. Roy, absolutely just like the king of 1v3s when it came to the World Cup, man. He absolutely dumpstered some teams completely by himself.
GD, they're trying to get in. I don't actually know if they're going to go for it. Kakaxi's going to go for the transformation instead. They have no interest in going into this run with Yang. Sandstorm's up as well. Kakaxi gets himself a grab onto Water, gets the shove back and gets the slam down. Water not feeling so fresh after that one. Godly low HP as he's getting shoved back as well. GD keeping the pressure up onto him as Godly trying desperately to get his rock climbing going for himself, but he can't get away. He has to demonk, but he's get over here. Kakaxi gets the slam and finishes him up. Water next to get picked up, but he de-transformed. And GD, they're just going to finish him up and get himself the kill. 2 kills to GD.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunate here for both JJH and GD. They wanted to get inside that realm of Yang, but they were already full by the time they tried to get in. We turn our attention to that realm of Yang though. TE going head to head with JL. JL, this team that's been very aggressive and doesn't want to pressure away from fights. One Fang gonna actually get picked up here by TXJ. Unfortunately, that is gonna be it for One Fang as TXJ able to just hold him in place while the remaining members of TE blitz through his HP bar. AS trying to keep it moving here with that legendary pole sword, just trying to lock somebody down, but isn't able to find it as TE comes through and picks up the victory here in a realm of Yang. And now to Team GG going head to head with Team GS. Gel Toto gonna go down, but it going to leave a little gift for the members of GG with a poison splash. They do turn on to LXM though, who gets caught up in the staff from 330. Oh my goodness, we're going to see more and more coming out. Miskia going to go quite low here, trying to come in with the dual blades onto GS's end, just pressuring through the ultimate here from the Temi, and no place to go. 1 HP in a dream, quite literally trying not to get grabbed while trying to fight both LXM and Miskia. He's just buying time, a single second. They're actually both. Oh my goodness. If I'm Team GS right now, I'm screaming at Aaron, pat him on the back going, yes, that's what I'm talking about.
The disrespect on that, man. No way did Anne pull that off. GG are going to be heartbroken. That is, honestly, that is keyboard breaking behavior. Like, damn.
Somebody get Team GG a new keyboard because they're going to need it after that one.
They're finishing this game. They're going off to the water cooler and they're just going to sit in silence and just have a nice tall glass of water and chill off. That is going to be heartbreaking. JL finding themselves being chased here by TE. They should be the ones going aggressive, by the way. They do have the Realm of Yang debuff on, but they do not want to take a fight versus VVV with that golden pole sword. They feel super scared to go versus them. And TE actually not fully committing to the fight. They've got the Vermilion's Bird's Might, but deciding not to try and risk it. They don't want to lose that buff yet in case the fight goes wrong. So they're playing it relatively calm and collected. Interesting.
Well, TE with 6 eliminations under their belt right now, they're more than happy to just go ahead and take those to late game. Unfortunately, GG going to spawn here. Only 2 of their members up. Looks like Miskia is going to finally get himself back in. And GG here with 2 minutes and 56 seconds to try to find a team to eliminate. And again, man, they... Malding is the word right now for Team GG after ending up losing in that Realm of Yang to literally just the timer ticking down. GG not happy about that whatsoever. They were desperately looking for that Vermilion Bird's Might. They wanted those extra eliminations. GS in a very similar situation, but quite happy about being able to grief the members of Team GG. So even if they go down here, they're going to be happy about that and going to talk about that one for a while to come. TE here finding themselves engaged with the members of Team GG. GG going to be forced to take this fight into TE, even though TE does have that buff, which is going to help with that rage generation. 330 trying to be the difference maker here for the team as the Temi ult comes out from Team TE. 330 finding it difficult to find any sorts of grabs. TE's TXJ though going quite low. VVV almost getting grabbed by 330, but it doesn't quite come to fruition. 330 going to be forced to demonk as that Venom tip just absolutely puts in work onto 330. LXM coming in. They might be able to capitalize and pick up an elimination onto TE here. VVV going so low. 330 wants it. You can feel it. He goes for the parry ball, turns it back onto VVV, picks up the legendary pole sword and gets rid of the Yang depletion in one fell swoop onto Leo as well. 330 looks to make it happen. TE's eliminated and GG's back in the game.
TE didn't use their Bird's Might and then take a fight the moment their Bird's Might wears off. What was that? And they just lost everything. That was a real mess up. J-Team now collapsing in on the area. See if they actually decide to go for this fight. They will know who... They would have seen the scoreboard, so they would have a rough idea that this probably might be GG, actually. But now they are just going to play this nice and calm as we are seeing GL use their rebirth charm. But man, that was such a close fight there by GG. And J-Team actually quite happy just to pick the scraps up after this and see what they can get. Really, really relaxed game here now for GG. They're feeling way more happy after that rubber Yang went wrong. They are going to actually look to stand here in the snowstorm and actually go towards the Mora's Blessing, but maybe spawning up. All get heated up off that fire. So they're not going to lose any of their ult charge, not immediately anyway. As well, Yangs are spawning up. Mora's Blessings are spawning up. It's going to be a Draco Storm Mora's Blessing for GG that they will get their hands onto, but the buff might not be all they really care about. There might be some good weapons and armor in there for them. They're going to want those upgrades going
Goodbye
in a little
to Team
bit further.
GS as we see their Yang depletion tick down. That's going to be it for the members of Team GS, unfortunately.
That's a sad poison splash, isn't it? No one even hit with it.
I need, oh my god, I need a t-shirt that just says that, just sad poison splash.
Sad poison splash. Tragic. Oh, OEG got knocked out there by Ventus, actually. As EWG are the ones to get their hands on this realm of, on this Mora's Blessing. So, GG were in the area. J-Team are also in the area. As they're looking to come in and try and play interrupt on this buff. I don't believe it got picked up, and oh, J-Team actually looking for a big lockdown. They're going to get the transformation off, and that's enough to break the line of sight. He gets it perfectly timed as 101TN blinking away from the monk as he's just staggering him right now with the sword. Already, Jaloué loses their life, and J-Team have the advantage in the fight as Yoran's monk form will be timing out fairly soon. He's in that snowstorm, so it will be a little bit scarier for them on that front as J-Team, they're happy with the 1 kill. They may just play this a little bit more calm before they go for more. EWG have that Draco Storm, so they have that slow, but J-Team now waiting out the transformation, now rejoining into the fight. Yoran's getting himself chunked, caught out by the graphics before he can jump in onto ZK. Gets himself a big chunk of damage taken as Eagle loses some help in the meanwhile. Yoran trying to slide forward, gets the charge click on the katana off. Eagle's low HP, but Yoran has no armor and has 3 members of J-Team just pounding on him, popping the bell to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer as J-Team getting a reset off onto their 1 member who's chunked, trying to get some more damage onto Yoran as he's going to get his back forced into the zone as he is low HP, and 101TN should just be able to finish this one up, but he's able to hold fast for just a little longer. In comes Eagle with the counter, with the parry, finding the kill. Now ZK versus 2Tick, the final member of EWG. He's not going to be able to live this one for long as the rest of J-Team slide in. It's been a disappointing couple of games for J-Team, and they are not letting that streak continue as they win the fight.
Oh my goodness, we gotta talk about Eagle, man. Talk about the MVP. He sees the Yoda ult come out. He sees the monk transformation come through. He's able to throw 1 wind wall down, and it allows the Yodohime to teleport through the wind wall to keep from being grabbed by the monk. Yodohime turns around, turns the blade onto the monk, staggers the monk back. The monk walks to the left to get around the wind wall. We immediately see Wu Chen throw another F out, keeping the monk from being able to grab Yodo out of the ult. Yodo just continues to force the monk back. The Wu Chen continues, throws another wind wall down, buys them even more space. EWG gets no mileage out of that ult, and J-Team comes out on top. And speaking of J-Team coming out on top, they see a poor little Chu Li here from JJH all on his lonesome, just trying to get away. And look at this. JL sees J-Team coming out and goes, nah, you know what? We thought we were going to chase that kill. J-Team, you can have it. We want nothing to do with it. And sure enough, we're going to see that come through right. Oh my goodness! Chu Li with a massive Phoenix Blast into Hepta. J-Team takes a massive chunk of damage. Chu Li still alive here. Looks to find it again. J-Team's going to put him in the corner though, says we're not going to give you the opportunity. But man, Chu Li might go out, but he goes out in style, Jake.
Yeah, that was almost like a cool turning moment, but unfortunately he didn't have a team with him. He was the final member standing, and J-Team do find a corner of it that can pin him to and take over. But as you can see now, with 7 kills under their belt, J-Team finally keeping a bit of a grip on their top spot. AOW though, right now overall 113 points, 8 kills into this game. They are set up for success right now. You can see where everybody else is standing in the overall scoreboards. Is Annalie actually jumping down onto Kakaxi. Kakaxi is in some serious danger. GG. They got that free realm of Yang, but this fight is not going to be free by any means. As out jump OC. They get the monk transformation, and they're just going to go for a reset. They do not want anything to do with that fight.
Look, this is what we talked about. Some of that verticality, how difficult it is for the monk. OC is literally right above Team GD, but there's no chance of the monk being able to get grabs up here. OC can just chill up here all day, get a full reset, and then re-engage onto Team GD, realistically, if they want to. They did burn to all 3 of their ultimates, though, so it's likely they're just going to let GD pass. And GD, they don't want to take a fight up there again because it really cuts the power of their monk completely out of the comp. He's not able to do anything. So they're just going to move on with their lives. As we turn back, take a quick look at a replay here between OUG and JL. I do believe this is where OUG gets eliminated from the game. One Fang able to get the double grab into a massive bit of damage onto OUG's The King. King is just going to keep getting pummeled here. They're in the zone. There's no place for OUG to go. Another double grab. The King was one tick away from death and allowed himself to get re-grabbed into the double grab, and the whole team just goes down. Oh my goodness, OUG is feeling the pain from that one, Jake.
Yeah, that one stings. That one really stings. Still got ourselves a bit of time before this game comes to an end, but it has been action-packed to the point where we have 24 players and 8 teams left. We had 31 players in the final 5 minutes of that last game. So that kind of really puts in perspective how quick this game has been moving, how many kills have gone down. Right now, just focusing on JL, who having a pretty good game, to be honest. 8 kills in, currently 5th in the standings overall. Sitting quite pretty as GG, not so consistent so far. They are 13th overall in the standings. It is their first day of games, to be fair, so we can't completely write them off, but they got a ways to go before they can get themselves into that top 8 standing. Still, having a pretty decent game, 6 kills for themselves already. They should be able to get a pretty big climb on off the back of this.
I mean, Team GG has a 51.5. Don't get me wrong, it's no 100-point day like we saw the likes of XCG and J-Team get during day 1, but a 51-point day is fairly good in general for trios, right? Yeah. They're having an above average day. They're playing consistently. They're doing well, and they've actually set themselves up in a position where they have the potential to pop off this game. And man, every time we go to talk about one of these teams, Alphabet Soup reappears. GD going head to head with GG. It's always GG, GD, and GS in the same place going head to head when we start to talk about the pacing and how well these teams are doing or not doing. Man, so many G's. Ventus also up top here, looking to kind of pressure onto this Moore's Blessing, but most of the goodies probably gone here. So realistically, Ventus looking for an opportunity to pressure into a fight here if some of these other teams go head to head, but nobody really wanting to overcommit. TK looking to come up, seeing if they can find something, but unfortunately it's just another blue armor there. A team was able to find an upgrade, so Team TK not really going to be able to find anything there from that Moore's Blessing. They're just going to relegate themselves to a bush here, and this has been the unfortunate circumstances for Team TK, man. They've not been able to produce this season at all, Jake.
No. I was gonna make a bad music joke, but I decided not to. Mostly because I couldn't think of one, to be honest. GD though, just currently sitting off in the side, away from the snowstorm. You do not want to be hanging around there. But right now, teams are just holding fast. AW, it's the Buccaneer phase. When you're down this many players, the Buccaneer phase will rear its head every time, because you don't have to really step up and contest too much, so you're just trying to burn resources on the enemy team, throwing out those cannons, getting as much damage and chip and rage builds up as possible. I say that as if most people haven't got full rage bars at this point. As Annalie actually just going to jump in, blink out, and save the day of Slayer, but they're taking bow shots for it. The walls come up, and he goes down immediately. Slayer just basically was a free kill gifted twice. That is so sad.
He just delivered him gift wrapped to JL, as it were. By the way, Jake, have I ever told you how much I love when you name things in NARAKA? I mean, honestly, I think that's your superpower as a caster, is just coming up with the most creative names for different things, like Buccaneer Phase or Pacific Rimcom. Every time we cast together, you have a new name, and I absolutely love it.
That's what I do, man. That's what I do.
GG looking to go ahead and secure themselves this Moore's Blessing here. Miskia on the receiving end of some pain, but 330 pressuring Ventus away. Just gonna allow Miskia to take it. He doesn't even have to commit the F. GG just takes this for free. 330 with that cannon, man. He's so dangerous. Did I just see Miskia give a blood ripper to GG's 330? Is that what I just saw, Jake?
Oh, I mean, I guess it makes sense, because he's going to be transforming. Give him golden weapon to transform with. Boom, damage is higher.
I just
really
I love the Blood Ripper. I really do. I wish we got to see more of it. Every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, we'll see it come out in the Pro League. But it really is kind of like a gag weapon, right? These players know how to play against it so easily. It's not something they're going to fall victim to, especially not trios, where you have a team who can just come in and blue clank it, and that's the end of it. But man, it's always hilarious when we get to see it come out.
Well,
Jails
5 minutes
won.
left on the game. Still got a whole bunch of people hanging about. And it is very much, it's a very open circle. And it's weird how we, at the beginning, I always say, I'm like, yeah, there's not that many open circles that are great for Monk in Holoroth. Everyone today has been a pretty decent Monk circle. Look at this, plenty of open spaces, small high ground areas where you can get yourself just that little bit of leverage over everyone else. But a lovely little stun coming down actually there into what looks to be Sun Wukong's health bar evaporating. AOW now trying to desperately turn this fight around as One Feng is forced down and whoop, out they go. AOW do not want to be involved in that fight any longer than they have to be. And they're going to try and get themselves a bit of a reset off as 3-3-0 joining into the fray. Grabs himself a ZU, which he can go for a slam for. Wants to go for a second, but he can't get it. Will he get the regrab is the real question. A ZU on the run is able to break away from him. The 3-3-0 just looking for grabs, trying to see if he can farm a couple of kills for his team here, as there's a whole bunch of Monks looking to grab and separate teams apart. But now it's just a waiting game. It's a holding game. As Sansi blinking around the back of Kakashi, able to get a whole bunch of damage actually down with these Yoto daggers slashing forwards, and that is a lot of damage onto Kakashi. They're going to have to de-Monk now in some serious danger. Thanks to their golden armor, they were pretty tanky, and Monk Force were able to eat a lot of that from Sansi. But when the cannons are coming down, you're not going to live for long. Neither Sansi, though, as he goes down as well to the ultimate there from Dongqing, able to finish him up, and we are going to see the overpower. I can't remember what it's called now.
The overcomer coming in there.
That's the
for the pole sword here. And you know, typically it's so parryable, but the reason you see it in trios like this is because your team's able to lock somebody down, and once you're able to come in and catch a whole team out in it, there's just nothing they can do about it unless another team comes in to save them, which is not going to happen here. J-Team setting themselves up for another good game after having a couple of bad games back to back. They really are sitting up top here with 8 eliminations, trying to find that momentum into this final circle. Jails One Feng about to be stunned out here. AOW's Pink Tao. Actually, Pink Tao turns their attention to Team GG, wants to get 330 out of here if they can. Not quite enough follow-up from the rest of the members of AOW, though, as Pink Tao changes directions at the last possible moment. Maybe the communication falls apart there, but unfortunately they're not going to find anything off the back of that huge stun. J-Team said K, though, comes in with a massive stun, will immediately pick up GG's LXM, and it looks like they might be able to find another 330. Going to find a grab onto OC Zenbang, do a ton of damage. DG's Dong Qing going to pick up AOW's Shu Tong, as we see GD's Kakashi here trying to find multiple grabs. Unfortunately not going to be able to. We see AOW's Wukong going aerial here on the Yotohime. The AC-130 coming down, just tearing through these teams. There's no Monks to stop them. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming through. They will find a massive parry onto Kakashi, though. Kakashi into the teammate. Ping Tao's follow-up stun. Nothing he can do. OC's Annalie also going to go down. 101 Tien, the last remaining member for J-Team here, trying to find these slashes onto anybody needs to be 30. It's 330. Comes together, and there it is, the grab out. Gonna just walk him into the zone. That's going to be it for J-Team. TK is able to pick up the elimination. 330 immediately finds another double grab and immediately picks up 2 eliminations. He's going for another one. Another double grab. This is the 330 we know and love. Double grab into double grab. Elimination after elimination. GG finds himself skyrocketing all the way to 12 eliminations.
That was a huge one there for GG's 3-3-0, but he is not going to live for long. No teammates to back him up, and he goes down. Now it is just down to GD to finish this one up as they take Ventus out. AOW, Sun Wukong, he held fast, he held strong, but he has to somehow hold versus 2 members of GD, as Sun Wukong using that Yoto ultimate, desperately trying to find an opportunity to get back into this game, as Dongqing is holding fast. Can Sun Wukong make it work? No, he can't. One last slash there from the Takeda, and that is the game done.
Oh man, the question is who comes out on top? It's going to be Team GD, but man, much better for J-Team this game around. So much better for J-Team. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, GG as well, 330 in the very end there, being able to come in, it was like 5 eliminations back to back off of 1 Monk transformation. He gets a grab, throws him into the zone, gets that double grab, back into a follow-up double grab, just takes GG to 12 eliminations. What a game, what a final circle. Man, today has just been some crazy games, Jake.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game as well. A really, really big one there coming in. Just honestly, the last 2 games we've had, the teams have just been like, hot drop? Yeah, hot drop. Everyone's just chopped on top of each other. Complete carnage to kick it off, and some really, really good ending circles as well today. Been very lucky on that front. And it's been a banger. Not one team has won more than once today as well. It's always been a unique team. We've had OUG, JLT, EWG, and GD. Still one more chance though. We're moving back to Morris Isle for game number 6, our final game of the day and of the week. The question is are any of these teams going to be able to pick themselves up a win? J-Team, they're going to be itching for it. This is their final game of the bi-weekly before the bi-weekly finals. I mean, unless something crazy goes on Friday, sorry, I very much doubt we're going to see J-Team not in the bi-weekly final. But at the same time, they're definitely going to be wanting to try and pick that one up. At least end on a high note here and make sure that they take as many points as possible into that bi-weekly finals as possible. Because remember, a percentage share, I can't actually remember what the math is, how much it is, but a percentage share of your points do get carried over for you. And honestly, with 140 points already for J-Team, that's already like a game and a half worth of points realistically that they're going to be starting the day with. So it already gives them a pretty significant advantage. But if you can make that more, you could potentially have like almost 2 games of a starting point over everybody else to get to kind of work with.
Yeah, I mean, again, those points carrying over are really important, but what's also really important is if J-Team goes in that sort of first seed, it almost guarantees them that sort of top 8 space, and top 10 is where you get those qualifying points to go to Worlds. So even if they go into the bi-weekly final, if they go in that first position, it's going to be very hard for them to not at least put some points on the board to go to Worlds guaranteed, and that's a huge... that's a huge relief on any team going into the bi-weekly final, knowing, hey, not only are we in the bi-weekly final, but we're almost guaranteed we're going to get some level of points. And if you even just play consistently and fall 2 or 3 positions, down to 3rd or 4th position, you're still looking at 7 to 8 placement points when the most you can get in a week is 10. That's pretty darn good. So J-Team's going to be very happy about their performance thus far. And if they can maintain that first place position going into the bi-weekly final off of another decent performance in our last game of the day today, I'm sure J-Team's going to be patting themselves on the back. But man, just some absolutely crazy plays this game yet again. I really like how hungry some of these teams are. We definitely have some teams going out with a whimper. I'm looking at Team GS, who kind of they just let the clock tick down on their Yang depletion instead of going out and taking a fight. And though it's reflected in the scores, right? Those teams are teams that are not climbing very high into the standings overall, right? The other teams who are going out that are being hungry or chasing kills to the very last, trying to get rid of the Yang depletion, just trying to keep fighting, are doing extremely well today. But as GDU comes out on top with 14 eliminations in a first place finish for a total of 27.4 game score, GG with 12 eliminations though, going out in 3rd place going out in 4th place is going to be walking away with a game score of 20. GG's got to be so happy about that performance. JL, another fairly decent game for them, 10 eliminations, and going to be walking away with a 15.5 game score. And J-Team in that top 5 range with 9 eliminations and a 12.7, keeping the trend alive, keeping those sort of decent games under their belt. But they might look to go and pop off in this last game, given that they had 2 poor games before this one. Maybe they've been able to find a little bit of momentum, and maybe we can see that world class, that world champion J-Team in our final game of the day, Jake.
Yeah, I think they need to. They really need to kind of prove it, because if they don't end this day with at least 1 win, then man, XCG are going to be set up to overtake them. But let's celebrate the winners of our previous game. GD Dongqing there, 29,000 damage on the Takeda. Absolutely huge game coming in from him there. Phenomenal ending, and he is going to be very happy with himself after that game. It was really, really big. It didn't start so great, if I remember right. Like, was this them winning versus GS or losing? Yeah, this is them losing versus GS at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and again, we talk about that the mentality of the players, right? This is where EWGG splits in the blender by AOW early on, and then OC tries to come in for the third party and instantly grits it. This is unfortunate where VVV just gets put in timeout by 3:30 here. This is where GG was able to come back, get rid of that Yang depletion after a very unsatisfying tie in their realm of Yang versus Team GS. OUG going to be caught out here by JL, and then in the end here, GD, man, just putting in the work. Kakaishi able to get double grabs. 330, man. This was just beautiful. The double grab back into the double grab immediately. The eliminations just coming through. Bam, bam. It just continues to follow it up. GD's K here, man. There's nothing Wukong can really do in the very end as GD comes out on top, and they will be your MVPs here for game number 5, man. Oh, man. I love to see a good Takeda MVP. So nice seeing some of these alternate team comps come through and able to come out on top of the Monk Jig.
Yeah, and it was a big one as well. 10k from the musket, 10k from the longsword, 4k from his ultimate and the skills, but mainly Nbpl. That was the ultimate. And Earthshaker, the overcomer, we did have a talk about that one. Slow step, phantom step, slow shot, juggernaut, spear sap. Just a big game coming in from Dongqing, a massive amount of damage, and his first MVP as well. So he's gonna be happy with that one. Finally getting himself on the board, and a very earned win for him on that front, and they're going to be feeling very good after that game number 5. But there is still another game to go. We'll be going back to Morrisville for that 6th game. That's going to be a big one to see kind of where we're going to be looking at going into Friday on the trios, because for some of these teams it is their final game of the bi-weekly, at least until the bi-weekly finals, and at least for the bottom end of the table of the bi-weekly potentially. So they've got some serious work to do. Again, we talked about J-Team. I'm not going to hark on the point, but they do need to kind of get a win on the board if they want to hold on to first, because realistically, XCG aren't that far behind them. In fact, XCG were technically ahead of them today and have been a very consistent team. But, man, TE, they've had that, like, one good game. And then I've not really been that sold on them today, to be honest. And I mean, all season long, that's kind of been the way. I know they did win the last bi-weekly, but just the inconsistency. I made a new word there, inconsistency, just to change it up. But, they have been very disappointing. So they really need to step it up and show us that they're a team that are I'm not going to use that word. They need to show us that they're stable.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to avoid the C word. I see you coming in here. But, man, these games have been very, very interesting coming out. And I think we've not seen a Monk MVP today, which is absolutely beautiful coming out from everything. But we've got a short video for you guys before we come in, and we're going to lock in for our 6th and final game that promises to be the most explosive game we've seen all day.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. We've had a very varied day in teams winning. We've had multiple different teams taking the wins, and it's been a pretty even kill spread day as well. Lots of teams scoring at least something, and in some cases, a lot of teams scoring a pretty significant amount of points. So I'm excited to get into this final day because it has been carnage for the last 2 drops where everyone goes, we'll drop there and we'll just murder each other until the end of the game. I hope we get another hot drop. I really do, because these hot drop games have been really fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. We got a quick question for you viewers at home. Which player does not belong to Team TE? Is it A, LYD, B, VV, C, Leo, or D, QGG? Man, it's literally just alphabet soup over here, Jake.
Oh, my word. I mean, I guess everything is made of letters, but at least they're arranged normally in a way which is coherent. VVV, still, I would say one of the best Vipers though in the league. QGG, I can't remember what QGG plays now off the top of my head. I don't know why I'm reading these guys out. Make sure you answer the question. Get yourself some immortal treasures. I'll give you a clue. It's between A and D. There's your clue. Work with that. But getting on to this final map. It's hitting me. It's hitting me. 5 games of like those last 2 games as well. Draining. It's all catching up. Give me energy though. Give me energy these final 2 games because they have been carnage. Carnage. Just have a look at the scoreboard. Thank you, producers. Just have a look at the scoreboard. See where we're at today going in to our final game of the day. Obviously, some of these teams haven't been playing, obviously WBG, but KZ, not a great day. OC, not a great day. The King, I mean, they've had 2 games now and 49 points. It's, again, unfortunately, you talked about it at the beginning that they have been a little bit of a disappointing team so far. Alliance is a team who haven't played today, but like low-key, I really feel like Alliance are a team who seem to always be at the lower end of the table, but occasionally really impress me. So I hope you see some good stuff from them on Friday because they are genuinely a really good team. On the teams that have played today, GD, TE, GG, and EWG quite comfortably got themselves into the middle of the pack. So they'll be feeling pretty good about their games going on Friday. And they'll also be playing versus all of these teams on the screen right now on Friday as well. So all of these teams will be playing versus each other, which could be fun. KLA will be my team to watch on Friday going forward. But GD, that win just got them a whole bunch of points and climbed them all the way up. It's crazy, though, to see TE and GG on this part of the table. They're teams who you'd always expect to see in the top 7.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is their first day playing and 60 points on the board. They both still have another game to go. 70 points is considered a great day of trios, right? We have 2 teams currently who have 100-point days, and obviously those are just phenomenal days, right? If you take a look at JL, this is their 2nd day and they're just barely ahead of XCG by 0.6 points. So XCG is going to come into day 3 looking to crush it. Unfortunately, J Team having a much weaker day. They're playing a consistent day. They've almost put 50 points on the board, but after a very impressive day number 1 with 103.4 points, this is kind of a letdown for the members of J Team. OUG, on the other hand, doing what OUG does. Plays very consistent, stays towards the top 3, and falls under our radar until we see them pop off in a big game.
Here's the crazy thing though. OUG, yeah, it's consistent. J-Team haven't actually performed that bad on the score. It's just like when you talk in comparatives, you're like, yeah, they got 100 points the first day, 45 the next day. It's like, oh, that was a bad day. That's actually a good day. That's a pretty consistent day. That's a very, lower end of the top of like the top 7. That's kind of like a good day for like a lower, like a 7th place team, right? So like for them to have 100, then that many points as well, they should be feeling good. But I think it's just that comparison. It's the fact that they know XCG were 2 points ahead of them at the beginning of the day and are probably going to have a pretty good Friday looking at the teams they're playing versus as well. So there's that like first may slip out of their grasp. And honestly, with some of the teams kind of making a run back as well, there is a world where they could actually get lower than that 2nd or 1st place depending on how Friday's games go. But we are getting ready to go into that 6th game, having a look at GD, averaging 7.2 kills. That's a pretty good average actually. They're 3rd overall on the average damage as well. So these guys like to brawl. They really like to throw down.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching GD play. They're always aggressive. They're always looking to pressure fights. And, you know, they might not be like one of the quote unquote top teams who are always kind of in that top 5 range, but they're always impressive to watch play the game. And for some people, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, right? I know plenty of people who are fans of GD, and they're fans of GD just because they're fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, why else would you be a fan of a team? If you're a fan of a team because they win, you're not a real fan.
Exactly.
You gotta suffer with us Wolves fans. That's
Oh my God! Don't make me cry. I'm looking at my Wolves jersey on the wall right now that they sent me from Worlds last year. Don't. Oh, Jake, you pain me.
Hey, bro, I'm in that. Like, look, they're the only British org here. I gotta love them.
Well, I mean, Alliance too.
They're not British. They're all European.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. Okay.
We had a vote about that.
Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry.
I'm not joking. That was a bad joke.
Oh my goodness. I love that. No, Wolves, very interesting team in general. I don't know what's happened this year to Team Wolves. I know they're not playing today, but we should talk about them, right? Obviously, this is a team that is like, they've shown us they can perform, right? We've seen them do very, very well. And then for whatever reason this season, like they didn't even make it into last week's bi-weekly, which is something you could never say about Team Wolves. Team Wolves always managed to make it into the bi-weekly finals, always managed to make it to the World Championship, and even at the World Championship performed fairly well. So I don't know what's going on with the team this season, but hopefully we can see them pull something out in our other day of trios later this week, because man, you and me both, all we want to do is see Wolves come in and play some good games. We're going to take a look here at our stacks for, man, it's Takeda on Takeda on Takeda on Takeda. I think, hold on, wait a minute, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 6 monks in this lobby, Jake.
That is a good thing. That is a very good thing. Welcome to my TED Talk on why I am bored of Monk. No, honestly, Takeda's super powerful. We're on midday as well, so I don't think there's... Are there Fireflies on midday? I don't believe there are. They're afternoon and night, right? Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Basically, interesting to see if there are Takeda. I feel like, I guess for a bunch of these teams, they kind of use some points up, like a serious amount of points. I mean, J-Team are back down to 3 points, so this is very much like they have been running a comp all day. They're comfortable with the Monk comp, so now they've had to shake it up. So they're running the Tammy, Takeda, and Z-Ping comp. This comp will be very good at securing objectives for them. I think actually when you get into the realm of Yangs as well, it will be a really hard top fight team to brawl versus, because you can just wait out the Monk with the healing. You can buy space with the Sandstorm to make sure he can't just grab you, and then take the fight from there. So I do want to see J-Team be proactive, get into a realm of Yang, and actually win it. Like, they really need to start popping off, and this is their opportunity to take that dub. We are getting ready to go into the game, and it's a little hot droppy, but not as much. It is still scattered across the boards. I'm expecting this to be a fairly heavy third-party game, just from the positions of where everybody is dropping.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about J-Team and the Takeda. There are less Fireflies on the daytime map, but there are still Fireflies available. Interestingly enough, the comp that J-Team is playing here, I don't feel like they're going to feel really boxed into playing this game. I think they planned on doing it. Like you said, many of these teams, you know, planning their comps out throughout the day. But this was a comp specifically that J-Team pioneered. Nobody else played this comp until J-Team played it for like a week straight and started absolutely popping off. So I'm going to think J-Team feels very comfortable coming into this game onto this particular comp. GD's Kakaishi here. Man, dude, it's GD and GG and GS every single time we look today. I swear, as Kakaishi, no weapon to their name, just going to immediately get blitzed down by the members of Team GG here. And GG looking to continue to climb those positions, as that one elimination brings them above the likes of Team TE today, a team that is known for being very, very at the top of the leaderboard. And GG more than happy to come back and show them why they used to be the dominant team in the NBPL. Ventus's Sanzi trying to put SS in the corner, but not going to happen. And then SS turns around on to Ventus's TJ with a massive parry as well. Going to use that blue focus to focus their way through the sandwich. Keep it going here. Ventus WX98 going to be popping that ultimate a little bit too late as the rest of their teammates are dead. So unfortunately, none of that healing coming through onto the remaining members of Ventus except for WX98, who's now finding themselves on the receiving end of SS and the King, and they very quickly disappear, and OUG comes out on top with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, that was a nice little start there for the side of OUG. Did win that game number 1, kicking game number 2 off in style. Cutting over now to GS, who've got themselves in a fight here versus AOW as Ping Tao is going to go down. Zumbu Kong, unfortunately, will be to follow as well.
We missed it.
Carnage. What?
They're playing Justina. How did we miss this? They baited us. They baited us during the hero select and swapped to Justina in the last second, and they're winning.
I did not see that. Huh?
5 eliminations under their belt. Again, why are more teams not running this comp?
I'm going to say it's a practice thing. That's going to be my argument. It's stubbornness. We know it's stubbornness. But my narrative is they're not practiced on it yet. They don't feel comfortable. What it is it's stubborn. They can be stubborn.
I'm so happy. GS winning my heart. Just the fact that you're playing Justina this game. I hope you do well. I'm gonna say I hope. I don't want to curse.
That's
Team
enough.
GS. As we see JJH here looking to take a position on the ballista, but AOW just chilling inside the Bane Breast here. JJH doesn't want to pressure onto this, especially after they weren't able to find any shots from that ballista onto them. AOW top side here sees a couple members of Team TE. Is TE down to 2 members? No, there's VVV off to the side there coming into view as AOW Shutong doing a little bit of scouting for the members of AOW as Ping Tao and Wukong look for some loot over here on this side of the map, but things seem to be quite looted for them already, so they're going to be forced to take a fight if they want to find some upgrades, as Team TE more than comfortable just chilling on this side of the map, looking to do a little bit of looting, just finding what they can in these little huts between Celestra and, of course, I do believe Shadow Jade Mine here. They will find a bounty as well. I'm not quite sure who that bounty goes on to. Looks like it's going to go on to Team JJH. GS now moving through the same area here. Man, loot really lacks for some of these teams here, unfortunately, because so many players kind of dropped, scattered around. All these little sorts of troves and huts have been picked through, but GS off to a blazing start with 5 eliminations under the belt. They just need to find some better armor for one of their teammates, and they could find themselves starting to look for some more eliminations very soon.
Absolutely. 25 minutes in, though. Still got plenty of time for them to get themselves together. They still haven't had that Realm of Yangs. No Realm of Yangs, no Mora's Blessings quite yet. I'm going to be interested to see what that is going to look like and who's actually going to be joining into those frays. I want to see the Justina team go in, definitely. Be very disappointed if GS don't go in with that comp. Should be pretty set up for right now, though. JL actually looking to get aggressive onto GG. Miss Kier's going to get caught here by the grapple as AS is going to get himself jumping onto 330. 330 is popped. His health bar's gone immediately. He's going to have to monk out already. Getting ready to go in for this fight. He's taking so much damage from AS. He's just smacking him in the backside. GG. They're just going to lose their monk. Like, he just didn't even try to stop AS. AS is just making quick work of him. He still has 1 charge left on the ult as well. So this is going to be a big chunk. Does get a bunch thrown back by Miss Kia, though. The JL have the advantage over GG, 2-3. And LXM trying to get away. Is going to pop the Z-Ping healing. The counter comes in onto Miss Kia. They're going to be able to roll back and pick up their weapon. They've lost a lot of HP for Ziyu going low as well. Keeping the pressure up onto Ziyu, but he's not going to go down. The healing from the Z-Ping's doing fantastic work. So they're going to turn their attention towards him. Trying to get that click off of the blue focus. Not able to quite connect it. And down goes LXM. That's going to be Miss Kia as well. JL win the fight.
JL, man, this is a team. I always want to say they impress me, and then every time I say that, they start to do bad. But today they've been very, very good at impressing me. They've played such consistent NARAKA. They've had big pop-off moments, and man, they've done some incredible things. I just keep thinking back to the fight where they pressure onto J Team, and it's literally just like a battle of inches, as you called it, where they're just back and forth the whole time, and JL the whole time with that Yang depletion, never wanting to give up the fight, even when it turns against them and they're able to come out on top. Man, I love this team. Team GD, on the other hand, over here trying to give chase to Team TK. TK going to use that Wu Chen ult to buy themselves out of a bad situation. TE pressuring onto the members of JJH here. We're going to see a massive Viper stun come through, and this is TE's Bane's Breath. So they're looking to lock down JJH here inside the Bane's Breath, keep them from getting away. They're trying to pick up some of these eliminations. We're going to see a massive Takeda ult coming through, buying JJH a little bit of space as they move to the outer edge of this Bane's Breath. TE, though, wanting to keep pressuring onto them. Godly going to find the Monk up here as they look to pressure back into the remaining members of TE, and TE decides it's not worth staying in the fight anymore. They're going to use that Wu Chen ult to get out. Godly, unfortunately, going to start taking some of that healing cut very soon. He's going to try to find a little bit of healing and start pressuring towards the zone, but TE has the bounty onto JJH. They're just going to be able to keep giving chase and keep pressuring. JJH has stuck to this zone for so long. It's going to be hard for them to keep healing. TE, will they keep the pressure up, or will they let them get away? Team GD here going to lose one of their members. Dongqing just trying to keep away from the rest of the members of TK here as K looks to set up and give some cover to Dongqing. Dongqing trying to come in with the dagger here while we see this huge cannon coming through from GD's K onto the Vario, and it looks like they will be able to find a member of TK, 40IWNL, and now all of a sudden this fight turns into the favor of Team GD. Both Dongqing able to get a heal, and the fight now a 2v1. K gonna use this time to get some heal up. TK unfortunately popped one of those damage shrooms where they get a damage buff, but afterwards their whole screen goes wonky and there's no place for them to go as GD flips the fight on his head and cleans up the members of Team TK, and that's it. There's no more games for TK to play today.
And that's got GD in the saddle as well. Their first 3 kills of this game after winning that previous one. Getting a win here is going to feel pretty good for them. Remo Yangs have broken up, and already JL versus J Team are going to be going toe to toe here. J Team looking to have a good day. They need to get these kills. They need to get this game going in their favor. Up they all go. ZK does take himself a quick chip as he goes airborne immediately, though, opening up. There's the shoulder slam down. Massive chunk of damage as the sandstorm comes down. Look at the damage from that spear, just doing so much work. AS ripping through them with the first charge to the ultimate onto ZK. ZK's low HP. They've got the healing from the Z-ping. They're keeping them alive for a little bit longer, but Eagle gets knocked back, gets countered. Absolutely huge. AS is just walking over this fight, has barely lost any health. His team, though, are going low, gets himself a slam down as ZU has lost his life, and now J-Team have an advantage in this fight. They have the man advantage as he gets the uppercut onto ZK, gets a bunch of damage thrown into him, but Eagle comes in to save the life of his teammate as AS is able to find himself one. No, he's taken away by the musket, but it's still secured for his team. J-Team now in equal position. And that is going to be the end of this fight. J-Team should just be able to finish this one up onto AS. He's low. He has no way to defend himself as the cannon will finish it up. J-Team win the fight.
J-Team playing that one close to the chest as Karumi's able to get a resurrection inside the realm of Yang, now turning her attention to GD, going head-to-head here with AOW, and realistically, Dongqing, no hope of surviving this. All of his teammates gone. He's just completely caught out in the mech here. He's got no armor left. He tries to use the F to go airborne, but before those wisps can come through to block the pistol connects, deals the damage, and AOW will walk away your second victor in the realm of Yang. J-Team and J-Team and AOW coming out with Vermilion Bird's Might, but Ventus also going to be picking up Vermilion Bird's Might from the Morris Blessing, going to be out on the hunt. These 3 teams going to be hungry to pick up some eliminations while they have that buff available to them. OUG looks like they spotted out the members of KZ who are pressuring in from the zone. We'll see what happens there. TE pressuring on to AOW now, and AOW more than happy to pressure the fight onto TE as we see TE forced to use the Wu Chen ult to get out. Forced to get out here. TXJ, the only remaining member with ult available to them, as they've spent both VVV's ult and Leo's Wu Chen ult to get away here. KZ's Gen just chilling in a bush down below. TXJ, though, able to slip the grip of AOW, and AOW decides it's not worth continuing the chases. They see GS waiting in the wings up above, and they don't want to be on the receiving end of that nasty third party. GS continuing to create a dominating stance, holding up top here. They have a Viper ult. If Liu Ye can find their way into the middle of AOW, it could be pretty detrimental to the members of AOW, given that all of GS is here and ready to pressure on to the members of AOW. AOW doing just a little bit of shopping. TE's VVV hiding nearby as this fight gets ready to break out. Here we go. Liu Ye coming in with that Viper ult. Wukong actually going to ult up a little too soon, but Liu Ye forced to push away from it, not able to get the stun. GS's Ann gonna pay the price for that as Liu Ye gets forced into the zone as well. Ann gets picked up and slammed. The regrab coming through from Wukong. The slam's gonna guarantee the kill. Shu Tong goes down on the side of AOW though, so it's still a 2v2 as Wukong looks to secure another grab. He's able to find one, he's able to find two. There's nothing that can be done here for the members of GS, but he doesn't go for the double slam because he sees Team TE come through and doesn't want to give TE any advantage in this third party, as TE now forced to take on the remaining members of AOW. Ping Tao getting butchered by Team TE here as they go on to Wukong as well. Ping Tao able to find a massive rip onto the members of Team TE. TE thought they had it, and off the back of Wukong just not taking the slam is gonna keep pressuring the members of Team TE. They're gonna find a TXJ as well. AOW coming out on top, cleaning up all three members of Team TE against all odds, and the they only get two. They do still have one player hidden somewhere, but oh my god, AOW looks good today, Jake.
It's so hard to third-party AOW because they are just so consistently good at third-partying. They know exactly what to do when that focus is shifted. As we're having a look at OUG here versus JL, they've already been able to pick up two. There's the Wu Chen ult out. They do not want to hang around anymore. Going to go for the revive as J-Team. Also just playing this pretty chill. They're about to lose their Bird's Might though, so that revive is now gone for them. They're going to stay inside the zone for quite a while. Got a ways to go if they want to get out of this zone, as they are hunting Ziyu, who's trying to heal up. Is able to get one pot off. Is still playing this pretty careful and pretty slow. Isn't just going to bolt immediately towards it. It was all Zinyu's health bar. That's just gone, and jumps in with the freeze. Is going to get clipped there by the Yoto ultimate as they try to chase up. But remember, they still get one more dash left. Can they connect it on? They're going to try and dash forward. They get the freeze, and that's going to be the kill for Ann. Beautiful play from the Justina comp.
I want to note that the Justina comp right now has 8 eliminations before Zone 3.
Yeah,
this team,
good.
It's so good. I'm so happy we're seeing another team run it in, and man, I hope this is the beginning of a pattern. I just love Justina. She's such a fun hero. I mean, we talk about Valda all the time, and Valda's very fun to watch, but Justina, man, she really is, you know, not to quote the game directly, but the Winter's Grace. She's so graceful to watch in these team fights where she's dashing back and forth. She's trying to lock down multiple targets. And as soon as she catches a freeze out, it's just one of the most satisfying things to follow up on in NARAKA as a Justina player. Like, I love it.
I do. I also remember when we had nothing but Justina and Yoto in solos. So there is a slight fear for that, because Justina used to slow the game down quite a lot, like fights, because she could freeze. But she was like a better version of what Z-Ping is. Well, like, at least you could kill her at the end. Or she'd dash away and use her ult to get away. But yeah, no, I'm so happy to see Justina back in the meta. We are going to have to hold this, though, for the moment, because it does look like J-Team in a little bit of danger here versus GS. They've already lost one member, and they may be looking to lose another. ZK is just getting absolutely jumped on by everyone. He's desperately trying to get out from this, but he's just tanking so much damage. Eagle's going to come in, and Sandstorm goes down, and Eagle is going to not be able to get out, because that was actually GS using the escape tools to run away from that one. J-Team trying to get back into the zone so they can heal up and get those pots off. It does look does look like GS playing this pretty slow and steady. J-Team do see this. They've still got charges on their ultimate, but now they're going to get return fired onto here as they're going to get locked in place. ZK, he just jumped in way too far, but no, he's got the Z-Ping healing to keep him up. He's still got one charge left on the ult. He's going to be able to get it off in time as Ann comes in with the counter onto 1-on-1 TN, ripping through his health bar. The freeze is coming down, and J-Team are going to pay the ultimate price to this super cool team as GS are able to win the fight.
Jake, I see what you did there. This super cool team,
yeah.
Justina. I love it. I love it. We're coming in with the puns now. J-Team, very unfortunate for these guys. They had 8 eliminations under their belt. 1-on-1 TN just barely able to hold on because they're playing She Who Shall Not Be Named, as they're gonna slip away the slippery little snake that 1-on-1 TN is here. Now they just have to hope that 1-on-1 TN's able to take it as far into late game as possible, get as many points for J-Team as they can, because this is still fairly good game for J-Team. 8 eliminations is not a bad game, especially if they can get to top 6. You see AOW here on the receiving end of some pain from Ventus, but Ping Tao more than happy to keep things going. He's got that F charge, even though the Wisp comes through. Nobody able to follow up on it because he does have the Takeda ult to buy himself that space. And we see the remaining member, Wukong there, monk up. We're also going to see WX98 go down to the members of AOW as AOW quickly takes control of this fight against Team Ventus. And man, they are looking so good today, Jake. AOW, man, like you said, this is a scary team to try to third party. They know the ins and out of it so well, and every time somebody collapses onto them, against all odds, they just quickly are able to turn those fights. We see OC here looking to do exactly that right now, looking to third party onto AOW, who's burnt those resources in that last fight. And AOW's just hunting down J-Team's 1-on-1 TN. Are they even the wiser to the fact that OC's coming up behind them? Oh my goodness. Annalie immediately going to be forced to use the bell here as all 3 members of AOW turn their attention back to OC, and they get almost nothing out of trying to collapse onto AOW here. Zen Meng loses a ton of HP. Annalie uses a ton of HP. We're forced to see some of those abilities come out to get some heals off onto Team OC. OC is immediately going to lose Slayer as Ping Tao comes through with the musket. I'd be willing to bet that musket has armor pierce and slow shot. The way that Slayer just disappeared, there's no way he was able to just clean that up so fast otherwise. Annalie going to be forced to monk up here, and Wukong, no fear whatsoever about being grabbed, just comes in with the dual blades and continues to pressure that damage onto Annalie. Annalie being kept alive by the Z-Ping by sure willpower, but it's not going to be enough as Z-Ping immediately is going to be forced to pop their ultimate to survive here. Gets the knockback onto all of them, but it's not going to be enough. OC's eliminated, and AOW picks up another 3 eliminations, bringing them to 14 eliminations in Zone 3, Jake.
Yeah, this might be an AOW game. I'm going to be real with you right now. These guys are looking so good. I mean, I think their major strength today, and this game is kind of everything kind of dominating together, but they've just been able to read fights so well. Like, a lot of teams, when they get third party, that's panic. It's pure panic mode because you've kind of thrown everything at one person or one team, and then suddenly 3 more players kind of join into the mix, and suddenly like, oh, where's my attention going? I've kind of dumped resources into this person. Do I keep the chase going, or do I have to turn around? AOW just seem to perfectly make a decision, because I don't think there ever is a perfect decision in those scenarios. I just think there's always like, each one's very situational, and I feel like AOW just is able to figure out the best solution for each situation, call it calmly, and then everybody goes with it. TE, unfortunately, while I was talking about all of that, Leo is the final person standing, and he won't be standing for long because Anne is going to just clobber him with the pole sword.
Yo, just so amazing. I love to see the grapple tech where you grapple in, jump cancel the grapple into a mid-air parry, which is what we see Anne do, and then that pole sword, the riposte, just doing so much damage, and then the follow-up jump cancel into the right click, guaranteeing extra damage. And look at this, we're going to see OUG trying to come in here, trying to make something happen. The King going to get completely stunned out here, takes a ton of damage. The F coming out to buy him a little bit of space, the gold focus, and some armor regen coming through, but the King is just completely caught out here. Does a lot of damage with the again, and with another parry. And just, man, these jump parries coming through so consistent from the back of GS. And on to the Justina here, picking up elimination after elimination. Are we gonna see another Justina MVP today? Oh my god, I love it. Now OUG's the SS on the back foot. The king goes down, SS down to a solo player. This is very different from the other games we've seen today, Jake. Typically, we've seen a lot of these teams going to Final Circle with like all of their players together.
Yeah.
But this game is so many teams with just stragglers left, 1 or 2 players holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 9 teams left, but like we actually don't have 9 teams left. We only got like a few full teams left, and then like kind of the scraps and the remains. AOW uncontested, gonna grab this Mora's Blessing, see what's inside. Golden armor, obviously, first of all. Can't see what weapon they got off the back of that. But they're going to be happy with that one regardless. Themselves up that Mora's Blessing. And whole bunch of teams kind of slowly moving around. You can see the circles, a fairly dramatic shift, actually. 101 TM, the final member for J-Team, hanging on. But not going to be able to get his team back. It's way too late for that. So he is just going to be playing purely for placement at this point. See if he can do anything. And I don't think J-Team really got that many kills. And even if he is somehow able to take first with a couple of kills, I don't know if he's going to beat what GS and AOW have already started in this game. They've got some serious kills.
So J-Team has 8 eliminations under their belt, which is not bad. Yeah, if they're able to get into top 6 and get that multiplier, this is actually going to be a fairly good game for J-Team. They're easily going to break the 10-point mark. And kind of at the end of the day, they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, it's not going to be the big dominating game that they were looking for, but it can't. Oh my God, we cursed him.
Don't worry.
We literally cursed him. This one's on you, Jake, because you brought it up, not me. You brought up them surviving. 100%. That one's on you, my friend.
You defended their honor. That's on you, homie. That ain't me. It was all you.
Oh my goodness.
God, you're Moxie.
Still a good game.
Moxie are the worst for us.
Still a good game for J-Team, honestly. They were able to put together about 9 points here, which is not a terrible, terrible game. I
think we're gonna have to ban you guys talking about storylines. You can only talk mechanics at this point. Because...
No.
You mention a team, something like a light fixture breaks and falls on them or something. It's not great.
Oh my goodness. AOW here, Ping Tao. These guys at the top of the order, man. This is the best AOW's looked in a long time, honestly, Jake.
Now they're doomed, aren't they?
Oh my goodness. I don't think anybody can slow the train that is AOW right now.
Stop making it worse. What are you doing, man?
14 eliminations. They're doing quite well for themselves. They've got a great comp together for this game as well. Looking to continue that fashion onto JL right now. And again, man, dude, I think you called it earlier. You know, their mechanics when they're being third party is you're making the best of a bad situation, right?
Yeah.
And that's, for whatever reason, AOW just, they know how to play from behind, which is something a lot of these teams, I think, struggle with, quite honestly. That's a rare trait not seen for many of these teams in the NBPL, is knowing how to successfully play from behind. And AOW, just, man, the king of it right now. JJH here clutching in onto that remaining member of Ventus. TJ just disappears in a hail of cannon fire from both Team GS and JJH. I think JJH were the ones who actually pick up the elimination, though. But we're going to see Gel Toto come in here, use that Wu Chen F to just buy them the space to come pick whatever they really want from that body. They said, you might get the elimination, JJH, but all the loot, that's ours. Turning now to a member of GG who's completely separated from the rest of GG, LXM. There's no hope here. They might get the ultimate out. There it is. They are still going to be dogged down by all 3 members of GS, and looks like they're going to let them go here. Maybe they don't want to overcommit to giving this chase, knowing that JJH is just over the hill here. But Lu Ye decides otherwise and wants to keep the pressure on LXM. Solo, no ult available. Bubble might be back up soon, though. And finally, GS decides they're going to not overcommit here. They've put together quite a good number of eliminations, and they want to take them to the late game, Jake.
Wait, there's actually a potential that AOW just beat J-Team for first at the end of this game. Because currently, yeah, with the multiplier, if they take first, they actually could do that. There is a world. We'll keep our eyes peeled on them. They're not too far off that 20 bomb. which would get you, I think it's 36 points. I think was the number, 38, one of them. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on them for now as GS are just holding the low ground with the cannons, taking a couple of trades on each other. And because of how bloody this game has been, there's actually only 17 players left in this lobby, and there's still a fair amount of space to work with. So it's very much Buccaneer phase, muskets and cannons, just taking shots at each other and chipping away at those health bars and those resources while building up that rage. The circle has done shifting for the moment. We actually do see a player get shifted into the zone. Out goes the Wu Shen ult to make sure that they're not going to be in too much danger. As Chu Li just going to be chilling down here on the low ground. As Zhengbu Wukong has transformed and has literally nobody to... Okay, wow. That was a hard one for them to find. Oh no, he loses a player. They trade places. And unfortunately, you can't grab your own teammates to pull them out. So Shutong needs to desperately break away from this fight. But they get re-grabbed, I believe. They're going to get slammed. And AOW, that might just be the double slam onto them. So, Shutong has gone down.
It's Shutong versus GS really right now, the two top teams in the lobby, but both of them actually lose a player to that interaction. So both AOW and GS kind of griefing each other in this final zone as they both lose players to an interaction from a grab to a grab here. AOW trying to find a way to keep themselves in the game. Ventus's Sanzi finally getting caught out in that bush is going to be eliminated. GS holding on as well with their two players as they're being pressured onto by Team GD, and GS needs to be careful. There's not a lot of space for them to go and occupy. AOW up top just above them. Looking here, yeah, that musket coming through. This is what I'm talking about, that slow shot with that armor pierce. I called this earlier. Sure enough, he does indeed have the slow shot. Lao Yu here just holding on. GD trying to pressure AOW, but now turning their attention to JL, who's pressuring on to GS. As GS just trying to hold on to some sort of space. GD wants to just keep the pressure on all these teams down below. Dongqing gonna go into the cannon mode here, looking to get some massive damage out. Will pick up GG's LXM. That was JJH's God Lee. I apologize, who picks up that elimination. It just happened to coincide with that cannon shot. Exactly. Dongqing going to be forced to pressure off the top of this as the zone comes in and looking to get a reset before he's forced off the mountainside. AOW's Zhu Gong trying to get some grabs out here. AOW down to two members from before. We're going to see OUG get picked up by AOW's Ping Tao. AOW moving up in the ranks, 15 eliminations here versus GS's 13. GS just looking to hold on to some space while the zone gets low. Liu Ye coming in with a massive Viper stun into the lobby, keeping AOW from picking up yet another elimination. Now we see God Lee going for a grab here, is going to get one onto GD's K. Unfortunately, it's JJH's Water who turns around with the Flame Breath and picks up that elimination out from underneath JJH. JJH going to 10 eliminations. AOW up to 15. Dongqing gonna find an elimination onto JJH's Water. Ping Tao just trying to hold this little cove on the side of the cliff here. Will turn around, pick up an elimination onto JL's AS, and oh my goodness, AOW and GS dominating this lobby as we see Zhu Kong pick up another elimination, this time on to JJH's God Lee. That's going to be it for JJH. AOW trying to come in. 18 kills for AOW. GS hasn't been able to find the extra eliminations they want here in the final zone. They're still alive. Zhu Kong able to pick up GD's K, but GS wants this first place finish. They want that MVP. Leo coming in with a massive Viper stun, trying to lock it down here. We do see Ping Tao trying to pick up the elimination here. Does not fall for the stun. AOW looks to come out on top here. Zhong Kong gonna lose that transformation very soon. They come back in with the Wu Channel, but there's nothing they can do. It all comes up. AOW in the end. Oh my goodness, a 21 eliminations. That's gonna be a 38.6 point game, Jake.
That's first. They end today in first place overall. What a phenomenal climb up the ladder AOW put on today. And it really boils down to what we were saying. These guys are incredible at reading a situation and quickly and calmly deciding what the best possible path for them to take is. And they commit as a team to that. They play so intelligently. And a very, very earned first place there for AOW. We had 6 unique winners today, but these guys were consistently playing well all day. And that's put them first overall versus all of the other teams in the group. And honestly, XCG, they're going to have to do some work to catch up on Friday's game to AOW. J-Team probably kicking themselves for some of these games today. It wasn't a bad day, don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't as good as day number 1. And I'm sure they're going to be a bit annoyed at themselves, a bit miffed after that one. But a big game coming in from AOW. GS as well, amazing game from those guys, rocking the Justina. Unfortunately, when AOW lost a player, it was their ping, it was their Z ping, and like very important for the healing, but they kept crucially their Takeda and their Monk, who are going to be really big for that final circle. On the side of GS, they lost their Justina. They lost their primary carry, which basically just knocked them out of any running for that game. Really big game though, coming in for AOW.
Yeah, I mean, AOW and GS both have to be happy about their performance in this game, realistically.
Hell yeah.
Yes, AOW comes out on top in the end, but it really was the story of AOW and GS this entire lobby. Every time we cut back to one of these two teams up until the very end, they were just tearing the lobby up, man. And we loved, man, getting to see Justina come back into the meta is so much fun. Props to GS. And man, I think we're seeing this composition. It does work, right? We've had 2 very successful games coming out of it. We had one game where the composition goes down, but realistically, it was into a game where the Justina didn't even get to ult once. She didn't get to have any impact in the game just because of bad decision making on the side of JJH. So statistically, I don't think it really applies too much to how the performance of this particular team comp is going to come together. Whereas in these other games where we actually get to see the Justina do what Justina does, they're both very, very good games. Unfortunately, like you said, going into the final circle here, when that trade happens between AOW and GS loses the more important member, right? They lose their Justina. They lose their ability to kind of like follow up with the lockdown in the lobby. Yes, they have the Viper stun, but it's a Viper stun with a Wu Chen to follow up, not a Justina. If the Justina had been there over the Wu Chen, it would have been a very different story, I feel, in these final circles with all the monks that were there, the players that they could have frozen out and picked up on. But sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. AOW more than happy to make that trade with GS if it means they're able to just capitalize and take control of the final circle. And again, man, AOW, this is a team, they are the kings of making the best out of a bad situation. Typically, if a team in that final circle loses one of their members and they're down to 2 players, you're not going to see them come out in first place. They're just kind of ratting around, trying to pick up 1 or 2 more eliminations and looking to just get better placement out of the lobby, not just outright win the lobby. AOW has no such designs in their head. They lose a member and go, nah, we're still going to take control of the final zone and come out on top.
I think that boils down to the kind of situational decision making, because in some games I genuinely believe that was the right call, but in that game to go as hard as AOW did was the right call as well, because everybody else had also lost players. They weren't the only team down a person, and I think they knew from the state of the lobby. But here you go. The overall score at the end of that game, AOW with 38.6 points, GS with 23.8 points, and JJH with 18.5 points. But only EWG walking out with a donut. And I mean, look at that. It's double digits right down to 7th. So people were scoring this game. J-Team still got 10.1 points after that game. Pretty good standing for these guys, to be honest, considering the way that game went. They're going to be pretty happy that they walk out with 10 points, considering they lost 2 players.
Oh, absolutely. It's also going to be very tight. Keep in mind, when we're looking at the scoreboard too, Jake, we're already seeing the points that AOW has on the board when we looked at J-Team going out. So AOW might actually be in second place. J-Team, off the back of that 10.1, might have held on by a sliver to that first place finish. We'll see when we get to those leaderboards. But man, this really, what a game for AOW and GS here, man. I love to see both GS coming out, right? They had some struggle bus games today into fights against specifically GD and GG. Oh my goodness.
Oh, 31K,
Golly.
37K. Like, that is normally like everyone else scores low damage and then one person just pops off. But like 2 players with over 30K damage. I mean, Pink Tower was knocking on the door of 40K.
Oh,
Jeez,
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a big game. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. That's 60,000 damage coming through from just 2 of their players. Almost 70,000 damage coming through from 2 of their players. And typically, we don't see whole teams sometimes even come close to 60K. So these 2 teammates really just putting in the work. Here we go, GS. We get to see that hand come through here for their team, able to just win this first fight here. And then there we go, the double freeze. This is what I'm talking about. Into the Viper stun as well. This is really where this team comp just excels. It's so much CC. It's hard for you to do anything, especially when you can have both of those players locking down multiple members of your team. One player is going to be hard pressed to come in and do anything about 2 of your teammates being completely locked down. This fight here between AOW inside the realm of Yang versus OC, just a super clean fight from AOW. GS yet again coming out here chasing down TE's Leo, that jump parry, and then again with another jump parry onto OUG's King here, following it up, putting in huge work with that legendary pole sword. Really great performance from Team GS. JJH here coming in. We're going to see them get quite a couple double grabs coming through. And then in the end here, it's really just GS versus AOW. And unfortunately, like we said, GS really missing the core member of this comp, right? Not having the Justina paying dividends for AOW in the end, who were able to come out on top, dominate the lobby. And we're, of course, going to see our second Takeda MVP of the day and the second MVP overall for Ping Tao with 37,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 10 assists. He's got Pride's Fall, Armor Pierce, Hepta, and Slow Shot. I called this earlier in the game, the Armor Pierce and the Slow Shot. As soon as we saw, I think it was Ventus's, just disappear in an instant, I was like, he's got to have that Armor Pierce Slow Shot.
Absolutely huge stuff coming in there from the side of Ping Tao and AOW. A phenomenal game to close it out on. Big end for the week for them. They're going to be very happy that they end their bi-weekly regular stage, at least, in first place. They will be guaranteed to go to finals. Like, it has to be like an insane, just insanity-inducing Friday for them not to make it to the bi-weekly finals off the back of this performance. Really, really big. And AW going to be feeling very happy with themselves off the back of that one.
Oh, yeah.
You know, stepping up and actually, you know, having a really good trios game. Because AW are a team who, honestly, when you think of solos, you think of AW. When you think of trios, they're not normally a team that comes to mind. They're there, but they're never a team where you're like, oh yeah, AOW are like always popping off every trios. It's not really a team I associate with trios. I always associate them with being around, but they're normally kind of, you know, a lower to middle pack of the team for me.
Look, this is again, I think this really comes down to the fact that so few of the teams in the NBPL, they don't know how to play from behind. They're always out practicing. And typically when you're practicing, most coaches are looking at you and going, okay, if things are running optimally, this is what you should be doing. I feel like very few coaches come through and start talking to these teams about how to be playing from behind, how to be like, all right, hey, you're being third partied in this scenario. What's the decision making you need to be making? And I think AOW has an edge in that particular department. Learning how to play from behind is a huge part of any esport. And if AOW continues to have a one-up in that particular scenario, especially in a BR where there's a little bit of RNG that comes in with how you drop the gear that you're able to get your hands on and the situations you find yourself in with the way some of these teams rotate sometimes, especially if they rotate in a way that you don't expect them to rotate. I think AOW could become a potential monster this season if they continue to play the way that they just played in this last game, Jake.
No, they're really good. You know, you hope it's not a flash in the pan, and you hope it is a team who are going to actually, another team to kind of join our front runners, because we have a whole bunch of teams who, honestly, I do places like the front runners right now in the league. So getting more teams that are capable of stepping up, getting more teams that are capable of kind of competing at that top end of the table only improves everyone in the league. It only brings everybody up. You know, it makes for a way more interesting league when, you know, you don't just have teams that are kind of like your rollover teams. At the moment, I hate to be that guy, but that kind of is the king. TKR are definitely a team, but do just kind of fall apart and fumble, and it kind of just 3 points to whoever comes across them. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to our interview after that game number 6. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Kay and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 长安夜，先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是基业的长安夜。
欢迎长安夜来到我们的赛后采访，也是阔别已久的老朋友，欢迎再次来到赛后采访。And we know that Kay is very famous as a 月山 player, and now it seems like you choose the Furia today, and I would like to know how you comment on these two heroes. 那我们也知道啊，长安夜之前其实月山玩得特别好，而且以此在 Nbpl 出名。那今天选择神庙了，想让你评价一下这两个英雄的强度，你自己怎么看呢？
都挺强的，神庙更强一点吧。
神庙更强一点。Yeah, I think both of these two heroes are very strong in the Trios game, and in my opinion, I think Furia is better. Okay, let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来就到了我们的一个问答抽奖送福利的环节了。我先来给大家公布一下游戏规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那今天的问题呢，就是目前为止谁是领跑的积分榜？那我这边先要问一下长安一个问题啊，6把今天打下来，今天感觉怎么样？所有队伍的你都可以评价一下。
我觉得都打得挺好的吧。
都打得挺好，有没有特别认可的队伍？
我觉得温塔斯吧，温塔斯比往都进步了不少。
Okay, so for today's game, I just want him to comment on today's game. And Chang Ye said because he thinks every team is very strong today, and who gave him a deep impression is Ventas because they are really strong and better than the last couple of weeks. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我们就准备倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, I think everyone knows the correct answer, but we still need our player to find out which one is the correct answer. 那接下来就请长安夜公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
D, Go Team.
Yes, the correct answer is D, J Team. Okay, since we know today is also the Easter day, and we prepared surprising eggs and have a surprise part, and we have different heroes' name in the egg, and our player will show their well-known justice to us. 那接下来就要抽一个我们的这个小惊喜了啊！来看看今天会抽到哪个英雄呢？一会儿抽到这个英雄要做一下他的招牌动作，好吗？来，我们展示一下给镜头。We show to the camera. Yeah. So the hero is 天海 是我们非常非常喜欢的一个英雄啊。那长安夜现在马上能想到哪个他的招牌动作？Wow, yeah, very good performance. Thank you, 长安夜也做得非常标准。感觉你这气势一下子就起来了。谢谢长安夜接受我们今天采访，也给我们带来一个非常可爱的环节。再次感谢你。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rock BLADEPOINT Pro League. Thank you so much for a wonderful interview coming through here. Jake over here trying not to die. Man, what a great day. And, you know, I'm ready for the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think I thought AOW at the top, but apparently according to the question, it's still J Team.
I said that though. I think J Team had enough points. They just very barely squeak into that first place overall. Because you got to remember, when we're looking at that scoreboard on the side, we're seeing the current total points that they have based on how many eliminations they have. So they would have had to climb an additional like 20 points at that point. So doable. We've seen it done before. We've seen somebody pick up.
Because it was like 20 points, but it was like 38 points for the side of AOW. But J Team only got 10. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be
very tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, crucially, they had to climb 20 more points from where they already were when we were looking at the scoreboard. So
yeah.
Very, very close. J team, I think, I mean, I guess it's already been spoiled at this point from the question coming through, that J team is at the top of the leaderboard. It's just a question of by how many points now, how close it actually comes down to. But still, man, AOW playing absolutely cracked out of their minds today, Jake.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of teams stepped up today. I think OUG, a bit disappointing because they had an amazing start to the day, and then the rest of the day was not bad, but not like anything special. I feel like today started in a way where like, oh, this could be AOW's day. They've been playing, they've been consistently good. We even talked about the history of them, second at Worlds, and how they've always kind of been one of those teams in the top ends of the table. But they had that longer game, and then it felt like, where the hell are OUG? I don't remember talking about OUG after game one, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. TE, just disappointing, just flat out disappointing. AOW, though, I think we stepped on them. I genuinely think we stepped on them until like the last couple of games where we realized, actually, AOW is stepping up. They're playing really good. Like, multiple times we went over to them in games where they weren't the center of attention, and they were getting third-partied and winning it every time. They were so on point. They were so on point of it.
So here's the thing at the end of the day, right? We talk about how important consistency is, and this is why consistency is so important. If you can have consistent games throughout the entire day, the time that you do have that one big pop-off game, it means 4 times as much compared to a team like, say, Team TE, who are just feast or famine, where they'll have a pop-off game, maybe 2 pop-off games, but it doesn't matter because all their other games were so low scoring that those pop-off games barely bring them, into the middle of the pack.
There's a difference in a catch-up pop-off game and a pull-ahead pop-off game, right? Both games might be a 35-point game, but one of them's just bringing you to the ground level. The other one, you're getting in the lift and you're going to the top of, the Empire State Building. There's a massive difference. So, yeah, that's been the key thing. I just want to see the points. I have had it confirmed AOW are second. It's got to be... All right, before we go to the scoreboard, let's play a guessing game. How many points is it between the two?
I think I'm going to say around 5 points.
I'm going to say 0.7.
0.7. Okay.
0.7.
I'm gonna say it's around 5 points.
Okay. I genuinely have no inside information. I've just been very cocky and confident. That's all I
neither of us do. We're both just doing quick maths, to be honest, which is, as a caster, we're breaking the cardinal rule, by the way, Jake. You're never supposed to do quick maths live on stream. But
bro, it took me 4 attempts to pass maths in school, so I really shouldn't be doing quick maths. I'm not a mathematical guy. I'm pretty lacking in that department, unfortunately. I don't numbers good. What can I say? I want this scoreboard. That's what I want. I want to see it. That's what I'm waiting for. Come on. I will have a look at that, see where we are actually in the points front on everything. I assume there's a bit of maths going on backstage. Backstage? Yeah, I don't know. There we are. Woo! All right, so this is all very fine and dandy. We can talk about this, but let's be real. We want to see the kind of middle and top end of the board. That's where the numbers are really impressive. KZ, not a good day, though.
I want to talk about TK, the fact that they're the only team in the bottom of the scoreboard that's played both of their days.
I said it, bro. They're 3 points. You run past TK, and it's like taking candy from a baby. It's easy points.
It's all decision making too. They're good players. They just make terrible decisions. TE, I mean, okay, we gave a lot of crap to Team TE, but a 66.6 point day really is not a bad day. This is a fairly good day. I think the thing is like,
we're looking
we have higher expectations. Yeah,
because I think like 66.6 points last season, we would have been like, that is a banger day. But like, because everybody has just upped their game, the points in total have also kind of been upped because people are just generally scoring better. So that would have been a first place day in season 1. Because I remember FPX getting a 70-point day, and we were like, oh my god, this is insane. How did they get 70 points? And that's 10th. A 66-point game is 10th. I think everybody has just stepped up so much, but like, is insane. Look at this. J-Team.
1.9 point difference. You were closer. I'll give it little golf clap for Jake. He's got it on the mental mass here. AOW, though, we talk about stepping up, man. 156.7 points. And again, this is how important consistency is. J-Team is at the top of the order here. They had a 100-point day one. They had half the points they had on day one here today. But because AOW keeps it consistent, is able to pop off, they're literally nipping at the heels of J-Team. OUG, though,
as well.
Again, this is a team that just plays consistently, and this is what I think happens. I think OUG doesn't want to suffer from burnout. They know all they have to do is get enough points to qualify for World Championship, and if they get into World Championship, that's where they go and play their absolute mind out, right? That's where the money is. That's where the prestige is. We saw them do it last Worlds. They got into Worlds because, crucially, a massive difference between, like the bi-weekly finals here, you get to bring some points over into those bi-weekly finals, but in the season finals and World Cup, regardless of what position you qualify in for the season finals or the World Championship, everybody's on a blank slate. It's 0 points across the board. I think OUG tries to keep themselves from just burning out, right? They are like, we're going to play consistent days. When we get to the bi-weekly final or the season final, we'll play crazy then. But up until that point, let's just put points on the board. And honestly,
I put my hands up as well, though, because I did kind of say, oh, you didn't do much today. They did. They just quietly did it. Do you know what they remind me of? They remind me of WBG in season 1. Because do you remember WBG? We didn't talk about them until they won it. It was like, oh, yeah, they're a team. I guess they've just been kind of always performing. And I think that's kind of like almost a critical failing of Battle Royales. And when you have so many teams you're focusing on, there are teams who actually perform really well, but you just don't see enough of them. You don't get to get enough time on them because you're focusing on the big teams or the really underperforming teams. So you sometimes just kind of miss those teams like your OUGs. I mean, old WBG, not new WBG. New WBG's kind of poo. But, you do get, these teams who sit in the middle or on the lower end of the top end, who you just kind of completely gloss over. And I think OUG definitely are one of those teams. So
yeah,
they're going to be very happy with themselves.
They remind me of XSG, who only appeared during the first season of NBPL. It was XSG and XCG who were always in those top 3, but they were never like, we never were, for whatever reason, the camera was never on them. They were always putting points out, but we were never talking about them. They just kind of slide in real coy-like, and then all of a sudden we would go into the bi-weekly finals and be like, wait a minute, I don't remember talking about XSG or XCG all week, and here they are at the top of the leaderboard. What happened? Oh yeah, that's right, because they've been playing their mind out all week, but they've just been doing it on the DL, and that's exactly what we see OUG doing here. Is again, man, they just play a consistent game, and they wait for their moment to strike. They're
talk
not
about
looking...
first, don't you? You don't talk about third. You don't talk about fourth. And that's what it is. These OUG have probably been third all day. I say probably because I don't even know where OUG placed in their game other than their first game. So it genuinely shows you that, they are a team who have been consistently good, but we just haven't had our eyes on them. And that is a mistake we won't make again. We will keep our eyes on OUG for future games. Anyway, that is going to be us done here at the NBPL for this week. We'll be back on Thursday, same time as normal, to kick off our solo games. So make sure you join us for that. But from me and Rune, thank you very much for joining us. Good night, and we'll see you next week.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness,